Welcome, Bucs fans and Pewter Report readers, to the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation. We're here at the Midtown Walk-Ons location, brand new location. We're outdoors. It's a fantastic environment for food. I'm Scott Reynolds from Pewter Report. Alongside me, JC Allen. How you doing today? It's Saints Week.
It's Saints Week. You know what that means? A lot of talk about games prior, a lot of talk about what the Bucs need to do to get this victory, and we'll see what happens, you know? But there's been a lot of chatter about it all over the Twitter sphere, that's for sure.
There's no doubt. Like I said, we're live here at the Midtown Walk-Ons location. Great food, TVs galore, great game day spot. Whether it's today, come on down. Still plenty of seating here at the Walk-Ons in Midtown. It's also, this place was packed yesterday for college football.
Oh, yeah.
Monday night football, Thursday night football. Anytime you want to watch football or eat some great food, come on down here. Look at these. These are fantastic. This is the mozzarella logs. These aren't sticks,
no,
JC. Those are logs.
Giant, the size of, I don't even know. They're so big. Like, I mean, look at these things. They're huge.
Yes, and they taste delicious too. Serve with some marinara sauce. JC, grab those cheese fries over there, will you? These are the boneless wings right here.
Absolutely.
They've got hot, mild, sweet, Thai chili, everything you could imagine here in terms of great food.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait to dig into this. Can't wait to dig into Bucs Saints talk. They've also got some great game day specials down here at the Walk-Ons in Midtown. And Miller Lite pints, $3.99. You want a 22-ounce, $5.49. They also have Blue Moon pints for $5 and 22 ounces for $7. So great food, great TVs. This is the place to be for Bucs Saints today. So want to make sure that you guys stay tuned for Pewter GameDay. That's coming up right after this show at 1 o'clock. Matt Matera and Kasey Hudson are going to be live calling all the action with their in-game analysis. They had a great time doing it last week because it was a win. Let's see if we can double up on this and have another win for the Buccaneers. But Matt and Kasey come on at 1 o'clock. So we're going to be live here till about 12:15. Then we're throwing this to Matt Matera and Josh Queipo to finish up the pre-game show for you right up until kickoff at 1 o'clock. That's when game day starts. So I wanted just to kind of, set the stage for this week.
Right.
The Buccaneers, this is an 0-7 record against the Saints in the regular season. They won the one that counted, JC.
Right.
That was in 2020 in the divisional playoffs. But some really interesting injury news. The Buccaneers did not come out of that week 1 win against Dallas unscathed.
No, not at all. And there's been several injuries to report. Several players already been ruled out. Yeah. Chris Godwin was ruled out on Friday, dealing with that hamstring injury. They said he's day-to-day, so it looked like he could be out longer. Maybe next week he gives it a go. We'll see. But the bigger news today, Sarah Walsh reporting that Todd Bowles told her that Donovan Smith will not be able to go. Yeah. Smith dealing with an elbow injury, a hyperextended elbow injury that he suffered in the week 1 game in a rep against Micah Parsons at that. So he will not be able to go. Other notable news, Julio Jones dealing with a knee injury. He's going to be a true game time decision. He'll go up there and warm-ups, test it out. As soon as that inactive list drops, we'll give it to you. But guys aren't playing healthy either. So, I mean, Zion McCollum, who just started practice, he's out. Mike Evans has been dealing with a calf injury, missed 2 days of practice. He's going to give it a go. We'll see how he does, as will Leonard Fournette, who is dealing with a hamstring injury. Russell Gage, who's also dealing with a hamstring injury, that lingering hamstring injury from the middle of camp. Didn't do too much last week, only 2 catches for 13 yards. He looks like he's going to be able to play, but still listed as questionable on the depth chart. And then from all accounts, it looks like Rashad Perriman and also Tristan Wirfs are going to be able to go today. So, some definitely banged up guys on that Bucs team. And Scott, the Saints aren't doing too hot either.
Yeah, exactly. The big news, Alvin Kamara, who the Buccaneers have actually done a pretty good job of containing. He scored some touchdowns, but hasn't gone off with the fantasy numbers that you would expect, whether it be as a receiver out of the backfield on screens, and also not really doing too much on the ground. He hasn't had a 100-yard game against the Buccaneers in a long time. So I think that helps Tampa Bay from that perspective. Jameis Winston, who did have a back injury. I mean, he got hit a couple times.
Yes, he did.
In that Falcons game, sacked several times. He's going to be able to go. But, again, with a back injury, and we talked about the hamstring injuries that the Buccaneers receivers have, and also Leonard Fournette. That's one of those things that at any given moment during a game,
that thing can get tweaked.
Back can flare up and get tweaked. The hamstrings can get tweaked. So just because you start doesn't mean that you're going to finish the game. I want to see how the Buccaneers kind of approach this. Are they going to bring up Keyshawn Vaughn and make sure they have another running back just in case Leonard Fournette gets hurt early in the game? We know Rashad White's going to get some time.
Right.
But also, too, we might see some different receivers in the lineup today, JC.
Right, and hydration is going to be the key. That's the name of the game. And the Bucs did make 2 elevations this week. They elevated wide receiver Kalen Geiger, undrafted free agent out of Texas Tech. He looked spectacular in training camp and throughout the preseason games. He was making plays not just on as a wide receiver, but also as a kick returner as well. 3 kick returns for 64 yards. So he'll be brought up, as well as linebacker Kenny Young. Now, Kenny Young, I think, is going to be more of that special teams guy.
Yeah.
They did it last week with Jannard Avery.
Correct.
They'll do it again this week with Kenny Young. He's got over 270 special teams career snaps. Didn't play any last year, but I think he'll play that role. But perhaps one of the bigger names besides Kamara that's going to be out, and to the Bucs' advantage with their paying the wide receiver core, is their cornerback Paulson Adebo. So, injuries on both sides, guys out on both sides, critical players on both sides. So we'll see what this matchup looks like, who's going to be plugged in there, and what advantages it gives each teams, and what disadvantages it gives the opposing team. So,
and we'll see about Julio Jones, a game-time decision with that knee injury. What it's going to mean is Scotty Miller is going to be active today either way, because Chris Godwin's not playing. We'll see if Kalen Geiger makes the active game day 46. One thing that we do know for sure that's always active is Celsius.
Right.
Celsius, not only do they power, JC, the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter Report Tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation here at Walk-Ons.
They do.
They also power active lives every day with essential functional energy and 7 vitamins, right? So it's the flavors that you see right there on the screen. The orange is just one of my favorites. They've got the new vibes. Arctic Vibe is the newest. Tropical Vibe, Peach Vibe. I had a Peach Vibe the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Folks, if you've not tried Celsius, we gave John Gilmore, former Bucs tight end, a Celsius. He'll talk about that today on the show. That Arctic Vibe, and it worked for him. I'll tell you that. But if you're not a Celsius drinker, well, do something about it. Go to Celsius.com, click on the store locator, and type in your address. Then you'll find all of these stores, these health and fitness stores, grocery stores, bodegas, as Matt Matera would say, convenience stores that have Celsius. Grab a couple cans, try some. Once you find the flavors that you like, go to Amazon, buy them in bulk. You can save money to ship them right to your house. Celsius, the official energy drink of Pewter Report. Just a reminder that we are here at the Walk-Ons in Tampa at the Midtown location. It's the new one. We're going to be at the Wesley Chapel location next week for Bucs Packers. And that game starts at 4:25 Eastern. That means we're going to be going live with our Pewter Report Tailgate show at 2:30. That's Bucs Packers next Sunday. We're going to be at the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. So if you missed us last week, come out this week. Again, great game day specials. We'll have Celsius there giving away some free energy drinks. Age Rejuvenation's on hand. We're going to talk about that later in the show today. You don't want to miss our Pewter Report Tailgate shows live. So, again, great game day specials. Come on down. $3.99 Miller Lite. If you want the pints, the 22-ounce, $5.49. Blue Moon also special today, $5. And 22-ounce pours are $7. So, as I mentioned at the top of the show, we are joined by former Bucs tight end John Gilmore for his analysis. Let's bring on John now. John, we had a great time last week. There's you in action right there. Big run blocking tight end. You also had some catches. We'll get to the catches later in the season. But, John, you were known as a run blocking tight end. You succeeded Anthony Becht in that role. And John, you had to like what you saw last week from those blocking tight ends when it came to the Bucs running game. We saw Leonard Fournette, 127 yards on the ground, and we saw some 3 tight end formations. That had to be music to your ears and music to your eyes as well.
Oh, absolutely, man. Seeing the the rushing attack by the Bucs last week obviously put a smile on my face. When I put on the tape and I see this young player, Queipo, that they got, you can put this guy in a bunch of different situations. Yeah. He's great inline blocker. You know, they're putting him in the backfield as a fullback, lead blocking for Fournette, and then he plays special teams. So, you know, that sounds like the repertoire of the old number 88, John Gilmore. Right. You know, just do what you're told. And I'd really like to get this guy involved in the passing game. He's the type of guy, keep an eye on him in the red zone. When we get a little closer to scoring situations, he's a guy that can kind of sneak out there in the flat, those thick routes, those easy. I heard he got good hands. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Queipo getting the ball out of the backfield at some point in time this season.
I wouldn't be surprised either. John, you're now the head coach at Sun Lake football, right? And you've got the offensive mind. You're dialed into the playbook, whether it was John Gruden's back in the day or your current day as a high school football coach. It seemed to me that when you go back and look at Queipo last week, when he was on the field for 16 plays, now a couple of those were kneel downs at the end of the victory formation, but in those other plays, every time he was on the field, what do? They ran the ball, right? That's a tell. When you're watching tape as a defensive guy, you're looking for those tendencies. So it seemed to me that Byron Leftwich was probably almost setting the Saints up, right? To have Demario Davis look in spot 41. Oh, there's Queipo. They're running the ball, right? It'd be a great opportunity for some play action, not just a pass to Queipo, but a play action pass to another Buccaneer target, just because the Saints might be so locked in on what they saw last week with Queipo being one of those run blockers out there for Leonard Fournette and Rachaad White.
That's exactly right. You know, you bring in a guy like Queipo that's a sure tell that they're probably going to run the ball. It'll set up the play action nicely. You know, when you get into these various personnel groupings throughout the season, as you know, Scott, you know, these guys don't keep it a secret as to what they do. Yeah. And when it comes to being a blocking tight end, when he goes in the game, everybody's on notice. Yeah. We're going to run the ball. So, yes, to your point, it sets up the play action nice. But again, I'm hearing a lot of good things out of the Buccaneers camp, that they like this kid. He's a very versatile tight end. He's a tough-nosed football player, which everybody likes to coach. So you can get him involved in various situations. They don't have to be so one-dimensional just in the run game.
Well, he's also not one-dimensional as a tight end either. He's not just that inline blocker. John, when we saw the Bucs go to 3 tight end personnel last week on that 17-yard run, the first one by Leonard Fournette, Queipo was that inside tight end. Then you had Cade Otton, the fellow rookie, lined up next to him. Then you had Cam Brate.
That's exactly right.
Tight end lined up, boom, 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 3 tight ends in a row. You don't see that very much. It was a new wrinkle by Byron Leftwich, and it certainly paid some dividends. John, when you were playing with the Buccaneers, Byron Leftwich was the starting quarterback at the start of the 2009 season before he gave way to Josh Freeman. You're close with Byron. You guys were friends. What do you like that you've seen so far from week 1, just from the creativity standpoint, or from using the running game the way that the Bucs did in week 1 against the Cowboys?
Well, yeah, I spent some time with Byron when we were here together. We were considered the elders on the football team at the time. So hanging out with Byron off the field just made sense, man. We're kind of wired the same way, just being the older guys on the football team. What I love about Byron, what we saw at him last week, obviously was his commitment to the run game, which we haven't seen in years past. He's really putting his guys in position to win, managing the injuries along that offensive line, right, not putting them in any precarious position where they're sitting back there pass protecting the entire game. And we saw that last week, rushing for over 150 yards. Right. So, you know, he's going to put his guys in the best position to win. I like what I saw out of that tight end group and how he's using them so far this season. So his creativity and being able to put different chess pieces in different places, and I'm really looking forward to see how he dials it up today with the injuries at the wideout position. He hasn't been dealt the best hand so far yet this season, but yet we were managed to go out there and get a 19-3 victory in the opening night versus the Cowboys.
You like the run game. I'm an old school guy. I like the run game too. Tom Brady said the Bucs have to be balanced. That's the winning formula. We saw that in 2020 in the playoffs. The Bucs ran for close to 130 yards in that game. Tom Brady actually threw for 199 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. So it's avoiding turnovers, it's running the ball, it's those types of situations that help the Bucs in their only win against the Saints since 2018 in that season opener in Week 1. The last thing that I'll bring before we bring in J.C. Allen here to go over with you the when the Bucs have the ball on offense. We'll start there. But Tampa Bay only rushed for 150 yards or more in one game last year. They've already done it once today, and that was in Week 1.
Yeah, no, the balanced attack is key for these guys. Being that they haven't rushed for that amount of yards, that statistic is eye-opening to me. And now we've done it in Week 1. And obviously they forced our hands with the injuries to the wideout position, forcing us to run a little bit. But it was nice to see those guys get out there and dial it up and see how versatile they are coming out of the backfield. They just passed me one of these Celsius Arctic vibes.
Oh, I got the peach vibe. We're vibing here.
Perfect for today, man. Coming off this birthday weekend in St. Pete. You know what I'm saying?
What happens?
Little Arctic vibe action.
St. Pete. We all know that.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
To a Bucs victory today.
Happy birthday.
I appreciate that.
Speaking about the Bucs victory, it starts up front. It starts up front with Brady in that offensive line. When you look at the history of these last 4 matchups, Brady's been sacked 14 times out of his 43 sacks. That's almost 30% of his sacks have come against one team. New starters up front, Luke Gedeke, Robert Hainsey, they struggled a little bit in pass protection, really good in run protection, but they're going up against a much tougher opponent this week, John.
Oh, absolutely, man. Inside, let's start there. David Onyemata, he could be an underrated guy, in my opinion. We don't talk enough about him. He's a stud in the middle. He's going to make his presence known early in this ball game. Cam Jordan off the edge. He still has a lot of juice left in the tank, and we know he's dealing with a little bit of a hip injury this week, so we'll see how he fires off. But Demario Davis holding it down in the middle, I think he's probably one of the better inside linebackers in the league. And they got guys on defense. Marshawn Lattimore, which I'm sure we'll get into that matchup with Mike Evans on the edge. They brought in Tyrann Mathieu this offseason after Malcolm Jenkins decided to shut it down and retire. So their defense is still pretty stout, JC. They gave up a lot of yards in the rushing game last week, but a good chunk of that was DeMarcus Mariota. They had trouble containing the quarterback, and they won't have that problem today.
No.
So I think it'll be a little different ball game defending the run today for the Saints.
And you mentioned Tyrann Mathieu. He's a threat to come up and blitzes as well. So those offensive linemen, running backs definitely need to be aware of that situation. But when you look at the situation at the offensive line for the Bucs, we've talked about the onus on establishing the run. There's nothing more important this week than establishing the run, something the Bucs have failed to do, averaging just 70 yards a game on the ground. And it's going to start up front with those big boys opening up holes, holding their own against an Onyemata, holding their own against a Cam Jordan. That's going to be such a key to this game, and it comes into play those offensive linemen. We know Shaq Mason's one of the best run blockers in the game, and we know that's a stronger suit right now than pass protection for Luke Gedeke, for Robert Hainsey, for Josh Wells even, who's going to be making the start at left tackle. So expect the Bucs to run early and often. I know we usually kid about, Byron Leftwich with his first down runs. I'll be welcome to see those first down runs this week, because I think the offensive line, specifically in this matchup, you got to play to their strengths, and that's running the ball. And speaking of the running ball, Leonard Fournette, 127 yards last week. Feed Lenny, Sunday Night Football.
Let's go.
Lenny, Saints Lenny. What do you think about that matchup? Again, you mentioned Demario Davis and his ability, but they got to get the running game going. How do they do it?
Well, I think we have to pick up where we left off from last week, JC. Feed off of that momentum, continue to find ways to get Leonard Fournette the ball. He's dealing with a hammy, I believe, so he's going to be hampered with that a little bit today. I know they're big on this young kid, Rachaad White, so we might get an extended look at him today in today's ball game. But for the Buccaneers, it's time for this young offensive line. They need to grow up real quick. Luke Gedeke, a lot's going to be expected of him today, and Robert Hainsey on the inside to be able to get some push on that defensive line. I'd like to see these guys come out with a well-balanced attack, slow the game down, own the time of possession, keep our defense off the field, and find ways to score when they get in the red zone, because we struggled a little bit in that red zone last week.
Right, yeah. I mean, that's a huge thing. That game would have been a blowout if they were able to just pound the ball in several attempts in the running game and the passing game. But with the running game, you have to get it going. There's so many factors between protecting Brady not only as a quarterback passing the ball, but running the ball. You want to keep those attempts down. We've talked about multiple offenses all week from, Coach Bowles, Byron, to Tom Brady. Talked about being multiple, giving multiple looks, being able to stay balanced with the running and the pass game. That's specifically huge for this week against the Saints team that can get after Tom Brady and has proven it. I mentioned the sack total, 14 sacks just against the Saints team. When you get the running game going, it takes that pressure off. They can't just bring 4 and drop the rest every single play. And you need to have that balance this week. And it starts with Leonard Fournette and the guys up front opening those holes for him. And it also, Leonard Fournette's dealing with that hamstring, as you mentioned. Could we see more of Rachaad White? Do you think Rachaad White will be a bigger factor this game? And what did you see out of the first game that made you think that this kid's ready to play?
Well, we saw limited action from him last game. We just saw a glimpse of what he could possibly do. So I'm looking forward to seeing, again, that extended look probably this week with Leonard dealing with a hammy. But, when you face Tom Brady, it makes it very tough on teams to bring that extra man in the box, right? So when you talk about playing a little bit more balanced this year, as the Buccaneers can do, they have to stay true and balanced on the defensive side of the ball, because the minute you bring in that extra man in the box, he's going to light you up, right? And I talked to some of my players over at Sun Lake this week about how Tom Brady just doesn't get bored with the game, right? So he'll find ways to manage the game. He'll take what's given to him and keep moving those chains. So you really gotta play this thing balanced, play both the pass and the run. For me, turnover takeaways, winning that battle is probably key for the Bucs this week. Last year they out the turnover takeaway battle. They won that 5-0. I believe they had 3 in the first outing and 2 in the second versus the Bucs. 3 interceptions from Tom Brady. So we can protect the football going down in New Orleans. That seems to have been a challenge for the Bucs in the past, and we've seen the results in that.
Right. And the biggest way to, limit those takeaways is by running the football, because then Brady's not having to force the ball down the field, throwing 50 passing snaps a game. He's being able to be smart and decisive with what he wants to do, and it's not something that they have to do. Like he said, he doesn't want to turn this into a pass-a-thon. It needs to be a balanced attack, and that starts with the running game and Leonard Fournette and White, and even out of the backfield. Like, that could be huge for them out of the backfield with 3 new guys on the left side right now. Obviously, Wells isn't new, but he's a new starter this week on that left side. Having that safety valve of Leonard Fournette and Rachaad White could be a huge factor for Tom Brady and an extension of the running game really this week.
Yeah, chemistry amongst the offensive line is key. I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say that. How important that chemistry is along the offensive line. And it's unsettling for me as a Buccaneer fan, obviously, to see them getting off to this start with a makeshift offensive line. Gedeke and Hainsey, they're going to be in there long term, right? So they're going to build this chemistry as they go. You mentioned Shaq being one of the better run blockers in the game, and that was known when he came in here. Josh Wells, he's a guy that has experience, but he hasn't had extended experience with this offensive line. I think having Donovan Smith out today is going to hurt the Bucs. So, they got guys coming off the edge. These guys got to bring their A game today when they get down in that dome. It's not an easy place to play, as you know. And they've had our number the past 3 years. They're 7-0 versus us over the past 7 outings in the regular season, and that needs to come to an end, JC.
It does, and part of that we talk about Josh Wells going in there. He's going to need some help, and who's going to be able to help him?
Keith, let's go.
Good on the co-train. Keith and Cade Otten. These guys were just lights out. Now, they didn't record a reception, but it goes much more than recording reception. Their play on the field, opening up holes, blocking, Keith's utilization as a fullback. Let's just talk about those two young rookies making a veteran who they gave over $2 million to in Kyle Rudolph inactive because of their play.
Well, I was just about to say, you and I were both shocked last week when the inactives came out and Rudolph was on the list. Yeah, so that says a lot about those young tight ends. And I know when the Bucs put on that film, they were happy what they saw in this first outing out of that position group. There's a lot that they can do, put them in different situations. As you mentioned, the multiples, right? You're getting multiple looks and you do different things, or you do the same thing at a different looks, right? When you have skilled players that can both get involved in the run game and get out there in the pass game and be productive, it puts the Bucs in situations where, they can do different things.
Right, and Koke talked about that. The more multiple they are, the more the Saints have to prepare for different looks and different situations. The Bucs haven't used the fullback consistently over the last 3 years. It just hasn't happened. Now, Byron mentioned, we've used Vita Vea down in the goal line situations and Cam Brady in some situations, but they really haven't had a true guy who can line up as a fullback. And that's not limiting him as a fullback because, you can play H-back, fullback, tight end. We've seen that. We've heard Todd Bowles, and we've seen at training camp. He's got surprisingly good hands. So the way they utilize, I think both of these guys record reception this week. And I would not be surprised if maybe there's some sort of trickery where Koke finds the end zone this year.
Look, everything I've heard about Koke, it points back to one thing, and he's a football player.
Oh, yes.
That's what we call a football player. He can play that true fullback position. He can play that inline blocking tight end at Y, and he can also play that F and H position, as you mentioned, and you can move him around a little bit. So when you have a guy that's accountable like that, JC, that you can depend on, you put him in various situations to win. And like I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some touches out of the backfield for Koke at some point in time this season.
You're right. And I think Cade Otton is another guy, too, who I think, is going to be a guy who can record multiple receptions as well. He's a balanced tight end, can block, can receive. We saw that at Washington. And they might need him because it looks like Julio Jones is not going to be able to play. They're hopeful he was going to be able to play. We'll keep a close eye on the inactives. It hasn't been official yet, but right now it doesn't look like Julio Jones is going to play, which brings us to that wide receiver room, which is they're dealing with some injuries. Chris Godwin with a hammy coming back from the ACL. We've got, Russell Gage has been dealing with a hammy since halfway through training camp. Saw him last week, not until late in the game, and he only recorded two catches for 13 yards. And now Mike is playing with a calf. He looks like he's going to go. Who steps up? I mean, they've got Scotty Miller, who was inactive last week. They promoted Kalen Geiger, elevated him off the practice squad. And Brashad Perriman's been dealing with an injury. Who is going to step up outside of Mike? Because Mike historically has not done well against the Saints.
That's exactly right. If you look at those historic numbers versus Marshawn Lattimore, it hasn't really played out too well for number 13 in these games. So he hasn't seen a lot of production over the past years versus the Saints. They find ways to take Mike Evans out of the game. So when you lose a guy like Julio Jones, a guy that can stretch the field, take the top off the coverage, we need a guy like Scotty Miller to step up. Right. But the disconcerting thing for me, JC, is the injuries that they're dealing with at that position, those soft tissue type injuries, those aren't going to go away tomorrow. These are the type of things that we're going to be dealing with for that position group all season long. The good news is they have a stable of wide receivers in that wide receiver room, and we're going to need a lot of guys to step up over the course of this year. But it's a little unsettling to see some of these guys inactive this early in the season.
Right, and the thing this early in the season, that's what I want to focus on. What you just said, this early in the season, to already have your top guys, your top 1, 2, 3, 4 at wide receiver, dealing with injuries, and now you have your potential 5th, 6th guy dealing with an injury. So like the injuries have just decimated this wide receiver room early. It's why they went out there and added a Julio Jones, added a Russell Gage to protect that. But now all 4 of them are dealing with some sort of ailment or injury. It's going to be tough. Brady's going to have weapons out there with Mike Evans, who is not 100%, as we know, dealing with the calf. Russell Gage, not 100%. Brashad Perriman. The only guy who's going to be out there that we know for a fact is Jalen Darden. Jalen Darden's the only guy that hasn't been on the injury report because we're not sure if Scotty's going to be active or Kalen Geiger. We can assume both of them will probably be active with the news of Julio Jones. But, I mean, you look at these guys, they're banged up. And, thankfully this week, the Saints are without one of their top cornerbacks, Paulson Adebo, so that lessens the blow a bit. But still, I could see, again, running the ball is going to be huge. I could see the situation where the tight ends are featured a little more after not recording a reception last week. I don't know where they find the playmakers, especially as we talked about Mike Evans' history, to make up for those injuries on the wide receiving core.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Jalen Darden. He's a guy that I would love to see more action from.
I would too.
Well, I don't know who Jalen Darden is quite yet as a football player, right? We picked him up last year. He's had limited reps on the football field. To get him more active in today's game plan, I would love to see what we're working with from that young man. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. And to your point, Tom Brady's going to have to find different ways to get guys the ball. You're talking about running backs getting more involved in the passing game. You mentioned the tight ends getting more involved in the passing game. I don't see a lot of 5-step drops and pushing the ball down the field today, with a guy like Julio Jones out, Chris Godwin out. Brashad Perriman needs to step up today. So, I don't see you're not going to see those big splash plays out of the Bucs today. I think you're going to find that the Bucs are going to do a good job managing the game. I'd love to see them own that time of possession, eat up the clock by establishing that presence in the run game early, and really build off of what they established last week.
They have to. There's no way around it. They have to do that, like, because this Saints team, we saw Jameis didn't throw a completion more than 15 yards down the field until the fourth quarter, and then he turned it up with 7 completions of 20 yards or more. So they really need to step up and make sure that they are establishing the running game, getting points on the board early, because if not, then it could become a situation where the Saints are being able to pass the ball, move the ball down the field at will, and when you're down so many guys at the wide receiver position, you might not be able to keep up with that. So it's going to be huge for them to make sure they get the running game going and utilizing these wide receivers in a variety of ways. But I just want to always shout out our Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate show. And, it's actually sponsored by our good friends at Age Rejuvenation, which Scott and John know a little bit something about.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Guys, if you want to feel better, go to Age Rejuvenation. Lose weight, feel great, have better sex. You might have seen Age Rejuvenation as the new sponsor of my SR's Fab 5 column on pewterreport.com. Well, I'm a new Age Rejuvenation customer myself. Thankfully, I don't have any issues in the bedroom, neither does John Gilmore, but I did turn 50 this year, and that's become a problem in terms of energy, right? Just feeling sluggish throughout the day. It turns out I've got low testosterone. And like most men in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, it's just nature, fellas. Low testosterone affects everything from weight loss to your daily energy to your stamina. But now there's a way to fight it, and that's what I did with the testosterone therapy at Age Rejuvenation. I've got more energy. Visit agerejuvenation.com. Age Rejuvenation with 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. Lose weight, feel great, have better sex. Now I'm here with John Gilmore. And, John, you got me turned on to Age Rejuvenation.
Turned on?
Well,
we got to watch what we say there, Scott.
I'm just saying, though. Well, but the thing is my energy dial was low.
Yep.
Yours was, too. Now it feels like I'm back up to 10. I don't have that kind of longing for an afternoon nap that I used to really over the last 2 years is really when I started to notice it. I started feeling sluggish, and now I've got enough energy where I'm only drinking 1 Celsius a day, not 2 like I used to, because I needed something to get me through the day.
Yeah, well, I agree, man. I needed something as well. The easiest way for me to put it to you, and I know you're starting to experience this, I feel normal again, and I'm celebrating my 43rd birthday on Wednesday. I appreciate it. Just spent the weekend on St. Pete Beach, and I was dealing with some issues when it comes to energy and head fog. I was hitting 2 o'clock in the afternoon like clockwork, Scott. And I remember one day sitting at a traffic light and starting to doze off, right? And I knew something was wrong. Got my levels checked. My hormones were way off. I had an imbalance. I did some research. We talked about this before. Some of those head injuries that I had during my playing career, they say can impact your pituitary gland. And that's why some of my levels at age 42, 41 years old just were way off, weren't what they should be as a 40-year-old. So I looked into it, did my research. This bioidentical hormone therapy that we're on is a very healthy means of establishing more balanced hormones in your system. And, man, I could tell you what, I didn't know what I didn't know, and I'm out of that fog, buddy.
The thing that really amazed me, and I'm about 5 weeks into Age Rejuvenation now with their testosterone therapy. They're these little pellets that they insert under your skin, and they're about the size of like a little grain of rice, right? And it's not even noticeable. You can't even feel it. But it took about 2-3 weeks, as expected, for it to kind of kick in. I've really felt it now over the last couple of weeks. And what really impressed me about Age Rejuvenation is when I went in there, I've been to a couple of doctors' offices, throughout my almost 30 years of living in Tampa. I've had a couple of primary care doctors. The level of detail that they went into with my labs, with everything. I've got a thyroid issue. I'm on new thyroid medicine now, thanks to Age Rejuvenation. The level of detail is just unmatched. I was literally sitting down there for about 45 minutes going over all of my labs for every single thing that they checked. And it was just amazing. It opened my eyes about a lot of things. It kind of made me wonder, like, why don't I get this treatment at my primary care doctor? But I'm so thankful I went to Age Rejuvenation. So make sure you visit agerejuvenation.com and give them a call. Set up a free, no obligation consultation.
Yep.
The blood work they do in-house, and they'll give you the results in just a week or so. And that alone, folks, is worth the price of admission just for that knowledge about your overall health.
No, you nailed it. You know, it's the holistic approach that I was totally blown away by as well, Scott.
Yep.
You know, I have a wellness coach now. I used to have a football coach.
Right.
I have a primary care physician, but now I have a wellness coach that checks my levels, the thyroid, the hormones. They do a comprehensive exam, and I was totally blown away by that experience because I've never had that before in my entire professional career. And what's interesting about those pellets that you mentioned, you know, the active ingredient in that stems from, do you know where it comes from?
I don't.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes. I love sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes. So it's a very natural way of getting your hormones back and getting back to that normal way of living.
Yep. AgeRejuvenation.com, the presenting sponsor of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show. We're going to bring back J.C. Allen now to finish up with John. We're going to take a look at my favorite side of the ball. Sorry, John, I know you're an offensive guy, but when the Bucs have the ball on defense, we're going to bring in J.C. to talk about this defense that was so good last week in Dallas, holding the Cowboys to 3 points. Folks, they're the number one scoring defense in the league right now.
Yeah, I mean, offense obviously is my thing, Scott, but if our defense keeps playing like that, they're my favorite side of the ball as well, buddy.
The defense looked tremendous last week. But before we get into defense, we've got the inactive list that came out. And as expected, Chris Godwin, Zion McCollum, Donovan Smith, all inactive. As we've come to see, Kyle Trask is also going to be inactive pretty much throughout the season. Kyle Rudolph, again, surprise there?
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, after last week, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? So to me, they're showing that Kyle Rudolph, when they picked him up, he was in an insurance policy for that tight end group. And the tight end group that they believed in stepped up in training camp, and they're rolling with him.
Right, and the special teams aspect is huge for them. Also, as we mentioned, Julio Jones is officially inactive today.
That one hurts.
So they're going to need to lean on guys like Scotty Miller, who was inactive last week, will be active this week. And Kalen Geiger, the undrafted free agent out of Texas Tech, is going to make his first NFL career. We'll see if it's just primarily special teams or if he has a role. And then rounding out that list on the inactive list is Keyshawn Vaughn. On the Saints side, we've already talked about it. Paulson Adebo was ruled out on Friday. Wyatt Davis, who they picked up off the waivers from, I think he was with the Vikings, Ohio State guy. He's also inactive, as well as Alvin Kamara, Shai Tuttle, and Nick Fournette, one of their tight ends. One of the more surprising names, not surprising, who's on the injury, is Traquan Smith, who's been their deep threat the last couple of years. So they're going to have to make up for that with some of the guys. Of course, they got Chris Olave there, so that should take care of that. But the Bucs are going to have a much easier time, I feel like, stopping the run this week without Alvin Kamara, who hasn't really done much against the Bucs, but still, you know, when you look at what they did last week, 71 yards to Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard, no Kamara. Mark Ingram's going to be back there. I expect to see a lot of Taysom Hill in the backfield as well, who had a 57-yard game last week and led the team in rushing yards with 81 and had a touchdown on the ground as well.
Yeah, Taysom Hill, as you know, he's a unique player, right? He's a guy that you have to game plan for specifically. You know, obviously you put him in the game, he can run the ball. You can put him at tight end. You know, he can get in there as quarterback and actually deliver the football to other weapons on the football team. So he's a guy that really can throw any defense off base a little bit. You know, the key for the Bucs today on the defensive side of the ball is to make this team one-dimensional, which, to your point, I don't think they're going to have a problem doing with Alvin Kamara out. Right. We're going to see Mark Ingram, who's also dealing with an ankle injury. You'll probably get a heavier dose of Latavius Murray today, who's been with the Saints in the past.
I don't think he's playing today.
Oh, he's not active? Oh, they haven't elevated.
So they're running with, I don't have the depth chart in front of me, but Mark Ingram's going to be lead back with Taysom Hill.
I'm actually shocked by that. But
they had another guy who was on the injury report. Looks like he's going to play as well. So,
well, to our point, then, to make them one-dimensional is probably not going to be that tough for the Bucs. You really want to force Jameis to have to beat us in the air. He really didn't get things rolling till later in the game last week versus the Falcons. Right. And I just think, based on what we saw last week, man, I like giving kudos when kudos are due. I was hard on the secondary last week going into last week's game, and I like what I saw on film out of those guys. Big interception by Antoine Winfield Jr. They really shut Dak Prescott down. I think he threw for under 200 yards. He didn't really get loose in the pass game. So I really thought those guys stepped up. And we talked about last week, arguably this defense is better than we've seen in years past. And I'm going to have to say that was an accurate statement, man. JTS, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, we saw some growth in him last week. Didn't show up big in the statistical columns, but doing his job, holding down that contain, holding down that edge, I really like what I saw out of him.
Yeah, and I think when you're looking at it, we talked about shutting down, making them one-dimensional. It's going to probably be more of a passing attack today from Jameis Winston. And losing Kamara is huge because that's your guy, safety valve out of the backfield. Mark Ingram's not going to give you much as a receiver out of the backfield. With his age, with just his prior statistics, he's just not that type of receiving back. Now, they'll have Taysom Hill back there, as we said, and he can do everything. He can run the ball, catch the ball, throw the ball, whatever you need. Taysom Hill, none of it incredibly well, but he's going to do it. He's that gadget player. He's like Ryan Gomes was for the Celtics back in the day. Can do everything well, but nothing extraordinary. So they'll have him to lean on to, but it looks like it's going to be more of a passing attack. And he mentioned that secondary stepped up. Antoine Winfield Jr. with the interception. Even the linebackers as well. I mean, pick 6 dropped by Devin White. He's heard about that all week. And there were a couple other interceptions that should have been probably that were dropped. We had one with Mike Edwards, Jamel Dean, all 3 players trying to go for the ball. So if it is a pass-happy offense, there's a lot of weapons for them to guard. Just quite frankly, I mean, you look at the pass defense for the Buccaneers. It's been somewhat of a bend, don't break, right? Give them stuff underneath, come up and make the tackle. They've got guys who can get behind you now. Chris Olave, Michael Thompson's back, Juwan Johnson, and obviously Jarvis Landry, who showed up last week with 40 and 31 receptions. That's not the Jarvis Landry we know,
right?
But they have different places. So the Bucs secondary is going to need to make sure they step up.
Yeah, no, obviously they picked up Jarvis Landry in off season. He's a guy, a veteran player you got to account for. Michael Thomas was not that active last week. They started getting him involved late in the game. So I'm sure they'll grease up those wheels a little bit earlier with him this week. Look, when you got to put Jameis Winston in position to beat us with his arm, I like that. I like my opportunity there, right? He likes to take his shots. He'll give our back end some opportunities at some turnovers. And you know what? I think he's going to feel that pressure early and often today, man. Devin White, you mentioned Devin White. Dude, he played his face off last week. I mean, 2 sacks, pass breakup, as you just mentioned. He led the team in tackles. He looked like he was in full control of that game plan, putting people in position to win. I think we're going to see a big year from Devin White, man, and I think he's finally coming into his own as far as being the anchor of that defense.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what Devin White, we talked about it at the end of last season. It's one thing that, I love is players taking accountability, saying, he played over aggressive. He relied on his speed too much. He didn't do enough film study. And with Larry put in there as his coach, a guy who's not only played inside linebacker in the league at a high level, played in this defensive system in Arizona under Bruce Arians before he made the transition to a head coach. He's been a different type of coach for Devin White. He talked about Mike Caldwell being a heck of a coach for him, who went on to be the defensive coordinator for the Jags. But he was more of a laid-back guy. You guys, Larry Foote is on your ass.
Right.
He's on your throat about stuff, and he's going to let you know, let you hear it every time and hold you responsible. So we saw that last week. Better in coverage, not being over aggressive, using his speed and his agility at the right times. And I think we're just going to continue seeing that from Devin White, which is great news as well, because if there's any spot on this Saints offensive line that's a weakness, it's the middle.
Oh yeah,
and being able to use White on blitzes up the middle, it's going to be huge, especially when you have 2 big anchors in front of you in Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks.
No, you're exactly right, man. This isn't the most stout offensive line that they're going to see today.
No.
And Todd Bowles knows that, and I expect Todd Bowles to get these guys geared up early, man. They're going to pin their ears back, get their O-line, get their eyes big, right, in the passing game. Get them over there on the sideline trying to figure out how they can adjust and pick up the blitz, right? If I was Todd Bowles, I really would cause disruption early for this ball club just to kind of get them off kilter a little bit early in this ball game.
Right, and it's kind of the opposite of the game plan last week, where they rarely sent more than the 4 they were coming in with. This week, I think it'd be advantageous to get Winston under pressure, make him make erratic throws. And, again, we talked about it last week, Carlton Davis saying he wants the secondary to be more offensively minded.
I love that. I love that.
So great.
You know what? It's funny. Lovie Smith, before every home game or for any game period, he would always gather his defense. And his number one objective week in and week out for their defense was to score points. The defense, number one objective every week for the Chicago Bears back in the day, JC, was to score points. So when I hear that from Carlton Davis, I think that just takes on a different type of mindset, especially coming from the secondary, that, hey, we're going to be more of an aggressive secondary, and our objective is to score points.
Right, and when you have those big guys up front causing chaos, consuming blockers, and if you're aggressive, as you mentioned, with Devin White, with Lavonte David, maybe with Antoine Winfield coming out of the slot, on blitzes, it's going to rattle. Let's just call it what it is. It's going to rattle Jameis Winston. And Bucs fans are all too familiar with it. He makes poor decisions. It's one of the things that has held Jameis Winston back his entire career. He's got all the talent, I believe, in the world, but his decision-making on and, quite frankly, off the field has come into question multiple times throughout his career. And when you start to get pressure on him, we've seen him collapse. We've seen him internally fall apart and make the wrong throws, make the wrong reads, make the wrong decisions. And I think that's going to be such a huge factor for this Bucs team, is to be able to get after him early, often, and rattle him, especially where their run game doesn't look like it's going to be much of a factor, with Kamara being out and, quite frankly, with the Bucs being one of the best run defenses in the league.
No, absolutely. And what we've seen out of Jameis Winston in the past is he's not afraid to go back to it, and he's not very good at self-correcting those mistakes in game. Right. And when you have a guy that is not intimidated by going back to that pass and not willing to self-correct those mistakes, that's going to give our defense opportunities. I think Jameis Winston is a better quarterback now than what we've seen during his era here with the Bucs. Probably a smarter quarterback that's going to take better care of the football. But again, he's a gunslinger, man. He's a guy that likes to put it out there. And when you got guys like that, man, we got a shot.
And it's going to be interesting to see when Dennis Allen takes those training wheels off. We saw last week he didn't take them off until the fourth quarter until he absolutely needed them. Those first 3 quarters of the game were very conservative game plan from them with Jameis and not letting them take those shots down the field. Now, it ultimately worked out in favor for them as they beat the Falcons in a come-behind win. Falcons choking another game away. What else is new? 28-3, never forget. But is it going to be early? Is it going to be often? What is that situation like? Because, we talked about it. You have to like the Bucs, how the Bucs stack up. Now, they might not have the advantage. It might just be a push between the Saints' offensive weapons and the Bucs secondary. But you have to at least like the way they match up against these guys. You talk about, we know Carlton Davis is going to take Michael Thomas pretty much all game.
That's exactly right.
You have a speedier guy like Chris Olave. That spells Jamel Dean. He led the Saints in wide receiver snaps last week. Jamel Dean, 4.3 speed. He'll probably match up on him. And then you'll see Antoine Winfield against Jarvis Landry in the slot. And then they'll sprinkle in whoever, when Jawan Johnson's in there or whatnot. But you have to like the way those guys match up against the Saints wide receivers.
No, I love the matchup on the edge for sure. But I think obviously the win for us is inside. To your point, you're talking about the amount of pressure that these guys are going to feel, which is going to force Jameis out of the pocket, which is going to break down, and you make those erratic plays. They have talent at that wide receiver position, but again, I really like what I saw out of our secondary last week. I just don't think these guys have enough firepower because they're going to be forced to be a little bit more one-dimensional. And when you can't run the ball versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that just spells problems for anybody.
Right, and for the Saints, the biggest key for them, because that running game, we'll see what it looks like. I think we're on the same page where we don't think it's going to be very effective, is to protect their asset.
That's exactly right.
Winston.
That's
and
exactly
where
right.
You're going to protect your assets is Immunity Financial.
At Immunity Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Immunity Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts for the kids, and insurance services. With 40 years of experience here in the Tampa Bay area, let Muni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Do what I've done, and I've called Muni Financial, and I've got them on board as my financial planners. Most of my assets are with Muni Financial. Do the same thing. Tell them Pewter Report sent you. Give them a call at 1-800-868-6864 or visit them on the web at immuni.com. We're back here at the Walk-Ons Midtown location. This place is filling up, John. A lot of Buccaneer fans, a lot of Pewter Report fans here for the Bucs Saints game. And kickoff is now just about an hour and 10 minutes away. So stay tuned for Pewter GameDay. That's going to be coming up next. We've got about 25, 30 more minutes here. Then we're going to go to Pewter Report's Matt Matera and Josh Queipo to finish the Pewter Report pregame show. And then we're going to have Pewter GameDay. That starts at 1 o'clock for Bucs Saints. That features Matt Matera and Kasey Hudson. And then next week at the Midtown's back in Wesley Chapel, we're going to have another Pewter Report tailgate show presented by Celsius and Age Rejuvenation. And that Bucs-Packers game starts at 4:25. We're going to be live at the Wesley Chapel location for the walk-ons. That's at 2:30. So make sure that you come out and see us. A lot of Buccaneer fans filing in here today. Let's now talk about the matchups to the game. In my Friday's SR's Fab 5 column, John, I always list 5 matchups to watch on offense for the Buccaneers and also on defense. We're going to start on offense today because you're an offensive guy. I don't want to be, polite. You're the guest on here, and I want to respect your offensive prowess. But when I look at these matchups, Tom Brady versus Demario Davis, to me, this is kind of a chess match when you're talking about having the quarterback for the Bucs offense versus the quarterback for the Bucs defense. They'll blitz Demario Davis. He's good in coverage. He's good at tackling. Not quite as old as Tom Brady, but he certainly has the wisdom playing in this league for as long as he has.
Oh, I love putting on the tape and watching Demario Davis play, man. He's one of the better middle linebackers in the league. So, when you talk about that matchup, I'm never going to count out Tom Brady. Tom Brady's going to put our guys in position to win. But on the other side of the ball, Demario Davis is going to make sure his guys are where they need to be, man, to defend the run and the pass. So I'm gonna say that's a push as far as the matchup's concerned, because I think just given the veteran prowess of both of those players, they're going to put their guys in position.
Yeah, when you look at the next matchup to watch, and I'm going to give Demario Davis the edge there just because the Buccaneers have owned Tom Brady and the Saints in these 4 games. It just seems like Brady has struggled, right, with 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, including a pair of pick sixes to the Saints. Right now, I have to give the edge to Demario Davis in that battle. How about you?
No, I'm going to say that's a push, man. Okay. I'm not going to give him the edge on that one. Very rarely you're going to see me go against number 12, in any type of matchup.
I don't either, but against the Saints, I'm going to follow suit with what's happened so far. Hopefully it changes today. The next matchup is a big one, right? It's left tackle Josh Wills, who's in there for Donovan Smith, going up against Marcus Davenport, who's gotten a sack before against the Buccaneers. He's a thorn in the side when rushing the passer, and I know the Bucs want to run at him and make him tackle rather than rush the passer.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give the edge here to Marcus Davenport, man. He's a guy that's been in this defense now for a while. Probably doesn't get talked about enough because he's playing opposite of Cam Jordan, but he's a disruptor off the edge. Last week, Josh Wells had his hands full dealing with Micah Parsons, but then again, who doesn't have their hands full when you're dealing with number 11 Micah Parsons from the Cowboys? Josh Wells is a guy that's been good to us in the past. He's come in and played that big tight end, so he has the experience. But, he's kind of just now filling in for Donovan Smith, who just recently got injured. So he doesn't really have his football legs up underneath him like we'd like to say. And then you dealing with a Marcus Davenport, it's a tall order. So I'm going to have to give the edge to Davenport on that one, Scott.
I am too. Anytime you've got a backup left tackle in against a starter, and this guy, when he's healthy, has really been a force. He's been everything the Saints hoped he would be as a first-round pick. I'm going to go with Davenport there as well. Luke Edeke, he impressed last week in the run game, not so much in terms of pass protection, but he wasn't asked to do that very often. But Luke Edeke, I think, is going to have a tougher time this week against David Onyemata, the Saints defensive tackle, who's been a little underrated. He's not the best pass rusher, but he's just a big physical force inside that can stuff the run and push the pocket a little bit. And we have to keep our eye on Edeke. This is his second career start, and we'll see how he navigates this matchup. I've got to give it to Onyemata this one.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. Luke Edeke has his hands full this week with Onyemata, a guy that is probably an unheralded type of player for the Saints. But when you put on the tape, man, he's a stud holding down that middle. He's a great defensive tackle. I don't think they're going to put Edeke out there on the island. They're going to find ways to work those double teams. But I think he'll show a lot to the Bucs organization, based on his performance here today versus that stud in the middle. And, we'll see what it looks like on tape. But I'm going to have to give the edge to David Onyemata.
Yeah, me too. Again, I think the key will be to limit Tom Brady's passing and have Leonard Fournette, Rachaad White play to Luke Edeke's strength, which is running the ball. The next one on that list, John, it's a big one. It doesn't get any bigger than this. These guys don't like each other. They've actually had physical fist fights on the field before. We'll see who can keep their cool and who can play hot today in New Orleans. We're talking about, of course, Mike Evans, who had an amazing one-handed touchdown catch. There it is. It's a thing of beauty. Against Trayvon Diggs, Pro Bowl cornerback for the Cowboys. We talked about Diggs and Evans matchup last week as one of the matchups to watch. Evans won that. Now he's going up against Marshawn Lattimore, who has had his way at times with Mike Evans.
No, this is the main event, right? This is the matchup to watch. Every time we see the Saints, these guys truly do not like each other on the football field. I think it's the level of respect that they have each other for their game. They always bring their best game when it comes to this game. Mike Evans being beat up, I'm not surprised that he's going to gut it out because he wants to see 23 every time we play these guys. And to your point, man, historically over the past few years, I think I'm going to have to give the edge to Marshawn Lattimore because when you go back and look at the numbers, they've really taken Mike Evans out of the game at time. I believe last year they limited him to 3 catches, 62 yards total between both outings. And that's not winning ways when it comes to Mike Evans because we expect more out of him when it comes to production. So I'm going to give the edge to Marshawn Lattimore on this one. They're playing at home. They're playing in the dome. I think just given the limited resources that we have at the wide receiver position, they're going to find ways to take number 13 out of the game, and I don't see him being a big asset today for the Bucs.
I have it as a push only because I respect what Mike Evans did, and I might even give him the edge if he was 100% healthy. That calf injury, we'll see if that's something that flares up or limits him today or if he can go the whole game. While the numbers have not been there for Mike Evans, he did draw a big-time pass interference against the Saints, against Lattimore last year. So that's one way that Tom Brady and Mike Evans can manufacture some yards, even if they don't connect, because they are going to run one-on-one man coverage on an island, Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore, the battle of Pro Bowlers, to see who can prevail there. And Evans, with his size, Lattimore has enough size to match up with him, but it might be a situation where Evans gets one more of those pass interference calls. All of a sudden, it's a chunk penalty rather than a chunk pass play. So we'll keep an eye on that. The last matchup, Leonard Fournette versus Pete Werner. Werner is the second-year linebacker for the Saints from Ohio State, second-round draft pick just a year ago. Werner last week had 13 tackles, including a key forced fumble against the Falcons that helped stymie one of those Falcons drives. And we saw so much nickel on the field last week with the Saints actually playing 3 safeties. Marcus May was out there. Tyrann Mathieu was out there. P.J. Williams was out there at times. I think they're going to keep that situation happening. And they're only going to go with 2 linebackers. Even when the Buccaneers would use 3 tight ends, that's what they did last week against the Falcons when they ran 3 tight ends. They still went nickel because Marcus May, number 6, is a big guy. He's more of a physical guy, almost like Keanu Neal for the Buccaneers. But Werner and Leonard Fournette, that's going to be a really good matchup because we know that the Bucs are going to want to run the ball and run Leonard today.
No question, man. I love what I saw of the Bucs last week in their run game. I think they're going to find a way to get a hat on Werner, so it won't be an easy task for him to contain Fournette. But the question comes when they get into those pass situations and they find themselves on third down, what type of matchup will he draw there if he's even on the field? But Fournette, probably won't be the guy. You're probably looking at a Rashad White on third down or a Giovanni Bernard. So, when it comes to Leonard Fournette in this rushing game, I think we're going to see similar numbers to what we saw last week. I'd like to see him break 100 yards again, back to back. That would be a good look for Leonard Fournette and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this week. But yes, to establish a presence in the run game early, I fully anticipate it. So I'm going to go ahead and give that edge there to Leonard Fournette.
I'm going to give the edge to Fournette too. And folks, if you're looking for some edge when it comes to weight loss or energy, well, I think that's where you're looking for age rejuvenation to kind of take hold and be your source of energy. I've got the testosterone therapy happening with me. They also treat women too. My wife Ashley is going to be getting her treatment at the Age Rejuvenation Center up in Wesley Chapel. Well, it's noon. That means we're an hour away from kickoff. There's still time for you to place your bets at MyBookie. And I tell you, I actually had a great Saturday. Didn't make all my picks. But yes, folks, I bet against my Kansas State Wildcats.
Oh.
And I bet Tulane on the money line, and I cashed in, JC.
Sacrilegious.
Hey, listen, I'm all about the money. I knew the Wildcats were going to be in trouble offensively, and they were. And you know what? I also bet on KU for that money line, too. They beat Houston. So the state of Kansas was good to me in different ways yesterday, but I bet at MyBookie. And I think you should bet at MyBookie, too, right? This is my place to go for gambling, for sports gaming, for picks, for prop bets. We saw the Chargers and Chiefs do their thing on Thursday Night Football. Now the time is Sunday, and you need to go to MyBookie, place your bets. If you're not a MyBookie customer yet, what are you waiting for? Some like to bet and earn money on a game-by-game basis. Some like to make the season more exciting. Either way, MyBookie gives you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. It's quick and easy. $250 deposit puts $500 in your account instantly, and you can use your funds to bet on as many games, contests, and prop bets as you want. To claim your bonus, register today. Use the promo code Pewter, designed to add more excitement to the games and the sports that you love. That's promo code Pewter to double your money up to $1,000 with MyBookie. It's only week 2 of the NFL season, which means there's still plenty of time to get in on the action. Don't miss out. Begin your winning season today exclusively at MyBookie. Now we're back here live at Midtown's at the Midtown location for walk-ons down here in Tampa. This place is getting packed, JC.
It is.
It's probably because of the food here. Folks are walking by in the patio seeing all of the amazing walk-ons food, the mozzarella logs, the boneless wings, the fries. Go for it, John. Grab one. Delicious, right?
And we're getting some beads here too.
Some beads. The festivities are here, and it's always festive when I talk about defense, JC. And that's what we're going to do now. We're going to look at my SR's key matchups of the game from the defensive perspective when the Buccaneers are out there on defense. It starts for me with Ryan Ramczyk. He has been a guy that right tackle. Is he the best right tackle in the league? Is it Tristan Wirfs now? It's one of those guys, depending on how they play, right? We can agree on that. But I think after years of running Shaq Barrett out there at left outside linebacker, 6'2", 250 against a man mountain, Ryan Ramczyk, they're going to try a longer, bigger, faster, more athletic edge rusher and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who had a good start to the season. And we'll see if we can crack the code against Ryan Ramczyk. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
It's a difficult code to crack, that's for sure. Ryan Ramczyk, one of the best right tackles in all of football. Is it, as you said, is it Wirfs? Is it Ramczyk? You flip a coin. Any given Sunday, it could be either of those guys. But Joe Tryon-Shoyinka definitely has his work cut out for him against Ramczyk. All the reasons you listed, strength, athleticism, those things could help Joe Tryon-Shoyinka have more success than Shaq Barrett has had.
Yeah.
But it's going to be very close in terms of how can he combat what Ramczyk is so good at.
Yeah.
And it's multiple things.
And one thing that is multiple is not just the pass protection element, also the run blocking. We've seen Joe Tryon-Shoyinka kind of give a little too much ground, get upfield too much, and that can kind of create some outside running lanes off tackle around the edge. So That's something that Joe Tron-Schwenk has got to be careful of.
He does.
Shaq Barrett much better against the run, and so we'll see both players play on either side of the ball. But I think JTS is going to get a look against Ramczyk. We'll see how he does. The next matchup is really the Bucs' best defensive player last week, Devin White, versus Taysom Hill. Now, this was supposed to be Alvin Kamara.
Right.
In my SR's Fat 5 on Friday, wasn't sure Kamara was going to play. That's a matchup the Bucs have always liked. With Kamara out, I think you're going to see more of Taysom Hill incorporated in that Wildcat running game, running the ball, also lining up a tight end on occasion. And that might be a situation where Devin White has got to cover Taysom Hill, the tight end, out there in the flat or running around.
Yeah, I think this matchup is much more closer of a call than if it was Devin White versus Alvin Kamara.
Yeah.
I think Taysom Hill's is going to be a huge test for Devin White. Frankly, we allotted him last week for his ability to play in coverage, his ability to just work on all the things he talked about, not playing over aggressive, not running himself out of place, not relying on his speed. This is going to be the test. If there's any player that he's going to go against this year, Taysom Hill's going to give him a huge test because he's so multiple, because of his versatility, because of how they utilize him. Devin White's going to have to stay on top of his game against Taysom Hill so he doesn't break out.
I agree. Well, we had Akeem Hicks versus Zach Martin last week in the game. And really that was an edge that I think went to Martin. And
I think so.
That's no shame because he's a Pro Bowl right guard. But Akeem Hicks, we could see his coming out party today against Cesar Ruiz.
Right.
And I'm with you. I liked Devin White in that last matchup. I also like Hicks in this matchup here just because Ruiz, well, he's awful. He gave up a sack last week. He's not very good in the run game. And when you look at the Saints offensive line, they're strong at the tackles and they're strong at center with Eric McCoy. But the guards, Andrus Peat and the guy that Akeem Hicks is going to be facing, Cesar Ruiz, not very good. I think they can exploit those guard matchups with Vita Vea and with Akeem Hicks up front.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Cesar Ruiz actually drafted to be a center, and then McCoy, and he just got an extension because of his play. So they had to move Cesar Ruiz to guard, which I don't think is his strongest position.
Right.
And we saw that last week already, letting up a sack. Going up against Akeem Hicks, having to take on those double teams, it's going to be a difficult matchup for him and Vea. We know how they like to use some versatility and switch them around on certain stunts and plays. So he's going to have his handful with not just Hicks, but Vita Vea on some plays. And, Devin White possibly coming in interior blitzes as well.
Right.
So he's going to have a struggle of a game. I think this advantage clearly goes to Hicks or anyone going up against him on that defensive line.
It really is. And it really kind of complements what Shaq Barrett and JTS can do on the outside.
Right.
If they just kind of contain Jameis Winston, keep him in the pocket, and have Vita Vea, Akeem Hicks, and as you mentioned, Devin White with those A-gap blitzes on either side,
right?
I think they can get after Jameis Winston and get right in his face. And if they flush him to either side, well, it could be a JTS or a Shaq Barrett sack. I like Hicks in this matchup as well.
And they're going to have to get that pressure on him early and often because with Alvin Kamara out, that run game could struggle early.
Exactly. We talked about this with John. The marquee matchup on the Bucs offense versus the Saints defense is Mike Evans versus Marshawn Lattimore.
Right.
Those guys don't like each other. Well, there's a couple of guys that don't like each other on the other side of the ball. Carlton Davis,
He's not a fan.
He's not a fan of Slant Boy.
Michael
Thomas, who had 2 touchdowns last week, helped key that fourth quarter comeback. The Saints were trailing by 16 points in the fourth quarter. And that was, with Michael Thomas, with that little fade route that we saw him cash in on, just like Mike Evans cashed in on against the Cowboys. This is going to be a big-time matchup here. These guys don't like each other. They're physical players. It's going to be interesting to see who wins this matchup. The last time they faced each other, because they didn't play last year, Thomas was out. The edge went to Carlton Davis. Let's see if he can keep the crown.
Right, and I think, you got to look at past history. And so far, Carlton Davis has been able to really contain and lock Michael Thomas down. I expect that to continue this week against Michael Thomas. Again, these guys don't like each other. And they're going to have to play disciplined football, too, because we've seen Marshawn and Mike get after the whistle. There's been a lot of trash talk. This is their first time playing against each other since the playoffs in 2000 and 2001. You're gonna have to not only contain him, but contain your emotions because Michael Thomas is gonna try to get under Carlton Davis' skin.
No doubt. This is gonna be a fun game on both sides of the ball just because of those two matchups
right.
at receiver and cornerback. I'm going to give the edge to Davis on that one.
History repeats itself.
Yeah,
Davis as well.
The last matchup, we're still sticking with the secondary here. You get a new cornerback. He's a safety on base defense. He's a Pro Bowl safety. But in nickel defense, we see Antoine Winfield Jr., who is partnering with you for Touchback Tuesdays on our Pewter Report YouTube channel. Make sure that you're following all the action on Pewter Report TV. That's our YouTube channel. And check out JC and Antoine Winfield on Tuesdays for Touchback Tuesdays with Antoine Winfield. Well, we're going to see Winfield in action today on Sunday against Juwan Johnson. He's not a household name, but JC, he was one of the highest graded Saints players. He's a tight end. He's not Taysom Hill. He's not Adam Troutman. He's probably the best tight end they have.
Right.
He was a key blocker on those 2 Wildcat runs, the 57-yard run by Taysom Hill against the Falcons, and also on that 19-yard touchdown. And he also caught a couple passes for 43 yards. He's kind of that secret hidden weapon.
Right.
And I think,
second secret hidden weapon. You know?
Exactly. And I think we're going to see Antoine Winfield Jr. match up against him in the slot today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Saints will throw a variety of looks. I think you'll see Jarvis Landry out there in the slot as well. And we'll see a variety of looks. But Antoine Winfield Jr., we saw what he did last week.
Yes.
Plain and simple. 7 tackles, interception. The guy is got all pro written all over him. If he continues his progression as a safety, as a nickel cornerback in the league, you look at what Tyrann Mathieu's been able to do at that safety / corner nickel spot. And I think Antoine Winfield's on that same projection for him. I don't, Juwan Johnson, Taysom Hill, Jarvis Landry, Antoine Winfield by 30. I think he wins this matchup no matter who it is, clean and clear.
I agree. Speaking of predictions, I'm going to give you my prediction, and we're going to turn it over to JC and John Gilmore. Unfortunately, I've predicted this on Friday in our Pewter preview and predictions. I went with the Saints.
Sticking with it?
The Buccaneers, they got to show me something. They got to show me they can climb this hill and get to the top. I like them maybe later on in the season on Monday Night Football to split the series. But right now, with the injuries on the Bucs offensive skill position players, still like the Saints in this one, 24-20. So we're wrapping up the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation here at Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa. Now a word from Age Rejuvenation. We'll have JC and John's prediction to wrap up the show.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The Pulse Wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
And before we jump into our predictions, we actually have some breaking news. Ari Mira of My Sports Update, Pro Football Focus, is actually reporting that Jameis Winston is playing today with 4 fractures in his back. Jake Glazer initially with the news. He's in a lot of pain. There's no risk of further damage, but he is wearing pads to protect that area. If the Bucs can hit him early and often, we could see a change at quarterback. Maybe it doesn't matter. Trevor Siemian, Taysom Hill, they both beat the Bucs last season. So, I mean, you don't really rely on that too much. But it is his ineffective. There could be some ineffectiveness from him, especially throwing. As we know, it takes a lot of torque, and you use those back muscles to make those throws down the field. So it will be something to monitor for sure throughout the game if Jameis Winston can continue to play. But, John, we're at that time now. It's time for our predictions. I asked you about it earlier. He told me he wasn't going to tell me until it was time. So I'm actually looking forward to this. Who do you got winning and why?
Well, here's what's great about our predictions, man. I actually don't really come up with it until we get through this show. This whole conversation really does influence which way I'm going to go and really solidifies it for me. Look, I think we finally break that losing streak, that 7-game losing streak that we've been on. I'm giving this one to the Bucs. I think the Bucs are going to have to, again, similar game plan to last week, given some of the issues that we're having along the offensive line. We're going to have to play it a little bit more conservatively and lean towards the run. I think that'll bode well for the Bucs. Cordarrelle Patterson had 120 yards versus these guys last week. I expect Fournette to have an equal success as well. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one to the Bucs. I think our defense are going to give us more opportunities on the offense side of the ball. I think we win that turnover takeaway battle. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some points out of the defense this week versus what I'm seeing on tape. So I'm going to go with the Bucs. That defense is going to be too much for them to handle. I will throw them a touchdown and a pair of field goals. So I'm going to go 31-10 Bucs.
Oh, high score.
31-13 Bucs.
31-13. You heard it. High scoring game for the Buccaneers, able to get the points on the board. You know, I look at this matchup and kind of like Scott said, I need to see it. I think the way that the Bucs match up against the Saints is pretty even. The news about Jameis Winston is kind of disheartening if you're a Saints fan on the ability, but I just look at it and I got to see it first. I got to believe it to see it, you know, but in this instance, show me you can do it. Tom Brady, 8 interceptions over his last 4 games, 14 sacks. Inability to get into the red zone has been a huge issue. Their third down conversion rate has been 20 out of just 53, over 273 yards on penalties, only averaged 70 yards per rushing during these games. I got to see that they can reverse the trend before I fully say, you know what, I think this team can win it. I predicted on our Pewter predictions 23-20 Saints. I'm going to stick with that. Even though there's these injury updates have come out, I still think the Saints edged them out this one before getting a victory at home in Raymond James Stadium later in the year. But
so you're going Saints?
I'm going Saints.
Wow.
I'm going Saints. I just think that they'll find a way, you know.
8 in a row losses, man. That's too much for me. Not with our ball club. I mean, I really feel like this is a game for them to get that monkey off their back. That news on Jameis Winston, let's not take that lightly. That's big news. You know, if we got to make them one-dimensional and force them to beat us in the air, that doesn't work out too well for the Saints with him having some injuries, some fractures in his back. So I really think that the Bucs are they're gonna rally on this one, man, and they're gonna pull off a big win.
Let's hope they do. It's better storylines for us to write about. But with that being said, I want to thank you guys all for joining us live here at Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. We'll be in the at Midtown rather. We'll be in the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel next week for Bucs versus Packers. Sunday live at 2:30 p.m. Let's continue our Celsius report. Celsius pregame tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation with Pewter Report's Matt Matera and Josh Queipo as they bring you all the way up to Pewter Game Day at 1 p.m. So for John, for Scott, for myself, JC, we're out of here.
Go Bucs.
Let's go.
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a continuation of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation. It was live at Walk-Ons in the Midtown location. There, of course, is one at Wesley Chapel as well. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joining me soon will be Josh Queipo, also pewterreport.com. Josh was in here on the stream, but unfortunately, technology gets in the way sometimes, and it got cut off. But he'll be back on again very, very soon. So you're stuck with me in the meantime. I'm your host, Matt Matera, like I said, and just want to give a shout out again to Scott, to JC, John Gilmore. They did an awesome job at the beginning of the show. Full breakdowns from every single matchup on the offensive side of the ball to the defensive side of the ball. You're not going to get any better Bucs coverage like what you got from Scott, JC, and John Gilmore. So make sure you check it out next week. Of course, we will be back for the Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Celsius and Age Rejuvenation. That'll be on the Walk-Ons at Wesley Chapel when they play against their first home game against the Green Bay Packers next week. That's a 4:25 game, so the tailgate show will begin at 2:30. But we still have a little time for today's tailgate show. So without further ado, Josh Queipo is in the building. Josh, it looks like the technology is working now. You're all good to go on your screen. Thank you so much for joining me. And how are you, my friend?
I'm doing well now that minor crisis is out of my way.
Hey, we've all been there. It's happened to me. I mean, Scott, it cuts out for him at least once a podcast on the Pewter Report podcast. So, welcome to the club. It's, an initiation type of effect to get on this show. So let's turn our attention to Bucs Saints. Obviously, we've been talking about it all day. And I think one of the first things that honestly sticks out to me, Josh, and some of this we knew, some of this we could, hypothesize, but until the injury report came out, we didn't totally know. But obviously, like Donovan Smith, we weren't expecting to play. He was doubtful anyway. Chris Godwin out. But man, Julio Jones not being available, I think changes so much for the Bucs in this game. I think that obviously stands out. And then we just heard the news about Jameis playing with, 4 fractured ribs. Going to play, but obviously will be a little limited. We saw what happened to Justin Herbert on Thursday Night Football, and he was dealing with the rib injury. So sadly and unfortunately, it seems like injuries might be the leading story going into this one.
Yeah, and on both sides, those are some critical players, mostly on the offensive side of the ball for each team. So I think this is going to be, definitely a defensive kind of contest. Whose defense can limit the other team's offense the most? I think the big one for the Bucs is, Julio is always kind of dicey. A couple days during the week, he didn't participate in practice. A couple days where he was limited, and I don't think anybody really knew how limited he was until yesterday when they said it was kind of going to be a game time decision. And with him being out, I think it puts a ton of pressure on Russell Gage. And when you sign a 3-year, $30 million contract, you should be able to handle that kind of pressure. Godwin in the slot, he's typically the guy you're going to try and manufacture touches for. We saw when he went out last week, Julio was that guy that they designed the touches for him. So you got to imagine that those plays that they have in the playbook and most likely in the game plan, now that's going to fall on Russell Gage's shoulders. So, and unfortunately, he's not exactly 100% either. He's been dealing with a hamstring injury since middle of
joint. I was going to say minicamp, but joint training camp against the Dolphins is when he sustained it. I remember he was on the second field, and I happened to be watching that side of it at the moment. So, we all saw when he got injured. And man, it's tough. The Julio thing, the fact that he's injured and missing a game is not surprising because he's just had a bad injury history, especially the past couple of years of his career. But I think what was surprising to me is, one, they had only played one game. And listen, I'm not going to knock a guy that has an injury history. Like, I've had stupid injuries along the way, whether it's the scar above my eyebrow or losing a tooth and stuff like that. So I've been there with the randomness of stuff. But it was surprising that after one game, when he played half the amount of snaps, and that's what I was saying was, limit him so he could be ready for November and December. Now, obviously, it changes when Chris Godwin was available and won't be available for this one. But I think what surprised me was the fact that I understand he didn't practice on Wednesday and Thursday, but I was there every single day, and I saw him on Friday go out there and practice. And he spoke to the media in the locker room during the week, which typically you don't really do if you're injured. So the fact that he practiced on Friday and then still wasn't able to go, I found that very surprising. And Russell Gage, man, obviously the health is one thing. Underwhelmed a little bit with his performance last week. He had the same amount of snaps as Brashad Perryman. And I know you have vitriol for UCF. So I don't love Brashad Perriman just for the fact that I don't think he's a good fit on this team anymore. I understand he's the prototypical, he has that size and he still does have good speed. So I'll give him that. It just seems like things always go wrong when he's in the game, with the exception of the touchdown against the Bills. But with Russell Gage, a little underwhelming performance last week. Does it change this week, or was it a matter of just getting acclimated to the offense, or is it a little bit deeper with playing against the Saints, where the Saints have played great defensively against the Bucs in the Brady era? And I do think Russell Gage will be a good fit in this offense. I just don't necessarily think it's going to happen this week when you take everyone else out and the Saints just do what they do against the Bucs.
I think it's going to have to be by necessity. I think for last week's game plan, which was run heavy, and you had a healthy Julio, and I'm sure Byron Leftwich wanted to get him involved. He didn't play many snaps. I think it was like 22 for Julio, but he was heavily involved in the snaps that he did play. And then, they wanted to get Godwin involved early. And then, of course, Evans is going to get his. It didn't leave much of a role for Gage last week, and I can understand that. This week, you're taking, 2/3 of the guys in front of him that they wanted to get involved out. by default, he's going to have to be a big part because I don't see them designing touches and creating a game plan around Perryman. I don't see them doing that for Scotty Miller and certainly not for Kalen Geiger. And Cam Brate's just not that guy you're going to run the offense through on tight end. So by default, Russell Gage is going to be a big part of the passing game. Now, I think the big question is how big of a part of the offense is the passing game going to be?
Yes.
And, you saw it in SR's Fab 5, based on the success they had in Dallas and the fact that that tight end room combined with now the strength of the offense for tight end splits today. I don't think Kyle
Rudolph isn't activated, but it's a good idea.
I did throw it in the group chat that we should go with a four tight end set. But yeah, I could see a lot more 13. You're certainly going to see a lot of 12 personnel, and I'm sure the Bucs will want to try and establish the run game and really limit the passing game, especially because the offensive line now really is their strength is run blocking. In the years past, it's been pass blocking. This year, at least right now, especially with Josh Wells in at left tackle, Shaq Mason is, of course, a much better run blocker than a pass blocker, and you can kind of dictate things with the two young guys in the middle. Run blocking is going to be their strength and their forte, and you'll see the Bucs probably lean on it and hopefully mix in a good bit of play action on early downs.
That's what I was going to say is they have to hammer home running and play action. I don't care if they don't run one passing play that isn't a fake handoff first and then going to pass the ball. Because, one thing that bothers me with the Bucs coaching and the offensive line, and like we saw it last week a little bit, I understand if you want Donovan Smith to go one-on-one against Micah Parsons, like he's your left tackle. He got that big money because of it.
Right.
But Smith got hurt. They put in Josh Wells, and they assigned Josh Wells to go one-on-one against Micah Parsons. And I was just like, I don't know if it's a cockiness thing. There's something to be said about having confidence in your guys. But you can't have Josh Wells, with all due respect to Josh Wells. I think he's a serviceable backup and, is solid as a backup when he's thrown in to start. Obviously, he played for Tristan Wirfs last year in the playoffs when Wirfs was out. But again, with the Saints this week, you have to have either Cade Otton or O'Keefe in there to either help chip or help, just double team, whether it's Cam Jordan or a linebacker blitzing, whatever it may be. But on the flip side of it, they still ran the ball very effectively when Josh Wells was in the game on Sunday night against the Cowboys, to the point, a majority of the time they ran the ball with Leonard Fournette to the left side, which was behind Luke Edeke and Josh Wells. So I'm all for, relying on Josh Wells, but you have to do it the right way. You have to do it with that running, as you alluded to, and the play action, making sure that that's all set up. So, we've talked a lot, whether it was on the podcast this week or, the live show at Walk-Ons, and we're talking about it now. So we know they're going to run the ball.
Yep.
At some point, they will have to pass it. So my question really is, outside of Mike Evans and Russell Gage, who's going to be the other? And I think Russell Gage is the X factor for this game, but who is someone else that we really need to see step it up in this afternoon's game? Is it someone like Jalen Darden, Scotty Miller? Are we going to see a lot more of Rachaad White this week, as a receiving running back? Maybe throw him out in the slot, or, you were the one that pointed out that occasionally they had Leonard Fournette and Rachaad White on the field at the same time. Could that be something that we see a little bit more of this week?
Yeah, I'd love to see 5 to 10 snaps of that 22 personnel.
Yeah.
They did one with both of them in the backfield, and then they did one with Rachaad White lined up out as basically an outside receiver. And they ended up doing a design screen to him, if I remember correctly. So I think that's going to be big. Rachaad White and Lenny in the passing game, giving Brady those opportunities to just check down, and they're going to have to make some plays. I think the tight ends need to get involved in the passing game a little bit more this week. And I think a big part of that will be, especially if they're in 12 personnel or in 13 personnel, you're going to have to go up against a former Buck. Justin Evans became basically the default slot defender for the Saints when they traded away Chauncey Gardner, right, to the Eagles. And he ended up playing 25 snaps in the slot last week. And a couple of things, he did pretty well in coverage. So the Bucs will need to test that and see if he can keep up with that. but he was also not very good in run defense. So there's another opportunity to establish that run game. But I think this is where you need to see Cade Otton and Cam Brate become a bigger part of the Bucs passing offense and test Justin Evans and see, is he ready to really step into that role? Because Dennis Allen, despite some personnel changes in his secondary, is still, he hasn't really adjusted how he's doing his personnel packages on defense. So he seems to think that the personnel is scheme proof, or the scheme is personnel proof, I should say.
Yeah.
And the Bucs will have an opportunity to really test that. And I think you go after Justin Evans in both the run and the passing game, and you force him to prove that he's fully back from some very devastating injuries that he suffered as a Buck that almost ended his career, and that he's ready to play with the big boys.
Yeah, Justin Evans had so many foot issues, and he was always a talented player for the Bucs, just, couldn't stay healthy. And I thought his career was done. I thought he was going to be out of the league. And then you saw that he signed with the Saints. So credit to him for, staying persistent and, getting to this point. And we did see the Bucs last week when they ran the ball so effectively. Part of it was they ran a lot at Trevon Diggs, the cornerback that Scott and JC and John Gilmore were talking about earlier. And we usually talk about him as a, coverage cornerback. And a lot of that is because he doesn't like tackling and he doesn't like playing run defense. So the Bucs effectively ran the ball at him, and you saw a lot of those chunk gains by Leonard Fournette. So that could be something where they try to take advantage of. Because Evans, I think, is still like a solid tackler and overall good player. But, you might see the Bucs. One thing that they've wanted to take advantage of before is, like, if the Saints are in a nickel defense, which, again, they don't really fear the Bucs, so they're cool with playing nickel defense and lining up against that. But that's a good formation to run against. So we'll see how the chess match goes back and forth between that. You did mention we might need a little production out of Cade Otton, Keith, some of the tight ends that didn't do much last week. And Todd Bowles had a resounding, ringing endorsement for Keith this week about because I asked him about his versatility and everything on Friday, and he talked about, he can do this, he can block a tight end, and he can catch. He's pretty good at catching the ball too. And it just reminded me of, you ever see the movie Friday Night Lights?
Long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So in the beginning, Boobie Miles is the star running back. Before he gets hurt, there's like a lot of college scouts at this practice, and they run like a reverse to Boobie, or they hand the ball off to him, and then he stops, and then he chucks it like 60 yards downfield. And his uncle or his grandpa, whoever was in the crowd, was like, "And he can pass." As he's talking to all the scouts, as he's like hyping it up. So I don't know. When Todd Bowles said that was like the first thing I thought of. Was like, "And he can catch." So
awesome.
Yeah, we'll see if Keith gets involved at all in the passing game today. But these are a couple of players that you might want to take advantage of in sense of that other people might not know about them when betting on the pick'ems in Underdog Fantasy, which of course is another sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. And Underdog Fantasy is the easiest way to get some action on the NFL and their pick'em games. Just pick over or under on your favorite or least favorite player stats. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single night. Underdog keeps it super simple, with their easy-to-use website and mobile apps. Pick between 2 and 5 players to fill out your pick'em slip. Get every pick right and take home some cold, hard cash. Use the code Pewter and get your first deposit doubled up to $100 by Underdog. Even if you learn from Plant City Math, you can figure out that that's a pretty good deal. Once again, the promo code is Pewter. And I enjoy the pick'ems so much. You could also do daily fantasy as well for the full slate of Sunday games. You can even do Thursday nights and Monday nights as well. But focusing a little bit on the pick'ems here, Josh, I don't know if you happened to make one last week. You hit yours last week, if I'm not mistaken. You had Tom Brady under passing attempts.
Yep.
You had something with Dalton Schultz, and you had the
over on yards. Yep.
Yeah, and the over on Leonard Fournette rushing yards.
Yep.
Did you happen to go with the pick this week, or should I go with mine?
I did, and I thought it'd be fun to get your feedback on it.
Okay.
And then maybe even the chat can tell me where I went wrong.
Yeah.
So I went for a full 5 for the 20 times boost, right?
Nice.
Yeah. So, and I did it all from this game. So on the Saints side, I took 2. I took Chris Olave. I took the over on it, 3 receptions. I took Michael Thomas, the over on 10.75 fantasy points.
Okay.
And then on the Bucs side, I took the under on Tom Brady, 269.5 passing yards.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Leonard Fournette, over on 95.5 rushing and receiving yards. And then Mike Evans, over on 4.5 receptions. And I think I may have lost my camera.
Yeah, I think you did. So you know what? I'm going to put up a very nice picture of Mike Evans because he's a fan favorite. And you know what? Who doesn't love looking at where's that picture? Everyone loves the photo of Mike Evans scoring the touchdown, which I will pull up in just a moment as I find it. In the meantime, here's Antoine Winfield Jr. because he's a great player as well. I think you're going to get a lot of people up in arms about the Michael Thomas pick because he clearly is probably persona non grata when it comes to Bucs fans and the Saints. There's a huge rivalry there with Carlton Davis. And, you know, we've seen in the past, obviously, he did not play in last season's games with an ankle injury, which was unfortunate. So we're finally getting the rematch a year later, which was something that, you know, we've been waiting for. Here's the picture of Mike Evans that I was looking for. So we've been waiting for this heated matchup. I mean, obviously, you know, we spoke to Carlton Davis during the week, and you could just see the, like, kind of awkwardness, kind of just not saying what he really wanted to say because he was asked about Michael Thomas in the matchup, and he just had this, like, awkward laugh to it. It was like, kind of funny because he didn't know what to say because he couldn't really just be like, yeah, I hate this guy and and things like that. So he ended up saying, like, oh, you know, he's got good vertical range, or he's got a good catch radius. Not even like truly giving him a compliment. And then he was asked if he respects Michael Thomas, and he said that he respects everyone in the league. He respects everyone that'll put the pads on. So he didn't really have a ton of ringing, glowing endorsements for Michael Thomas. So we'll see. And especially because, again, that last time they played, Michael Thomas did not have a catch. He had 4 targets in that playoff game, no receptions, and Carlton Davis was on him for a lot of that game. So it'll be interesting to see whether they move him around because Carlton mostly played on one side. We'll see if they move him around. Josh, your connection cut out again, but you are back. And I was saying that I think it's probably going to be the Michael Thomas one that gets people up in arms because of the history with Carlton Davis. But I think also because the last time that he played in a game against the Bucs, Carlton shut him down. He had 4 targets, but no catches. So for him to get that type of production today, we'll see. I mean, obviously he's healthy now and he looked good last week, but that's like the number one matchup that we're all going to be watching.
Yeah, I just don't think Carlton's going to follow Mike Thomas. He didn't follow CeeDee Lamb last week.
That's what I was saying too.
Yeah. So I think that's the big thing. I think they'll get him his points. But I mean, it's a very good point. And for people following the Bucs and who want the Bucs to do well, obviously you really don't want him to hit that over, and you're rooting against me, and I can understand that. Just like I rooted against you last night on a bet you made.
Yeah. So I responsibly put a wager on Florida to beat USF, and no disrespect to USF, but I mean they've just looked terrible.
Hold on.
Times.
You didn't put a responsible bet on them to beat USF. You put a responsible bet on them to cover 23.5 points.
I did. Yeah. I'm sorry. I should have pointed that out. Yeah. And at one point, I think, what was it? Like later in the second quarter, like early in the third quarter, Florida jumped out to like a 2-touchdown lead after it was very back and forth. I think there was like a pick 6, if I'm not mistaken, or
that and some really bad penalty calls.
Yeah.
Phantom calls. Yeah.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden USF came right back. Like Florida's defense was, I can't say it on here, but it was trash. It was garbage. It was absolutely terrible. And so it got to the end of the game where, like, clearly the game wasn't, even if the game did go to overtime, you would never cover 23.5 points. So at the end of the game, I was just rooting for USF because I'm like, if I'm going to be miserable losing my bet, then Florida might as well be terrible too. So shout out to USF for playing A really good game. Again, a statement loss by USF. a statement loss there. If you do want to bet, make sure you go over to mybookie.ag. You can also do some live betting as well. But my underdog fantasy picks.
Ooh, all right, let's go.
And so last week I hit 2 out of the 3, but you need all 3 to win. I had Brady over passing attempts.
Yep.
That's where I was off. Then I had Leonard Fournette to have 5.5 more rushing yards than Ezekiel Elliott. That hit very easily. And I have the under in the Dak passing yards, which of course did very well thanks to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense. This is what I did this week. I'm sticking with the Leonard Fournette train, but I mix it up a little bit. I'm doing over half, just 0.5 rushing and receiving touchdowns. So essentially, Leonard Fournette to score a touchdown, which he was skill player wise was the best offensive player for the Bucs last week, with all the rushing yards and the commitment to running the ball today, especially with Julio out and Chris Godwin out.
I think Brady even mentioned he kind of stole a touchdown. From
yes, he
Leonard
did. He
with
did
the touchdown to Evans.
You're right. He did in the post-game press conference. Then I went with, I learned my lesson with Tom Brady. This week I'm picking lower than 269.5 passing yards. And, I made all these picks before the Julio news and everything like that. But it goes, again, everything into what we said about committing to running the ball. And now that Julio's not in, that changes a lot. This one, I'm sticking with the passing attempts. When I'm going with Jameis, I'm going higher than 32.5 passing attempts. That was before we heard the news about the rib injuries. But my thought process behind that was that, especially with Kamara out, the Saints are not going to be able to run the ball very well at all. Not with Mark Ingram. I think the Bucs shut down the Taysom Hill sideshow, I guess, if you want to call it, or whatever it may be. But I think if the Bucs do what they do, which is stopping the run, and they were good at it last week. I don't think they were great, but I think they do even better this week. It's going to force Jameis to throw the ball. And I think you'll see a lot too. If the running game's not going, you'll see small little screens or, 2-3 yard dump off passes that become their essential, running plays. Now the Jameis rib injury, the rib injury changes a lot of that, but if he's healthy, Jameis does like to sling it. So I went with the over there. I don't feel overly confident about that one, but I like the other two.
Yeah, I like all your picks. One small note just on the information you provide. I believe those fractures are in Jameis's back, not his ribs.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
I'm going to say Kamara is a rib injury, but nonetheless, it's still the abdominal region, the core. And it's certainly going to limit him a little bit. But I like all your picks there. The Jameis one, I think, is probably the one that's the most dicey.
In jeopardy. Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting. And I would just say, in general, while Bucs fans will be rooting against my Michael Thomas pick, they'll probably be rooting for your Jameis pick, because that means the Bucs defense is probably dictating things on the ground and things are playing into their game plan. So I'm hoping that everybody in the chat has told us where we went wrong and where we went right. And also, of course, that they're joining us in making some picks on Underdog Fantasy, because it really is an awesome platform to, what's the word I'm looking for? Improve your NFL experience.
Yeah. And once again, use the promo code Pewter to get double your deposit, which obviously, who doesn't like getting free money? Yeah, it's a great way to stay involved too, just in my opinion. Obviously, you and I and everyone in the chat, the awesome Pewter people, we are all, in on the Bucs and knowing the ins and outs. But, the Bucs play at 1. That means they're done by 4 o'clock, 4:15, whatever it may be. There are games on in the 4 o'clock slate, and the Sunday night and the Monday night where, maybe you wouldn't, depending on how big of a fan you are, you might not necessarily be interested in watching some of those games. But hey, you sprinkle a little over under on this running back and that wide receiver. Now all of a sudden you're invested. You're good to go. So Underdog Fantasy, I think, does a great job of giving you so many different props and things to look at. So one more time, use the promo code Pewter there, and have fun with it. It's all about having fun and making a little money while you're at it. Josh, let's talk a little bit about the Bucs defense, because we focused a lot on the receivers and running backs, and defensively, I had so much fun watching them last week. Just from the top down, or I guess from the D line up to the secondary, like everyone was just on point. I mean, sure, there's struggles within the game, but like JTS and Shaq Barrett, great pressure. Vita Vea had a sack. The D line, I think, got it going as the game went on. Logan Hall had a tackle for a loss. Devin White was the best defensive player on the field with 2 sacks. Probably should have had a pick 6. And that's the only thing we're nitpicking with Devin White, is that he had a pass breakup on 4th down. The only issue was that it wasn't a pick 6. Lavonte David, awesome. Antoine Winfield Jr. has the interception. Carlton Davis picked up right where he left off, just covering people like glue.
Yep.
And Jamel Dean, I thought was great as well. This is a top 5 defense. I'm happy to say it right now. It's a top 5 defense, or at least it was last week. I really think they have the potential to do so. What did they have to do right this week to give issues to Jameis and the Saints offense? Do they go with the just generating pressure with the defensive line and sprinkling in Devin White here and Lavonte David there? Does Todd Bowles get blitz happy and send the house and try to take advantage of Jameis, foiling under pressure? How would you go about attacking the Saints offense today?
I'd probably keep it pretty similar to Dallas. The Bucs blitzed, I want to say, around 38% of their snaps, the passing snaps Dallas had. And I think that was a pretty solid number, maybe get it a little bit lower. I think a lot of that comes down to the defensive line. As good as the Bucs defense was last week against Dallas, there is so much opportunity for them to be even better. And I say that because when we look at the overall performance of the defense, it was kind of flip-flopped from what most would say the performance would look like going into the season. So everybody, myself included, was enamored with this defensive front, right? You've got Shaq and JTS with quality backups and Anthony Nelson and Carl Nassib on the edge. You've got an amazing interior that was, 5 players deep with Vita Vea, Akeem Hicks, Logan Hall, Will Golston, and then Nacho still provides good snaps as a nose tackle.
Yep, agreed.
And so everyone expected the defensive line to dominate, to dictate, to create pressure so that Bowles didn't have to blitz quite as much. And then he could, like you said, sprinkle in a Devin White, right? And sprinkle in some pressure packages and things like that. And what we really saw was, outside of Shaq Barrett, the defensive line did not get consistent pressure. All right. And I think that there's an opportunity there. And in addition to that, they did allow Dallas to do some running on early downs before Dallas kind of abandoned their run game in the second half. So there's opportunity for that line, which we know can be so much better than they were on Dallas. And that's in Dallas. And that's not to say that they were bad. They just weren't as elite as I think many of us expected. Now, the other surprise from that defensive performance was just how well the back end worked, right? Mm-hmm. And it wasn't just Antoine Winfield in the nickel and Jamel Dean and Carlton Davis outside. Mike Edwards and Logan Ryan did a great job of keeping everything in front of them and limiting the Dallas. They really couldn't go vertical at all. And then the linebackers, you mentioned Devin White had an amazing game. I've already started to do my Devin White apology tour.
A lot of us are.
So him and Lavonte were fantastic in coverage. I will give JTS a ton of props where I thought he struggled in the run game personally. I think he allowed a little bit too much in terms of inside gaps that Dallas was able to exploit. He was really good in coverage. He dropped back on a couple different plays and really helped eliminate some options for Dak and Cooper Rush. And he almost had a pick. So
yeah. That was when Shaq rushed, right? And JTS was back in court, because it would have been awesome bookending, like the pressure by the outside linebacker, intercepted by the other outside linebacker. That would have been awesome.
So the cool thing to kind of extrapolate from this and to dream on is, what could this defense look like if you get both of those, right? If you get what we know the line can be, and then what the, at least in a very small sample size, the back end has shown it can do. When you put those two together, I think I even put the line in there in a recent article, it could be a historical defense. The talent is there, right? Mm-hmm. And then from a scheme perspective, I'm hoping that they can get home with 4 a little bit more and really blanket the back end, because the Saints do have some weapons in terms of Michael Thomas, Chris Olave, Jarvis Landry, Juwan Johnson. Like, there are pieces there. And we know that Jameis, while very inconsistent, he can go off. So if you can keep those back and then strategically bring not just blitzes, but simulated pressure and just kind of get Jameis a little worried, I think it could be a great day for the Bucs defense. That's for sure.
Yeah, people like to focus on the interceptions in his infamous 30 for 30 finale with the Bucs in 2019, but there was a good part of that 30 as well with the touchdowns, and obviously throwing for over 5,000 yards. So Jameis can go off. It's just like, when will he, and what happened before that? That is really adds in everything else. And it was interesting with the run stopping defense for the Bucs, because I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you that it was like good, but they did struggle, especially early on in that game. Zeke was getting it going just a little bit. So from the eye test, I was like, the Bucs run defense wasn't bad, but we hold them to the gold standard, like the highest of the high in terms of run stopping production for obvious reasons. They've been so great at it. But then, like, I was talking to Scott after, or the next day, and it's like, the Cowboys only had like 70 rushing yards, and one of it was a scramble from Dak Prescott. So if you look, that's why you can't just, scoreboard watch. But when you see the stats, you're like, oh, like they only allowed essentially what was the average for them 2 seasons ago when they led the league in stopping the run. It's like, okay, that's actually like not so bad. But also, co-defensive coordinator Larry Foote, who is one of the men responsible for this resurgence of Devin White, he was saying, like, he talked to all of his players. He was like, guys, this is a much tougher competition this week. Like, it's way better talent. It was kind of like low-key dissing the Cowboys. But it is true. I mean, obviously, the Cowboys have talent with CD Lamb, but, Brown and Houston, the other guys they're going up against, I'm not worried about Carlton Davis, but, Jamel Dean, who has fluctuated from time to time, this is a much bigger test for him with Olave, with Jarvis Landry. They'll probably move around Michael Thomas. So, yeah, I'm really looking at that secondary to see what they can do today. I really like Logan Ryan. Mike Edwards, obviously, ball hawk. I think if anyone's going to get an interception, it's probably him, because he went 1 game without an interception, so he's due. And but yeah, I think that's really where I'm looking at. And I hear what you're saying about the pass rush too, just getting home with 4, because eventually the Bucs are so talented, they will get home at one point or another. Yep. But they do go through certain periods of just not sustaining pressure for whatever reason. And it's interesting because I know I'm going all over the place here, so I apologize. But
no, you're good. You're good.
It was, last week was so interesting because we knew the Bucs were going to have the advantage at outside linebacker going up against a rookie tackle and, young and mostly inexperienced offensive tackle on the other side. This week, it's more of, okay, the Bucs are going to take advantage on the interior offensive line of the Saints and really get some good play from Akeem Hicks and Vita Vea and Logan Hall. Do you see it that way too?
I do. I actually think it's kind of a mirror image between the two teams. There are opportunities to attack both teams' interior offensive line, just in terms of the straight talent they'll be lining up against. David Onyemata for the Saints defense, and then of course Akeem Hicks, Vita Vea, Logan Hall for the Bucs defense. And I think that there's going to be a ton of opportunity for both defenses to try and take advantage in terms of communication with stunts. Stunts and loops and twists, because the Bucs had some issues with it last week and the Saints had some issues against the Falcons with it last week. And so for me, it's one of those kind of underrated keys to the game. Which line can communicate the best and pick up those stunts and twists the best? And I think whichever team does that has a much better opportunity to win the game. And then conversely, which team can scheme up those stunts and twist the best on defense and get home on a few of those and really rattle the other team's quarterback, most likely is going to dictate how things go on their side of the ball.
By the way, to the Pewter people in the chat, of course, we love you. Make sure you like and subscribe. If you guys have not seen, Josh has a lot of awesome breakdowns with tape review and everything like that. He has it in article form. You can see those on pewterreport.com. He's also done a great job breaking down video for our YouTube channel. He had one on Akeem Hicks a couple of weeks ago after the preseason game. He had a whole video breakdown of Julio Jones after Sunday's win over the Cowboys, which unfortunately the Bucs will not be able to implement this week because of his injury. But still, nonetheless, make sure you check out all of Josh's work because you really do a lot of great stuff. You see the game in such a creative and interesting way, and it's brought a lot of great value to Pewter Report with these breakdowns and video and everything like that. So definitely recommend to everyone watching this to go and check that out. You'll have more this season as well. So very exciting for that. And just a reminder to everyone, we're doing the Tailgate show now. The game actually kicks off in 6 minutes, but we're not done. We are not finished. I'm not freaking leaving, as Leonardo DiCaprio would say in The Wolf of Wall Street, one of my favorite movies of all time. Once the Tailgate show wraps up here, it will be the Pewter GameDay show presented by Celsius, where myself and the very talented Kasey Hudson, aka K Huddy, will be watching live. We're going to give our live in-game reactions, analysis to everything that is going on in the Bucs Saints game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right here on our YouTube channel. You can watch the game, have us on the side. So you see Tom Brady throw a touchdown. You get Kasey and I's reaction right after it. We had a ton of fun last week. We did it last year as well. It was a great time. We're bringing it back this year, and was, so much fun last week. I had a good time. Kasey put up with me, so I appreciate her, staying with me for like 3.5 hours, however long that game was, especially late on a Sunday night too. This wasn't just your 1 o'clock, start time like we typically see, or noon if you're in New Orleans. So stay with us right here. That's coming up in 5 minutes, the Pewter GameDay show. And before we get to that, let's hear a quick message from Age Rejuvenation. Look better, feel better, and have better sex with Age Rejuvenation. Since we only have a little bit of time left, Josh, I think it's about that time that we give our predictions for this game. Bucs Saints in New Orleans, week 2, bitter rivals that don't like each other. Saints have gotten the better of the Bucs in recent years. The Bucs won the big one when it counted most in the playoffs. Josh, who are you picking in this one?
So I think in our Pewter predictions article, I went 24-13 Bucs. Now, I will fully admit, at the time, I honestly thought Donovan Smith would go. He's always been a gamer. He's gutted through pain. He's that guy. And I also honestly thought Julio Jones would go. So those are all big hits for what I thought might happen. With that said, I'm not the type of guy who's going to hedge, right? I'm not the guy who's going to say the Bucs win on Friday when we put the Pewter predictions in, and then today flip it and then just take whichever side ends up happening.
Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm going to stick with the Bucs, although I'm going to adjust my score a little bit. So I'm going to take the Bucs 17. There was no issues to the Bucs defense from an injury standpoint from where I had it, so I'll keep the Saints score at 13. So I'm going to take the Bucs 17-13 in a close win in New Orleans.
Shout out to Joel with predicting the Bucs are going to win 3-0.
Love it. I actually threw in there that I think at some point this year the Bucs are going to win 4-0 with 2 safeties. I got to figure out the game.
That was like the Iowa game, week 1 of college football. They won 7-3, but they had 2 safeties and a field goal. Just incredible. That could happen, I think, if there's a game at Raymond James Stadium and you just, it's probably a 4 o'clock game with thunder and lightning. And you get all the torrential downpours and everything. That has the potential for a 3-0 game.
Just as long as Matt Gay is kicking into the south end zone.
Yes, of course.
So it's got to be the Rams game, I guess.
Yeah. All right. 3-0 Bucs over the Rams. Yeah, we'll make sure to put that on the calendar when they play each other later this season. I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game dictated by the defense on both sides. Obviously, there's a lot of injuries. I think the Saints are one of the only 2 teams. The Rams, the Bucs still move the ball against them, but the Saints have been the one team that have just made the Bucs not look like the typical high-powered offense that we've seen. So I think the Saints continue to do that, especially, at home in the Superdome. I think the Bucs on defense do their thing once again with the big game from the linebackers, Devin White, Lavonte David. But as a lot of people have said, and I agree, I'm tired of picking the Bucs to beat the Saints and then they just get embarrassed. So I can't pick the Bucs again. You have to prove it to me. So I'm picking the Saints in a close one. I think it's going to be 20-17. The Saints just get one more stop than the Bucs do. And it's going to be very low scoring, an ugly, muck it out type of game. But I do have the Saints defeating the Bucs 20-17.
It's a fair prediction. I can see it happening.
Yeah. I don't want it to happen. I'd be happy to be wrong with the Bucs winning. Josh, before you say goodbye, just let everyone know where they can find you on your social media and anything else you want to promote.
Yeah, so I'm on Twitter at Josh_Queipo. Last name is spelled like no way you would ever expect. Queipo, P as in Paul O. And that's where you can find me.
Awesome. Josh, thank you so much for joining the show. We really appreciate it. I have so much fun chatting with you on here and in the group chat. So thanks again for joining us.
Always a blast, buddy.
Yep. All right. We are just about at kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. So it's time to transition from the Pewter Report Tailgate show to the Pewter GameDay show, which, of course, I will be joined by none other than the great Kasey Hudson. Let's get it going. Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter GameDay show presented by Celsius. It is week 2 of the Bucs season. Bucs versus Saints in New Orleans, a battle for first place in the NFC South. I'm your host, Matt Matera, and I am lucky to be joined with my fellow colleague from PewterReport.com. K. Huddy is in the building. Kasey Hudson. Kasey, how we doing? We're right about to get to kickoff.
Oh, man, I'm waiting for the second Celsius to kick in because I just feel bipolar today. I woke up feeling confident about what the Bucs can do, what my prediction was on Friday, and then the last bit of news starts rolling out, and then you're like, okay, am I going to sway or am I going to stand firm in this? So mixed emotions, but either way, week 2, game 2, rivalry, sailing into the South. I'm just ready for a good game, hopefully a good game. But as always, I love chatting with you, Maddie.
Yeah, same here. The feeling is mutual. And, you saw myself and Josh just give our predictions for the game. I've been going back and forth a little bit too. You were just saying that, but give me your prediction for this game as we wait for the kickoff.
Man, okay, so I had 20-23 and I think 23-20. Sorry, guys. Celsius is still kicking in. So I'm still feeling pretty okay about that. Main reason why is because I just think that this Bucs defense is more solid from top to bottom. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to swing in their favor. I think everybody kind of agrees this is going to be more of a defensive matchup. But when the Bucs defense kind of ignites the offense, that run game can maybe do some things. So I'm optimistic. It's only week 2. I think I have every reason to still kind of be that overly optimistic person. And I'm gonna roll with it.
All right, I respect it. You and Josh, I think, were the only two that picked the Bucs to actually win this game.
We were. Josh Queipo. No, I'm kidding. Yes. He would be so disgusted if I keep saying his name like that. Go give Queipo a follow, y'all.
Yeah, and Jake Camarda just kicked the ball for a touchback as we get going. Kasey, we do have to sync up our TVs.
Yes,
where are you
2
at?
seconds behind per usual. So let's try this out. Let's see what the fast forward button does for me. I tried to get things going a little earlier, but hasn't kicked off yet.
Okay. I will pause it. They're about to show Tom Rinaldi, the sideline reporter. They're going to show his actual name.
Okay.
When they take away his name after it, let me know and I'll hit play. We'll We'll get this rocking and rolling.
Quicker than last week. We're on it.
In the meantime, though, do want to remind everyone that the Pewter Report Game Day show is brought to you by Celsius. We love Celsius for multiple different reasons, from the different variety of flavors, the Arctic vibe, to the sparkling kiwi guava, sparkling grape rush is what I have right now. 7 essential vitamins, and it's a healthier version of an energy drink. No crash or a post-energy drink jitters. Go to the store locator or buy them on Amazon. The variety pack is great because variety is the spice of life. Make sure you go to Celsius' website for the store locator or get them on Amazon and hit play. Celsius Live Fit. That's the hashtag, and they are presenting sponsor of the Pewter Game Day show and, of course, the Pewter Report podcast. As we see Jameis Winston and the Saints huddle up.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. My nerves are in a decent place to start.
Saints line up in shotgun, 3 wide receivers. It looks
Come
like they
on.
got. Oh, looks like you're a second ahead of me. Pass caught, fumbled, out of bounds. Devin White forced the fumble on number 46, Prentice. It did go out of bounds, though, but way to set the tone, you know?
Yeah.
Get that first big hit, get it going.
You're like, 1 second ahead.
Yeah.
Right. I'll pause for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, all right. The Saints are lined up. Jameis just snapped it. They're going to run it with Mark Ingram. Goes up to the left-hand side, breaks some tackles. Oh, geez. Oof. Oh, is that what you were saying come on to? Was like the broken tackles?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. We'll be speaking K Huddy here very shortly.
Yeah. Kasey, why don't you take it away then? Let me know what's happening on third down.
All right. I might still be like a pinch behind you, but let's see. They're showing the replay of Jameis handing it off to Ingram.
Okay.
And Devin White back on, well, almost back on it. Needed a bigger wrap there, but I like the energy from Devin White so far. Still on the replay. All right. Winston's getting ready to snap.
It's going to Ingram, I believe.
Yep. Back to Ingram. Oh, and a big run coming in here. Thank God for Antoine Winfield Jr. and a wrap-up.
Okay, cool. I'm pretty much synced up with you now. I just hit play after he like smashed the ball on the ground when he was angry.
All
Yeah.
right, cool. We're there.
All right. So a rough start for the Bucs run defense, which typically is in tip-top shape. And I think we talked a lot about how I know we had a guest, Terrence Copper, on the show on Thursday, where he said that the Saints were going to try to run the ball against the Bucs, despite the fact that the Bucs have a great run-stopping defense. And we saw the Saints have a little success, a little play action there from Jameis to 34 there, and a nice little chunk, about looks like 6 or 7 yards. So Saints moving the ball pretty effectively so far against the Bucs defense. But you know what? We did see this last week too. Remember, the Cowboys only scored 3 points, and that was on the opening drive.
Right. And I was going to say the Cowboys kind of had a solid start on the Bucs run defense, and then they adjusted well. So, I mean, the highlight here for the Saints is making it past that 50-yard line. But once the Bucs defense gets a little bit more adjusted here, there might be more of a shutdown. That's what we're all
Jameis is
hoping.
in shotgun here. Taysom Hill is lined up at the bottom of your screen.
Love a Taysom Hill moment.
You're looking. Jameis drops back. Bucs are playing zone. Easy cushion to slant boy. Michael Thomas finds a cushion in the zone in between Antoine Winfield Jr. and Lavonte David. Yeah, I mean, nice play by Jameis. Read the zone well. Bucs didn't get pressure, so you know.
And it's wild to think this guy's playing with 4 fractured something in his back, like.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, he was on the injury report all week with a back injury, but we didn't know it was like, you know, the fractures and everything
Not
like
all
that.
All right.
Jameis under center, hands it off to Ingram to the right-hand side, brought down by Akeem Hicks. Devin White was involved as well. Carlton Davis at the end to clean it up there. No tackles for a loss yet for the Bucs. I know it's early, but, you know, they're usually the kings of that, you know?
Yeah. And the way that Devin White keeps charging in.
He's looked good so far early on. He's flying around everywhere. By the way, here's the sparkling grape rush to everyone I mentioned with the Celsius that I was drinking.
I finally tried a sparkling orange.
Oh, that's my favorite flavor.
And it was cool.
Nice.
I'm trying to figure out more words for it.
All right. Taysom Hill in that quarterback here runs right up the middle.
And
Jeez. And, gets a solid 10, 15 yards. First down for the Saints. I actually said on the pregame show, Kasey, that I thought the Bucs were going to shut down the run and specifically Taysom Hill. He dropped back the pass there. I don't know if that was designed run. It kind of looks like it did because they pulled the offensive guard.
Taysom Hill just kind of has this team's number. For some reason, every time he comes in, he's quite unstoppable realistically.
Yeah.
I don't understand why still, but again, I'm just waiting for that adjustment period here.
You got Nacho in the game, Will Golston, little pass to Mark Ingram, but the Bucs have it snuffed out. There's that tackle for loss that we were talking about. Devin White, no shot there, involved on the play. Mike Edwards in there as well. Nice job by the Bucs defense. We haven't seen early on in this game, and it is very early, but we have not seen the Bucs really back up the Saints where they have to deal with like a second and second and long type of situation. They've been running it very, very well. Jameis is 4 for 4 for 22 yards so far in this game.
And they're getting close to the red zone.
Yep, they are inside the 20 as Jameis in shotgun drops back, has plenty of time. Another dump-off pass to the running back who gets about 4.5 yards, 5 yards.
JTS with the push out.
Yep. So solid coverage down the field. I think the Bucs can live with just dumping it off to the running back. I think you'll see the offense do that a lot with Brady throwing it to Lenny and Rashad White. But,
I expect to see a lot more Rashad White this game. I don't know why. Maybe because there's not as much film on him. But what he's capable of and kind of the unknown element just a little bit, I think that they could utilize him a lot more versus the Saints.
Jameis in shotgun here. Throwing, it's incomplete, a little bit low. So he's looking for Chris Olave. So nice job by the Bucs defense. They struggled early on, but they get the stop in the red zone. Obviously, red zone was a big topic of discussion this week, more particularly for the Bucs offense who weren't converting those field goals into touchdowns. But we do see the Bucs get the stop here. Again, this is a repeat of last week where they allowed a field goal on the opening drive to the Cowboys, but played great the rest of the game. So hopefully for all Bucs fans watching this and watching the game, it's a similar performance there. New Orleans hits the 31-yard field goal, so the Bucs will Lutz. So the Bucs trail 3-0 with 9:02 to go in the first quarter.
Great you mentioned that too, though, Matt, because I feel like there are going to be a lot of similarities between that Cowboys game and this matchup today. See? I'm like,
I've been saying it too. Or I'm like, like this Sunday. And it's like, it's today,
on Sunday night. Okay, no, Kasey, relax. The sun is still shining bright through all your windows. But yeah, I feel like there are going to be quite a bit of similarities to how they adjust, but more points. I don't know if it's going to be, as low as everybody thinks, especially if it gets into a field goal shootout.
A field goal fiesta.
Yeah. There you go. Way better. Way better. All we need is some guac and tequila.
Yeah. Count me in after the game. Sounds good. After the podcast is done, of course.
Oh, yes. Of course. More professional. I'm kidding. D-line needs to step it up.
Yeah. That was surprising how bad the run stopping defense was.
You know who's been surprisingly silent for me? Is Hicks.
Yeah.
I was expecting more of this audacious presence from him, or at least hearing his name a bit more because of some of the clobbering that I saw in training camp. And now it's just kind of like, all right, where's he at? Somebody say his name. Somebody say
I mean, he
was,
to your point, Kasey, he was like the most hyped up player in this, training camp and everything like that. And I don't necessarily think he played bad, but he wasn't like the Akeem Hicks that we were expecting, if you get what I'm saying.
Right. 100%. And I feel like, I get it. The word splashier, especially when talking about this defense, might be getting a little dated, but there are certain guys that should execute a splashy play here or there. And I thought Akeem Hicks was going to contribute to some spice, some splash.
No, I agree. Is it just me or has this been a longer commercial?
The longest. but it's fine.
Yeah, that's all right. Gives us a little more time to chit chat.
Give them a minute to just really focus on what has to happen here. You know, sometimes this Bucs offense needs a come to Jesus moment and an extra pat on the butt, a little bit more chit chat. I don't know. I'm a nervous wreck, y'all.
It's 3-0. Of course, they go with the infamous. Oh, here's Tom Brady throughout the years and his different looks and appearances and everything like that.
They're getting ready to kick off. Where are you at?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
It has the scoring drive. Lutz boots it towards the right side, and Rachaad White lets it go into the end zone for a touchback.
All right, Bucs fans.
Brady and the boys will start at the 25-yard line. Again, Josh Wells in at left tackle. That's something to keep an eye on for this game. No Chris Godwin, no Julio Jones. So going to see a lot of Russell Gage. I see Brashad Perriman here in the huddle.
Perriman has got to redeem himself from
yes, he does.
A lot of disappointment.
Colts hero Keefe lined up at fullback. Perriman in motion with Mike Evans. So no Russell Gage on this first play. Hand off to Leonard Fournette on the right side. Lead blocking by Keefe, but he gets stuffed pretty much at the line of scrimmage, gets a yard or two. So, Saints executing with the run. Bucs not doing the same on this first play. I'm not going to get mad at Byron Leftwich. People get angry because he calls a lot of first play runs.
Yeah.
But, it's only the second game of the season, so.
Don't worry about coming out the gate hot.
All right, you got Kate Otten lined up on the left side next to Josh Wells. Russell Gage is in motion. Perriman on the left side. Mike Evans on the right at the bottom of your screen. Little play action from Brady.
Okay.
Dumps it off to Leonard Fournette. Not the way, though.
My God.
Wow, that was odd.
I was about to say, how do you describe that better?
Well, it's just a good play there. By Werner, the linebacker, someone that we talked about a lot. Actually, Scott and John Gilmore and JC, they talked about one of the matchups you really got to watch.
Pete Werner went off last week. I think he had over 11 tackles.
No, he's a very solid linebacker. He wears number 20, so it's very confusing. But yeah, he got the better of Leonard Fournette there. We said that was one of the matchups to watch. He gets the better of it here. So it's 3rd and 9 for the Bucs. Brady in shotgun. Saints only bring 3. They drop a lot back. Brady down the field looking for Scotty Miller, your boy, down the sidelines. Welcome back, Scotty Miller. He was a healthy scratch last week. Makes a clutch 3rd down reception here with Lattimore on him. Looks like they're playing. Yep, they were playing zone. So he does get in between there. All the way close to midfield. Good for Scotty Miller.
Scooter.
Also,
to all the Scotty hater. No, I'm just kidding. I won't.
Yeah. Also a spokesperson of Celsius. So good win for the Celsius family as well. Bucs hand it off again. Lenny changes direction. Cam Jordan blew up the play there. And then Marcus May and Demario Davis did the rest of it.
This is probably not going to sound too kind, but whatever. Leonard Fournette is not the kind of running back that needs to be trying to do these epic cuts when he sees the entire line shift over. You need to punch it forward, bud. You don't have feet like that.
I agree with you, but I think that play, Cam Jordan was so much into the backfield that he had no choice. It was either lose 3 yards or try to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Fine.
Short pass to Russell Gage here.
Finally.
Goes for a minimum game. Cam Brate was in there blocking as well. Bucs will have another 3rd down situation. They did struggle on 3rd downs last week, especially in the red zone. I think they were only 2 for about 6. Did have a key 3rd down, obviously, on 3rd and long that last play. So we'll see if they can continue that as they get to right around midfield.
I have some outrageous predictions for players for this game.
Oh, yeah? What do you got?
I wouldn't be surprised if Geiger ends up coming up big.
Interesting. Brady over the middle. He has all reliable Mike Evans for another 1st down. Great 3rd down performances right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Slinging the ball, which is what we did not think they were going to do. And if I'm Byron Leftwich, Kasey, I'm running a play action on this play because that's two opening plays in a row where they ran it and got pretty much nowhere. So I say you hit it hard with play action here.
And, I like the matchups when it comes to this wide receiving group and the secondary. As scary as it is, I mean, it's worth it in a lot of instances. So
nope, they run it again, and color me shocked. The Bucs get a 1 or 2 yards again.
Matt, can we get you a Bucs coaching polo?
I think I'd make a good assistant coach because I would I don't think I'd be the best with like the X's and O's and like this is how you're going to beat the other team. But I would be like the hype man, I would get these guys motivated.
You keep them fired up. And
everyone likes the assistant coach. No one likes the head coach, but the assistant coach is always the player's guy,
safe. Yeah, he's safe. That's a good point. What a strategy there.
Yeah.
We're going to get you this. All right.
Brady and shotgun here. Quick pass to Russell Gage. So he gets about a yard short of the marker. It'll be 3rd and short coming up for the Bucs, probably 3rd and 1. Russell Gage has now matched his total receptions from last week. So as we predicted, a lot more of Russell Gage in this game with Julio Jones out. It looks like it's really going to be a mishmash of all the receivers kind of helping out with outside of Mike Evans, because we saw Perryman in there. Scotty Miller made the big 3rd down catch. And now you had, Russell Gage making a couple of receptions as well.
Moving it along. I'm
3rd and 1 here for the Bucs.
Scoot outside of Mike Evans.
Brady. Oh, geez. That was the worst case scenario. Brady bobbled the snap with the exchange to Hainsey and is recovered by the Saints. A lot of pushing and shoving. Mike Evans is like, I'm not doing anything.
Although it almost looked like he was about to throw some hands for a second.
Wow. It seemed like it was a clean snap. We'll have to hear from Hainsey and Brady after the game. Brady doesn't even bother to go for it. Tristan Wirfs attempted to make a play, but damn, that sucks. The Bucs were in field goal range and probably could have converted there. Tough break for Tampa Bay. You hate to see that. We always talk about the turnover battles, and we see it rear its ugly head early in this game.
That is rough. I don't really have words for that, but yeah, that just happened. That actually just happened. Now, hopefully that's something, as cliche as this is going to sound, that fires up the Bucs defense. But wow.
It looked like a clean exchange. Like Brady just didn't have his hand in the right spot or something like that.
Not enough baby powder, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I'll have to go back to the drawing board.
Get ripped. Yeah. If there wasn't enough BP out there, somebody's about to get shredded. And just after we saw some positive highlights, I mean, my guy Scooter got some action. Mike Evans, I really feel kind of has the gamer code for this team now. So I wouldn't be surprised if they start ramping up on him. I had to make a bet on how much productivity I thought Mike Evans was going to have, and I've got him at about 6 reps, 75 yards, 1 touchdown minimum.
Wow.
And I still feel good about that.
That's a pretty nice chunk. Yeah. What other bets did you have this week? Obviously, you're hosting another show. You want to tell the viewers about that?
Oh, the BetQL network, the Sunday spread. Yeah, I've got a lot of underdog action going on this week. Ravens had a pretty nasty injury report where basically their whole secondary is either banged up or out.
Yeah.
So that versus Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, I was like, there's no way. There's no way you don't take the underdog with this one, right? What was another under? Oh my gosh. I'm so high up on the Vikings right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw you with the pick on the Vikings.
Yeah. And while I was correct last weekend, it was the score margin that was kind of like, meh. So I probably should have gone with like an under 41.5 for that one. But I will say this time versus the Eagles, it'll definitely be a closer game, but I'm going with the underdog once more with the Vikings. So
yeah, that's going to be exciting. That's a Monday night game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. There's 2 Monday night games this week, which is awesome, but they're like an hour apart from each other, which is weird. Like, why not get a West Coast team in there and have one at 8 and have one at 10 or whatever it is? All right, Saints have the ball now at the 25. Handoff. Nice job by the Bucs. The Bucs have been doing this weird thing early on, Kasey, where they make the initial hit, but then the running back keeps chugging forward for another 3 yards or whatever it is.
Still has some legs. Yeah. I think it's hard because tackling in terms of where the targeting may lie has changed over the last 2, 3, 4 years, if you will. So I think sometimes when they try to hit and wrap up top, they kind of their upper body ends up leading with the running back and their legs get lost behind them. So they don't even have the momentum to bring them down.
Right. Jameis drops back. He's scrambling, and then dives. Good pressure by Shaq Barrett. Vita Vea was in the mix as well. Jameis scrambles for about 3 yards to set up.
They should have had that
down.
sack, though.
Yeah. Not a ton of pressure from the Bucs early on in this game. It is only the second drive. So, can't say it's been a sustained type of thing.
No. Would you say that they look as high energy right now as they did versus the Cowboys opening up week 1?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think you're seeing guys fly around. Bucs send the blitz here, and it's a sack. That's a sack for Lavonte David. However, the ref throws a flag after the play. I'm not sure what that entails. Gonna have to turn my volume up for this one. Nice blitz by the Bucs. What the hell is the call? Todd Bowles doesn't look happy.
4 back ribs issues for Jameis.
Because he threw the flag after Lavonte David made the tackle.
Yeah.
Can we get a replay? Jameis is pointing in that direction. Okay, so Devin White faked that he was going to blitz. Lavonte goes right up the middle. I think they're going to call Keanu Neal
for
unnecessary roughness because he hit Jameis in the head as he was
going
down. I don't like that call.
Are you kidding me?
He's already going to the ground.
And Winston was still somewhat up. It's not like he was completely laying down before that happened.
He wasn't totally down.
Helmet. Are you kidding me? Just put these guys in Pillsbury Doughboy suits if you
I know. It's so stupid. Listen, he did hit him in the head, but he's also not standing up straight. So it's not like...
And it wasn't even a full-on...
You know what it is? Everyone's such a freaking wuss now that every single thing has to be analyzed. We don't even factor in that these guys are running at full speed and injuries are going to happen.
Right.
That's really unfortunate because that was
in motion. What do they expect somebody to do when their body is already in motion?
That's really unfortunate because that was a great stop by the Bucs after a turnover as Will Golston gets involved on a play here. Devin White makes the tackle along with Vita Vea and Shaq Barrett. But they get the stop. They instantly get the ball right back for the offense who were moving the ball down the field before that fumble. That's just really unfortunate. And Keanu Neal, who did not get any snaps on defense last week, he got in on special teams. We did think we were going to see a little bit more of him and maybe even Sean Murphy bunting because Todd Bowles said that they had a number of different packages for a couple of different players, but things are going so well against the Cowboys that they didn't really have to use it. Nice pressure here from Shaq Barrett. Vita Vea misses the tackle, but luckily Akeem Hicks is in there to make the stop, and he's talking a little crap to Mark Ingram after the play. Bruce Arians is on the sideline. Bruce Arians, of course, giving it to the ref, as Bruce Arians does. Good for him.
Would you love to see him on the field versus in the box watching? Remember last week when I asked you, do you think he's sitting up there being like, this is how I would do this? And now all of a sudden he's on the field?
No, that's interesting because he was in the box last week. Now he's on the sideline. I'm curious
why the move. What is going to frustrate me though, Matt, is I'm glad you mentioned Keanu Neal, his production last week versus this week. He's a thumper. He
is. He hits hard.
Call everything. It's going to be a really annoying game.
Taysom Hill at the snap here. Excellent job by the Bucs defense. Devin White, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Logan Hall, Shaq Barrett, the whole group in there. They easily read the play. Taysom Hill held on to the ball, and they get a tackle for a loss on third down. So the Bucs defense bounces right back. They get that sack that unfortunately turns out to not be a sack, and they get the next third down stop. So tremendous job by the Bucs defense. And again, looking just like they did last week, where struggled a little bit on the first drive, and then it was just attack. You
called it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm sweating a little less.
First time punting in this game. Let's see, probably Jalen Darden back. He calls for a fair catch and then lays on the ground, thanking the good Lord that he caught it. So nicely done by Jalen Darden. Tom Brady is messing with his finger. Hopefully it's not broken.
He's had this before.
Yeah.
Whatever that, the little finger thing. Tape it up and let's go. That was a bad time to take a sip to watch Jalen Darden.
Come on, Kasey. It's Jalen Darden.
Spit all over my screen.
We should do that at some point. Like we both like take a sip of water, whatever, and then it's got to be like a Jalen Darden punt return because I want the spit take going. If he fumbles.
It'll happen.
Or if he returns it for 60 yards for a touchdown.
He'd be the one to get the biggest reaction out of me. I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would feel the same way.
All right, so what do you want to see this offense come out with after what's the big lesson here of how to open up this next drive?
No, good question. I think they did a great job. The Saints played a lot of zone defense, but I think the Bucs did a great job, Tom Brady especially, of picking apart that zone defense. They have to run the ball better. I would like to see a little play action on first down. They've just run it every single time on first down for little to no gain. So I think a little play action, maybe, a screen pass or something along those lines. You have to mix it up a little bit. It's very odd because I think we all expected the Bucs were going to run the ball well and struggle in the passing game. And early on, they've struggled running the ball and they've thrown it pretty well, especially on third down. So, I think quick little short passes might be the way to go.
I would definitely agree with that. And then you just stretch the field when it's least anticipated,
Yeah.
Not that I'm over here trying to give it to Scotty, but,
Yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat watching this. We really appreciate you guys. Brian said the Bucs look way better passing than running game, which is bait. King Cook says Brady is okay. He's being dramatic because he fumbled. That's all. RR, if they run again on first down, ... He's not very happy with all the run plays on first down. Tom says, test that zone with Miller again. The natural cover 2 hole. Yeah, I mean, Scotty did his job. Obviously, he's fighting for snaps, as is everyone else.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see some K-Dot in action.
Yeah.
He had some good routes.
He's going to have a moment.
Brady in training camp.
He's going to have a moment. Eder here says, run left behind Gedeke. Jacko says it's still early. LFG. Joel, the line isn't giving Tom a clean pocket. They did okay passing wise, but running wise, they have not done it again. Yeah, and they run it with Leonard Fournette, who does get a pretty good chunk here, about 4 or 5 yards, running it to the right side. I can't tell if Luke Gedeke might have pulled on that play. What's up, Kasey?
You know what I've noticed? Remember last week when you illuminated the fact that they just kept pounding on the left side, whether or not they were making progress. It looks like they're doing the same thing on the right side. They're going to try to just wear down the right side of that line until Leonard starts getting those gaps that he's looking for.
5 seconds left. We'll see if the Bucs run a play. They do. It's a play action. Brady looking. Oh, look. Both tight ends were in the area. Both rookies, K-Dot and Keeft. I'm very curious if that was miscommunication on the way that the route was run, or if Brady just didn't have a good pass. Tom Brady does not look very happy, but he typically doesn't look happy during games unless he's on the sideline.
He's such a hard read. Unless they're blowing somebody out, that's the only time you really get a clear personality of what's going on in Tom Brady's brain. It definitely probably looked like a missed route on somebody's end because there was nearly 4 Saints jerseys in that one area.
Yeah. They did kind of end up at around the same area, both Keeft and K-Dot. That's it for the first quarter. Bucs are down 3-0, but they will have a third down coming up. The defense looks pretty good. Offense looking to get it together now. We'll give more of our analysis, but first, a message from Age Rejuvenation.
When I got over 40, all of a sudden I didn't have the same kind of energy that I used to have, and I was sluggish all the time, and I wasn't sleeping right, and I started to have some sweats when I was sleeping and different things that, as I looked into it, I found out could be a lack of testosterone or low testosterone. So I reached out. I've known Brett and everybody here at Age Rejuvenation for a long time, so I knew that they were the right people to help me. They did look at all of my testosterone levels and all of my hormone levels and found that my testosterone was very low. So they put me on the pellets, which I love because there's something about not having to take a shot every week and doing 6 months at a time that really is convenient. My wife certainly noticed the difference, just my energy day to day, how motivated I was when I got up in the morning to just get up and start doing things as opposed to laying around the house and being unmotivated. All of a sudden I was like looking for projects, looking for things to do around. Don't tell her I said that, but looking for things to do around the house.
Make sure you check out Age Rejuvenation today. Shout out Pat Donovan, part of the WDAE family. Check out the Pat and Aaron show Monday through Fridays. I believe they start at noon. It's in the middle of the day. I know.
Yeah.
That. So we've both been on the show. So yeah, they are great.
They're a good squad. They only gave me like a little bit of crap for how I eat chicken wings, and then the subject quickly changed, which I highly appreciate. We didn't harp on that for long.
Right. It's like you talked about it, but they moved on as well.
Exactly.
Kasey,
also,
I don't know. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, Bucs fans, let us know some early quarter two predictions. Do you think that the offense is going to pick things up? Is it going to be defense that creates the turning point, the only turning point of this quarter? I wanted to know where the fans' emotions lie.
Yeah,
maybe
give us your thoughts and opinions, and not to cut you off there, Kasey, but yeah, tell us what you're thinking, and we will, we'll put it up on the screen and everything like that, as long as it's not giving away a play that we haven't watched yet.
No, please don't. Don't
Brady in shotgun, looking down the right side, hits Mike Evans down the field. Evans running from the 50 to the 40, the 30, stiff arms. No, not Lattimore, but gives a stiff arm, knocked out of bounds by Marcus May. That is the play of the game so far. Another key third down. Bucs are now 3 of 4 on third down. Mike Evans down the seams, looking like the greatest offensive player in Tampa Bay Buccaneers history. Nice pass blocking from the Bucs. Tristan Wirfs with a good job on Cam Jordan. Josh Wells had his helmet taken off. That should have been a penalty. That's illegal use of hands to the face. But nonetheless, the Bucs are at the 30-yard line. They are in business, ladies and gentlemen, as they run it up the middle. Lenny hitting the linebacker. Truck stick Lenny. Oh, my goodness. Took it to his LSU brethren, the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. Lowered the cold shoulder. Scott, make sure you get that picture up as we see the replay here.
Please.
Bam. Brick
wall. Lenny.
Honey Badger's looking up at the ceiling. He could see the lights the way Leonard Fournette just knocked him over.
That is...
Wow.
Leonard Fournette. I mean, just put him on both sides of the ball. Why not?
Yeah, he could be a money backer on defense. 1st and 10 now, inside the 20. They run it again with Lenny. Up the middle for a minimal game there.
Isn't it wild that was so normal in high school? If a guy had the motor on him and liked the contact, you would see running backs play linebacker, or a lot more people play two ways.
Like Devin White played running back and linebacker in high school. Yeah, you would usually see that. Like most wide receivers also played cornerback.
Right.
Most like offensive linemen played defensive linemen or edge rusher. Like I was a defensive end and an offensive lineman, but like most receivers were also in the secondary, and most linebackers were running backs. And then there's Vita Vea, who was a running back and a defensive tackle. Throw out to the white side, dropped by Rachaad White. We are curious when we are going to see the rookie running back playing in his second career game.
And he
lines up as a receiver. That's not going to get him more playing time, Kasey.
No, it's not. No, it is not. And if this was Bruce Arians' offense, he typically would say you've got to ball security is job security.
Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe the rookie will do better. The rookies aren't really off to the hottest start this season.
The tight ends are the best ones, but because strictly blocking, not anything receiving. So we got 3rd and 8 here. Brady in shotgun, looking to his right, dumps it off to Leonard Fournette. Good blocking from Brashad Perryman. Fournette comes close to the yard marker, but unfortunately, I think he is about a yard short. Let's see. Let's see if the Bucs are going to go for it, though. It's 4th and 1. Short yardage situation. Great blocking from Russell Gage and your guy, Brashad Perryman.
I was about to say, I mean, as upset as I am with Brashad Perryman, that is why he still has a job, because he can block.
Yes, he can. And the Bucs are keeping the offense on the field. I absolutely love this move. We'll see if they just try to draw them off sides or if they're actually going to run a play. They do run a play to Leonard Fournette. He is stuffed in the backfield for a loss. That is going to be a turnover on downs. The Bucs fail to score for the second time.
And at that point, just, oh, man.
I don't hate the decision, but
I don't love the play.
There
I
was
don't
some
hate the decision, but I don't love the play.
I mean, no one blocked on that right side. Fournette is Tom Brady is absolutely screaming. He is livid. I'm not second guessing going for it because I'm a firm believer of F it, go for it.
Right.
But, man, that's frustrating. You got 4th and 1. You're a run heavy team. What the hell?
Well, okay, and call me crazy. Not everybody's going to really agree with this, but not to have a high expectation out of this offensive line right now. I would have just maybe gone with a different play. You didn't need much.
Common Sensei says, I hate that play.
I agree. I really don't like that play. You're putting too much pressure on an offensive line that just can't manage right now.
JM says, take the field goal. This is a defensive battle. What is Todd Bowles doing? Dante says, Gronk, where are you? Brian Shaw says,
I'm so sorry.
Brian Shaw says 6 points off the board already. Ha, 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 ha. Warren G, again, great name. O-line didn't know the assignment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it looked like there was some miscommunication there because the entire right side, like the left side of the Saints defensive line, but the right side of the Bucs offensive line, there was just no one there.
Yeah.
Long Lost Glazer says Gedeke literally touched his guy while moving to block behind the tight ends all the way to the right. Question. Michael, you get the points when you can. Shiv says, why not sneak it? Good question. Tom Brady is the best in the world when it comes to QB sneaking it. But again, I think you want to keep him healthy, and it's early second quarter of the second game of the season. There will be a Tom Brady QB sneak at some point. RR is second guessing. He says, I'm second guessing going for it. 6 points willed away.
Just some of the terminology.
J Rad says, I like the decision, poor execution. Steven points out that there were mental errors. King Cook says something that I can't put on the screen, but he said we can't even get a bleeping yard right now. Common Sensei, it's like we are calling plays like our whole team is healthy without holes right now. I mean, again, once again, like very similar to the Cowboys game where they're moving the ball fine. It's just when they get closer to the end zone. Like one was a fumble. That wasn't poor execution by anyone else besides either Hainsey or Brady.
Right.
And then, Yi Jinping says he's got confidence in our defense.
Same.
Yeah, so do I. Run to the outside. Ingram just escapes the clutches of Lavonte David, but, only gets about a yard. They're showing the replay here of the 4th down play. I do want to get a good look here. Oh, yeah. So Shaq Mason went left and Tristan Wirfs went right. So that no one touched number 91 except for Gedeke. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. And then he kind of runs into his guy.
Yeah, it's a tough look. But you know what? If the defense gets another stop here, I think the defense has looked the best out of like any unit, today. Short pass there, easily taken down by Anthony Nelson, who did have a sack last week.
Nelly did try to strip it.
Yeah, and Lavonte David.
It's this defense that's going to do magical things. Well, as I mentioned at the top of this segment, offense needs to have that come to Jesus moment, and it might not happen until halftime. So
that's okay. There's plenty of time.
Okay.
And we said it was going to be a slow, grind it out, muck it out type of game. So anyone that's expecting 40-30, you stood up for the wrong game. We're down here. Jameson shotgun. Bucs send Devin White. Jameis goes deep down the field, overthrows Chris Olave. Did have a step or two. I believe that was on Carlton Davis, but Tampa Bay does get the stop. Yep, Carlton encouraged there. He's kind of smoking a little bit. Olave did have a step on him.
Did he start the row? Did anyone else catch that?
I'm not sure.
There was a row motion after that.
Oh, it looked like they got tangled up in the feet a little bit. All right, Jalen Darden returning the punt. I'm going to get the water going. I'll have to do another one.
I have to do tea and honey. I'm just talking all day. Every day.
2 seconds on the clock. They do punt it away. All right, solid return for Jalen Darden. Using the sidelines a lot. We saw that last week. The sideline is very much his friend early on in this game. But that was a nice, 10-yard return right there?
He must
Bucs
walk
are at
a nice
midfield.
balance team.
Bucs are at midfield. That's great starting field position.
I can't say anything negative about the D word at this moment, so we'll take it. I will not call him by his name. No, I'm kidding. Maybe not, but
let's get to some more some more chats. A little lean. I can't put your comment on the screen, but he says, "Man, what the F, bro?"
The simplicity of that statement is just great.
Aaron Newt says the O-line is still meshing. Take the points. Going back to the fourth down play.
Yeah, I wouldn't put so much pressure on that offensive line right now. You need to be doing the bare minimum with them.
Yeah. Mark says no sneak on fourth down. It was open. Treating Brady as fragile. Again, I just think it's the fact that it's the second game of the season in the second quarter.
Yeah.
There's going to be bigger moments when they're going to need Tom Brady's QB sneak. I don't necessarily think that's the case. They're saying 17 yards on the Darden return. I guess I just kind of missed that. But yeah, 17 yards. That's a great return. Without
Probably
question.
the best that he's ever done.
Yeah.
So we are seeing history in the making here.
We are. Yeah. Glad to be part of it. Hey, just want to remind everyone, I hope you're enjoying this show, and I hope everyone enjoyed the Pewter Tailgate show that we had earlier today, the Celsius Energy Pewter Tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation, and it was live at Walk-Ons. This was at the Walk-Ons in Midtown. That's a little bit closer to you and I, Kasey. We will be back again next week, though, for the Pewter GameDay show and the Pewter Tailgate show. That one will start at 2:30 because it's a 4:25 kickoff for the game. So we'll be at the Midtown not the Midtown. Scott said that earlier too. The Walk-On at Wesley Chapel for start at 2:30, and then Bucs Packers play at 4:25. So make sure you check it out. We had some awesome fans there today watching us live. They got a ton of great food, the mozzarella sticks, the wings I've had. They have happy hour every Tuesday. So check us out next week. We'll be going at 2:30, and the game starts at 4:25. All right, Bucs have their third drive of the game at the 50-yard line. Tom Brady under center, play action, and he gets absolutely stonewalled, but he does get the pass off, and it's incomplete to Leonard Fournette. Good pressure up front by New Orleans as Brady's still touching his throwing hand a little bit, going back to that botched fumble on the opening drive from the snap.
This is
are they saying Fournette caught that? I did not think he
caught it hit
that.
the ground.
Yeah. All right, 2nd and 8 then. So just like a crappy run that they had.
Yeah.
Here's Fournette on the run here, gets about a yard or two. So we're going to see 3rd and 6 as Luke Gedeke gave the lightest push of all time.
Gentle Giants, I tell you.
That was so weird. I was like, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Stop kidding. All he needed to do was call him Boo. Stop it, Boo.
Yeah.
That was interesting. That was cute.
Wow, the Lions are up 12-0 against the Washington Commodores. Interesting.
Commodores, the Commandees.
Yeah. Jags up 7-0 over the Colts. All right, 3rd and 8, Brady in shotgun. Good start by Demario Davis, but I think he was offsides. They are going to call that, so that's a big help there.
I feel that's so great to see Brady just completely stop a play.
I think they'll false start on Tristan Wirfs. I thought Demario Davis went off first, though.
Well, one thing we can confirm is that Brady's about to light up this entire O-line.
Yeah, it's been the struggle bus is real. I mean, the Bucs haven't scored in 5 quarters against the Saints going back to last year. Remember, they lost 9-0.
The trenches need a lot of work.
3rd and 13, a screen to Russell Gage, but it's quickly tackled by the Saints. Bucs go 3 and out.
All right.
And that drive absolutely sucked.
Yep. Yes, it did.
No, not going to sugarcoat it. We've 8:50 and counting. Bucs are down 3-0. So very defensive game, but just a terrible job by the Bucs offense. Again, mostly have moved the ball down the field. This is a big moment for Jake Camarda. Had a couple punts last week, but not too many in the situation really pin out in the 5 or whatever it may be. So we'll see what we get from the rookie Jake Camarda. Could take the lead for top rookie from the Bucs draft class. Though Logan Hall has played pretty well.
Camarda
gets
that's
the punt away. D. Delaney in coverage, and Saints call a fair catch at about the 8-yard line. So, Geiger was the other gunner on the right-hand side. Nice job by the Bucs, punt coverage there.
Special teams is looking a bit better. Well done.
No, right. Kasey, you're 100% right. That was a huge question in the preseason, but through 2 games, the coverage has looked really good.
Yeah, one place that we cannot complain per usual. Now, I'm just going to do that thing that I do sometimes. Typically, it's on Twitter where I'm like, this is a good time for an interception. This is a great time for a pick 6. Let's just see if it manifests, because it has worked.
Yes, it has. And Kasey, listen, it's only a second quarter, but this is already looking like a game where the Bucs defense might have to get a pick 6 or turnover, obviously, in their territory for the Bucs to get points today.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately,
so we shall see. I think without question, I mean, credit to the Saints defense for obviously doing what they're doing. But I think the best unit between the Bucs offense and defense and the Saints offense and defense, the best unit has been the Bucs defense. Like, without question. They're flying around. They've gotten to the quarterback multiple times. They've gotten stops. They cleaned up everything for the opening drive. The Bucs were moving the ball against the Saints. They just, made their own mistakes.
Yeah. And then, like you said, it's just kind of back to that awful red zone situation that they were having versus the Cowboys.
Yeah.
They just got to switch things up a little bit here. So the fact that they're making any sort of leeway versus this Saints defense is a positive, and it's a bright spot in all of this. But some of these play calls have to get a bit better. You just have to come to terms with what you're working with behind that offensive line. And we're talking about a couple more games of this, so.
Yeah. No, I think the first month of the season is going to be very tough sledding. It's going to be a really tough challenge. I mean, as exciting as the Bucs defense is, when you go up against Kansas City in 2 weeks, and we'll see how the Packers look after Sunday night. But, these are games like top level offenses where maybe you're not necessarily in the area where you need to get into a shootout, but you at least need your offense to, go stride for stride with these teams, So.
Exactly. I mean, here, the Packers don't look like I thought that they were going to heading into this season. So
yeah, but they struggled last week in week 1. So I'm not putting too much stock into the way they lost last Sunday. All right, first play here. Saints go play action. Jameis has time. JTS was on the move, and the pass goes incomplete.
Ooh.
Jameis was looking for Chris Olave. Mike Edwards was in coverage there. It was kind of a low throw. Olave had to dive for it. JTS had a little pressure on the left-hand side. Haven't really called his name too much. I mean, look at the yardage. The Bucs have 122 yards compared to the Saints' 69 yards. So, obviously, the Bucs defense has been really doing their thing. And
the only place that they rack up short is rushing yards.
Yeah. Jameis shotgun. Blitz on the outside. Looked like Whitfield. The ball is knocked away, and that was the matchup that we've been waiting for.
Carlton
Davis against his bitter rival.
Matt,
and
say it properly.
enemy, Slant boy. Carlton Davis sticking to him like glue, gets the PBU, and now he's pointing at him. I love it. I love it. I'm all about the drama. I like when the players are in each other's faces. It lines up against him again. Throw it again, Jameis. Throw it towards Michael Thomas again. Like Carlton got that pick 6 this time. 3rd and 10. Crucial moment for the Bucs. They send 4. Jameis over the middle. And this time it is caught by Slant Boy. So the series is tied at 1-1.
All right. We'll take the draw there.
Well, no, we won't. It's 3rd down. We want them to get off the field.
I'm saying in terms of the one-on-one matchup between Davis
I got you.
Yeah.
Bucs can't get home with 4. Low throw from Jameis, but Thomas does a good job. Again, man.
If Thomas didn't drop to his knees for that catch, Carlton would have been in front of it, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. 1st down here. They have a receiver in motion. Jameis hands it off. Cutting up the middle. Nice gain for the Saints, about 6-7 yards. Logan Ryan posts the ball out well after the running back was on the ground. But I do like that. Could be a mental thing. Saints going hurry up here. Very interesting. Well, they were for a moment.
Flag for it.
Could have been a big stop for the Bucs.
All right. I just need that interception. That'd be so nice.
Yeah. Well, one way to get an interception is you got to create pressure. They just haven't really done that pressure-wise. Thomas makes the catch.
And a flag.
Against Carlton Davis. There is a flag. But once again, this was a weird one where the flag was thrown after Michael Thomas caught the ball.
But Winston's the one with his face pushed up this time.
All right. They call offensive pass interference on Michael Thomas. So that is a win for Carlton Davis.
There you go. 2-1.
Slant boy not running a slant automatically gets penalized because he doesn't know how to get open besides pushing a guy out of the way. Love it. You love to see it. All right. 2nd and 14. If I'm Todd Bowles, I'm bringing pressure here because
blitz it.
Dropping 4 back has not worked. The Saints have done a good job keeping Jameis upright. The one time they did get pressure was when they sent Lavonte David. And I think that was more of a miscue on the offensive lineman. But that's why you send these blitzes.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about it.
Them.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Still waiting for that JTS sack.
Yeah. Jameson shotgun. Short pass. Caught by Jarvis Landry, who had the big catch last week as the Saints were driving to try to take the lead. Yeah, Kasey, this is what I wanted to ask you about. So Odell Beckham is at the game, and he said what up to Brady beforehand. Is this foreshadowing a potential Odell to Tampa in November, December, especially with all the injuries to the Bucs?
Which is just wild. Why are we talking about wide receiver injuries again?
I know.
I don't know if the Bucs can afford OBJ. And then coming off of that injury, I think there's just too many question marks there. So as cool as that would be, it wouldn't be the move that I would wear in a coaching polo. But love the camaraderie, love the hand, love the dap up, love the all of it.
Look like the Bucs jumped off sides. We'll hear from the refs here. Yep,
Gentlemen.
Neutral zone infraction. They call it on Devin White. Get live 45.
Get Live needs to get it together because, come on, after the penalty, you just put yourself in a great position to win out.
Now he's played well. I'm not going to knock him.
I know. We're not out here handing out sweet tarts, Matt.
You're right.
I'm kidding.
Be a professional.
There's no participation awards in this game.
Absolutely not. Bucs do send Devin White. They don't get home. And it's caught by Olave beating the zone.
I thought that Dean was going to get his hands on it.
Well, come on. It's a Bucs defensive back. They don't intercept the ball unless it's Mike Edwards.
And then you ask them in press conferences, what is your goal as a defensive unit? 5 interceptions.
Yeah.
They should have started with 2.
It looked like Devin and I couldn't tell the other defensive player, but 2 defensive players, Devin and maybe
Shaq.
I thought it was a 2, so it might have been like Logan Ryan, but it looked like they kind of bounced into each other. Saints have been very methodical. Jameis going deep down the field, got a man, but he overthrows it. Once again, Olave, every time they've been doing the deep shot, it's been to Chris Olave. Once again, overthrown. We saw the issues with Jameis in Tampa, especially when Deshaun Jackson was here. Deshaun Jackson was lobbying for Ryan Fitzpatrick to stay as the starting quarterback because they had better chemistry with the deep ball. James can throw it deep, but he does have a propensity to overthrow his guys.
I'm like, are you trying to give Bucs fans PTSD?
Hey, the Bucs won a Super Bowl. Everything's fine.
Don't do that. Don't do that to Bucs fans right now. No, I'm kidding. Do what you want, Matt. Somebody asked about Zion McCollum. Zion is still dealing with that hamstring injury, but
started practicing this week, but not going to be involved. Run up the middle by Mark Ingram for the Saints. That'll set up a 3rd and 5.
Ingram's just got those legs.
Yeah.
Olave.
I wanted the Bucs to draft him.
We already know where I stood on that. Although I did like Olave, but he didn't hold a flame to Christian Watson for me.
Yeah, well, Christian Watson can't hold on to the ball. So no.
I'm kidding. Not in a Packers jersey.
All right, solid pressure from the Bucs, but James is going to scramble. Jack Barrett gets on the ball. It's loose. The Saints. I just stood up. I was going crazy.
I'm kind of confined here because I would lose the whole set if I jumped up. But whoa,
nice play, a great hustle play by Shaq Barrett. Unfortunately, the Saints jump on it, but
jump on it.
The Bucs will be getting the ball back, but that could have been a huge turnover situation. I thought I don't know why Jameis didn't just. Well, I guess Lavonte David was running, so closing in on the gap. But I thought if Jameis committed to the scramble right away, oh my God,
what did we just witness there?
Get the hell out of here.
What did we
Flags are on the field. It's a 4th and 4. So if this is an offsides on the Bucs, that gives the Saints a first down. And that is downright pathetic.
That'd be so grody.
That is
back on the field.
That is inexcusable. Lavonte's pointing the other way.
Oh,
and it's a false start. Everyone take a deep breath now. It's all right. The Bucs are still getting the ball. But man, that could have been catastrophic.
That would have been just shut the game down.
Because this is the same, oh wow, yeah, Nacho jump. This is the same type of blueprint that we've seen when the Bucs lose. When the Bucs lose to the Saints, it's the same thing. It's stupid mistakes and turnovers. And there's only been one, but
in many instances,
Saints punted away. The punter did not like his punt. That was a tough one. Shout out to Jalen Darden for even getting that, because that was a difficult one.
I'll give the D word credit for that.
All right.
There's not much you could have done.
A lot of people in the chat. Wow. Woo. Where was LVD's antennas on the scoop and score? Damn. Some unnecessary hate for Jalen Darden. What did Darden do bad on that play? It was a low lining kick.
It's the fact that it's Darden.
Yeah.
At this point, I think it's just the fact that it's Darden.
Has to be.
Yeah. While I am not the biggest cheerleader for the D word, he didn't do anything wrong there. He did the best that he could in that situation. I have to give credit where it's due.
Yeah.
Some Bucs fans are toxic. Oh man.
Yeah, Dante. Yeah, that's Dante.
Every good relationship is. Every good relationship is a little
Ain't that
toxic.
the truth?
Spice of life, you guys.
Yeah, I don't know how. Oh man, long lost Glazer just said Nick Chubb just had a huge run called back, up 14-7 on the Jets. That could have just about done it. I have Nick Chubb on my fantasy team, so And I'm not expecting big things by the Jets this year, so I would have been okay with that.
You didn't jump on the New York train of all things.
Stephen Reed says, if we lose 3-0, I will not watch another Bucs game the rest of my life.
That's a toxic comment, Stephen.
You know what, Stephen, though? If that happens, you might not be able to watch the games, but you can still watch us here on the Pewter Report Game Day show. Presented by Celsius, of course. Once again, I'm rocking the sparkling grape rush. By the way, that that counted as a fumble and a strip sack as well. So a little bit of a fumble there.
Ayo.
And a little bit of a sack. And that sack by the Bucs is brought to you by Pirate Republic, the official beer of PewterReport.com. It is the exclusive partnership. Pewter Report has an exclusive partnership, I should say, with Pirate Republic Brewing Company. They're based out of Nassau, Bahamas, and they are now invading Florida just in time for football season. Their beer brings people together to celebrate life, and this celebrating life in the spirit of the Pirate Code. Multiple different flavors, including Long John Pilsner, my favorite, the Take No Quarter Best IPA, and the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian Wit Beer. You can find them at Total Wine, Lucan's Liquors, Party Liquors, and selected ABC liquor stores in the greater Tampa Bay area. And they are expanding across the state of Florida. A false start penalty on the Bucs there. So live life on your terms and drink like a pirate with Pirate Republic beer. Please drink responsibly, but you might need a beer the way that the Bucs keep committing penalties on the offensive line. And I have the Golden Haze right here. It's fantastic. I'm going to crack it open real quick. I'm mixing and matching with all different drinks here. But
why not? You're hydrating why not? In some sense.
Here's a run with Leonard Fournette. Swallowed up there by Demario Davis. And it's been tough sledding in the run game for the Bucs.
Yeah, at this point, they just need to get in field goal range.
Yeah, they got a long way to go, though. Now, we should point out the Bucs do get the ball to start the third quarter. So we are in a situation where
positive,
where they could score here and then go and get the ball again to start the second half.
Quick update: Akeem Hicks is questionable to return to today's game with a foot injury.
All right, that means it's time for Logan Hall. We'll see a lot of Nacho. Brady short pass. K-Dot makes his first career reception in the NFL. Congratulations to K-Dot.
Kid.
Sets up a 3rd and 9 for the Buccaneers. So, yeah, very exciting for him. He's wearing gloves now. Remember, in college, he went bare hands. And I think he went barehanded for some of the preseason games. But he wore gloves last week. And that puts the Bucs at the 2-minute warning, Bucs and Saints. It is a ugly 3-0 game with 2 minutes to go. Bucs will have 3rd and about 9 remaining on their next snap.
Wow, what a first half. Leaving people speechless and a little breathless, if you will.
Yeah, you know what? It's for the lack of scoring, there has been a lot of entertainment, if that makes if that makes sense.
It does. It has not been dull whatsoever.
No,
maybe
it has
a little
not.
More excitement than anybody really wanted, but here we are. 2022 season's coming out hot and dramatic.
All right, Bucs fans, tell us how you're feeling right now. And also make sure you like and subscribe to Pewter Report TV. We have a lot of great content that comes out. Whether it's these shows, we obviously have the Pewter Report podcast. We'll have one today after the game. We'll have one on Monday as well, and Wednesday and Thursday as we turn our attention then to, preview Bucs Packers, which should be a very fun game. But we also have a lot of other different content on there, whether it's Touchback Tuesdays with JC and Antoine Winfield Jr., which Kasey has made some of the awesome graphics for it. So shout out to Kasey for that. We have different videos of locker room roundups, different sound bites from press conferences or in the locker room, just a lot of different stuff that you can check out at Pewter Report TV. So just do us a favor, hit the like button, subscribe, and, gives you a heads up, lets you know that the Bucs content that you're getting is coming from Pewter Report, which is the best Bucs content that you can find.
Oh, yeah. A lot of really cool shows throughout the week, as you just mentioned. Touchback Tuesday, then the way that we cut up the press conferences and the information that you get out there that is just spot on. It's just so helpful. It's a one-stop shop for all Bucs insight and information.
Thank you very much. All right, third down coming up, 3rd and 9 for Tampa Bay. Also a reminder that at halftime, Scott Reynolds and Josh Queipo will be giving their insight and analysis of their reactions to this first half of football, I should say. 3rd and 9 here. Brady and shotgun. Leonard Fournette to his right. Has time. Dancing around. His pass is incomplete. Cam Brate fell on the play. Maybe he was looking for a penalty, but is not the case.
Frustrated.
Showing the replay here. Yeah, Saints went man, which I think that's the way to go. I mean, you've been seeing both defenses. When they play zone is when teams start picking you apart.
It looks like that was anticipated for Gage.
Yeah. Jake Camarda with the punt. Pretty nice punt.
I was about to say,
Goes past the 40. D. Delaney does not make the catch, but knocks him back very far. Keith was involved there, and friend of the program, Pat O'Connor, makes the tackle around the 30-yard line. Excellent coverage. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was saying it was really kind of Otten that got the play to finally stop there.
Was it? I thought it was Pat O'Connor. Because O'Connor got up and pointed like that. Let us know in the chat who made the tackle. I thought it was Pat. But a nice job. Great punt from Jake Camarda. D. Delaney did a very nice job getting down the field. Friend of the program, D. Delaney. Did a good job getting down the field. Almost made the tackle, but it wasn't a whiff of a tackle, which I think is important. And then the rest of the Bucs cleaned it up. Keith almost got in there. So Saints have the ball just over the 30 with a minute 43 to go. Bucs have all 3 timeouts, as do the Saints. First pass looked like it got tipped, but it goes for a short game to Jarvis Landry. Tackled out of bounds by Get Live 45. And King Cook still mad about the fumble by Jameis. LVD should have had that scoop and score. I think it was odd because Lavonte was running towards Jameis, and then Shaq was able to get the ball. But I think they kind of like crashed into each other after the play.
I don't think it was possible for Lavonte to get a scoop.
Yeah. James and shotgun here on 2nd and 7, looking towards his right. It's caught by Juwan Johnson, a guy that we highlighted a lot during the week, but has not really been involved in the offense just yet today. And the good thing is, if the Bucs can get a stop here, as Greg Olson was pointing out on the broadcast, the Bucs tackled them out of bounds the first 2 times, so they did not have to waste a timeout. So if they get a stop here, maybe they have to use one on 3rd down, but you're still looking at getting the ball back with 2 or 3 timeouts remaining.
Yeah.
Jameis drops back, goes over the middle. It's caught by Olave, but he looks short. Yeah, he's definitely short. There's a flag on the play. Lavonte's not happy. He is screaming at the ref, and you don't typically see Lavonte David get animated.
No,
that can't be a personal foul. Get the hell out of here.
Is that what they're calling?
That's what the broadcaster said.
Oh. Unnecessary.
Get out of here. That is absolute bullcrap. Are you kidding me? He's running to make a play and he's falling down. He's trying to stop him short. He hit him with the shoulder. That is an awful, awful call. The Bucs are not getting any breaks right now, but that's ridiculous.
That's terrible. And you
got
see
to make a stop to make a play. They're flying around 1,000 miles per hour. Let's remember that Chris Godwin, when he tore his ACL, there was no call there. That is, I can't say, but that is bleeping horrible. That's absolute dog, you know what.
Another bad call to add to the list.
Ridiculous call. That's complete BS. as Jamel Dean makes the tackle to the left-hand side. That is god-awful. The refs should be ashamed of themselves.
And if this ends up putting them in good position, that's just going to
They're getting close to field goal range, Kasey.
Yeah.
And everything we talked about with the timeouts, the Saints now have all of theirs. That's utterly ridiculous. I'm not happy.
These are massive, costly mistakes. Or not even a mistake, but
just
like
a call.
Bad calls.
That impacted the game right there. That's a BS call. As spit comes flying out of my mouth. Jameis over the middle. Knocked away by Logan Ryan. Nice job there. Wouldn't be shocked if they throw another flag. Great job by Logan Ryan.
Unnecessary roughness. It's just really annoying how soft this game has gotten. It's one thing to protect people. It's another thing to just completely change the game.
They are Charmin soft. You know, there's bubble wrap all over these guys.
It's disgraceful.
All right, 3rd and 4 here. Very crucial moment because they're right on the cusp of field goal range after that BS call. Lavonte David had every right to be angry. They sent Devin White here. Jameis is going to step up in the pocket, looking to scramble. Takes a hit by Antoine Winfield Jr. Gets the stop. Call the timeout. What are you doing, Todd? Call the timeout. What are you doing? Call timeout. What? Why is there no timeout? Did we not learn from the Broncos-Seahawks game the other night? This is stupid. I understand the Saints still might go for it, but I'd rather trust the defense. Why aren't they calling a time? Wow. I don't like this. I don't like this decision by Todd Bowles. You could have given the Bucs the ball with 1 minute to go and 2 timeouts. And they're still running the clock, even though the play clock's done.
Yeah.
I'm sure the refs were behind that. Man, I don't like that. Let's see what people are saying in the comments, but I did not like what they were going with there. People not happy with Todd Bowles. There's Todd is trash by Aaron Newton. He's not trash. I just disagree with this.
Disagree with.
We have a Saints fan in here that says, thanks for making Bowles your coach.
Thanks.
RR says, clearly doesn't trust the offense. I mean, how do you not trust the offense when it's Tom Brady?
Right.
Saints are going to punt it. Saints are going to punt it, but I understand you've been struggling, but what are you going to do? Just run it every single time in the second half? Darden makes the fair catch at around the 15. So now the Bucs have all 3 timeouts, but you have 22 seconds. So in my opinion, I think you got to call a screen pass here or something like that, but
just get it down.
Brian says this is buffoonery.
Great word, Brian.
That is a good word. Looks like there's an update on, is it Josh Wells?
That's what I was just trying to refresh.
Yeah, let's see. Scott Smith, the Bucs team reporter, said another Buccaneer injury update. Tackle Josh Wells starting at left tackle in place for the injured Donovan Smith. He has a calf injury.
Oh my gosh.
And is questionable. All right, so the Bucs are now at halftime after Tom Brady takes a knee. It's been ugly. It's 3-0. The Bucs have moved the ball, but stuffed twice.
Yeah. And now an updated injury to the offensive line that's already playing pretty deficient. So
why are the calf injuries running rampant now?
And hamstrings. I don't know what stretch needs to be incorporated in the day-to-day or what B vitamin or magnesium, but something's got to give with these hamstrings and calves.
Yeah, it's been a tough one.
Rough first half. We need to load up on the Celsius. They need to have their come to Jesus moment in the halftime and then just come back and rally second half. Second half predictions. Do they come back and focus on the passing game?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the commitment to the run, there occasionally there was a couple of nice plays, but the majority that has not been the case. By the way, Josh Queipo is going to join us in just a little bit. When Josh comes on, Kasey, we'll take you off the screen so you can get a little break. Maybe get some food, whatever you want. We'll get Josh's thoughts about that. But yeah, I don't know. Like at some point, again, it's very weird that they've had a lot more success in the passing game than they have with the run game. It's obviously been quite an issue, which is weird.
Who's next man up behind Josh Wells?
My guess is they probably either have Fred Johnson, the other backup left tackle. Nick Leverett has obviously moved around a little bit, but it probably would be Fred Johnson. Just want to remind everyone as well, this is where you can find all of our social media coverage as we're going to transition here, bring on Josh, take Kasey out for a little break for K Huddy here. But yeah, you can find all of our social media on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. It's all at Pewter Report, and then YouTube, of course, is Pewter Report TV. Josh, good to see you again. What hasn't been good has been the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, especially on offense. Just give me your overarching thoughts so far for the first half.
Yeah, the running game's not working, which was kind of what everyone thought would be the engine that drove the car here. It seems like the Bucs, at least early on, were able to move the ball, especially on third down with some big passes, and then turnovers, have really ruined things. I still consider that fourth and 1, where they ended up not converting on the Lenny run. That to me is a turnover, right? So you look at all of that, and it's added up to kind of the comedy of errors that has plagued the team before. So, and then the play calling seems to be regressing on offense, especially those last couple drives. You end up in a first and 15 after a Luke Gedeke false start, and then you call a run, a short dump off to K-Dot, and then all of a sudden you're in 3rd and 9 and don't convert. Big surprise.
Yeah, and I have no issues with going for it on 4th down. It's just like the execution of the play calling that went on. The Bucs, again, it was a little similar to the Dallas game where, like, defensively, they allow the field goal on the first drive, and then they're just not able to, then the defense kicks it into high gear after that. But then offensively, they moved the ball down the field, but once they got into the red zone, that's where the issues came about again, where, you had the fumble with Brady, obviously, and then the 4th down stop. So a little bit of similarities there, but it's been rough for the offense ever since. Face of the place, SR Scott Reynolds is joining us now. Scott, give us your thoughts on the opening half for the Bucs and the Saints.
Well, Matt and Josh, I like what the defense is doing, right? I mean, they've done a phenomenal job on the Saints. It's a low-scoring affair. The last time we saw a game like this was Bucs and Saints, and that was at Raymond James Stadium. Saints won that game 9-0. Let's hope Tampa Bay can at least get a touchdown or two on the board and pull this one out. But Josh, when you look at this, really it's been the story of the penalties, right? There's 2 crucial penalties that have been, I think, absolutely awful. I'm a football purist. I love the physicality of the game. I think the NFL is absolutely ruining this game with these ridiculous calls. It's one thing to protect a player from a cheap shot, but for Keanu Neal to be flagged on what should have been, a sack, a big sack on 3rd down to give the Buccaneers, or I should say, to give the Saints a 1st down, and then again on 3rd down on that final drive by New Orleans, that call on Lavonte David, just absolutely atrocious calls in my opinion. I think that the officiating has been way too ticky-tack. Not just in this game, but I think this is going to be a point of emphasis this year. And I think the NFL is literally trying to ruin this sport through their officials.
Yeah, I think the especially on the Lavonte David one, like you've got to look at some intent. Like I get trying to protect defenseless receivers and especially anything above the neck. But there was zero intent. He threw his head kind of into that tackle. Yeah. And what's Lavonte David supposed to do in that situation?
These are bang plays, right? These are bang plays. It's not like Lavonte David saw him on the ground and then took 3 or 4 steps and launched himself into him, right? As the receiver was going down and his butt touched, a split second later, you've got Lavonte David coming in with a forearm to the back of the player, right? And what was he trying to do in that play, Josh? Again, you're talking about intent. What was he trying to do? Trying to prevent him from getting the 1 more yard necessary to pick up the first down. It was absolutely ridiculous. And you know what? I would say the same thing if the Saints were in this situation. I just don't like this style of officiating at all. Let the players play. It's a physical game. You can't legislate physicality out of the game. And honestly, if these calls were happening against the Saints, honestly, I'd be just as upset because I don't like seeing this type of crappy football.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's got to be a little bit more accountability. And I know this is a conversation for down the road, for another time, but they've got to make these guys full-time employees and create better accountability. It's hurting the game. Yeah,
they can't just pick something every year and say this is going to be a point of emphasis and we're going to do this and that. Just call the friggin' game. That's all you got to do. Call it. And this is a physical game. It starts there when you try to legislate the physicality out of this game. The popularity is going to wane. It just is. Well, speaking of waning, the Bucs running game has certainly waned since they ran for over 150 yards. Leonard Fournette's had 1 carry for 13 yards, but has been held in check, 24 rushing yards. And it's really been, I think, the Saints just dominating in the trenches up front. The Bucs offensive line is just getting manhandled. And now it looks like they've lost Josh Wells to a calf injury?
I think so. Yeah.
And now you're going to see Brandon Walton in there against the likes of Marcus Davenport and Carl Granderson, et cetera, for New Orleans. So the Bucs down to their 3rd string tight end in week 2. I'm sorry, not tight end, left tackle in week 2. That's not necessarily a good thing. And right now the short yardage situations have really been hurting the Buccaneers. The fumble snap was on 3rd and 1, right in the red zone, and that resulted in a turnover. Then you've got the 4th and 1 inside the Saints 10-yard line. This probably should be at least a 3-3 game, but that's not the case. It's certainly been a defensive struggle, and I'm not sure how this one's going to end because penalties have really been the story of the game. I think the Bucs defense has been playing okay. They've done a good job in shutting down the New Orleans run game in the second quarter as compared to that opening drive, Josh.
Yeah, I agree. And I think for the Bucs offense, it's really important. I mean, they were able to move the ball at least early and, just again, getting down into the red zone and kind of a carryover from Dallas, just not being able to put it through. I think with the 4th and 1 upon replay, I think most of us thought Luke Gedeke missed an assignment on a pull. Yeah. Greg Olsen, I think live on the broadcast, the Fox broadcast, he mentioned that he thinks Tristan Wirfs should have down blocked. Yeah. So it's going to be a real interesting one to potentially take a look at. The bottom line is somebody missed their assignment. Somebody missed.
You know what? Here's what I'd like. You need 1 yard. Go north-south, right? Just man-on-man football. What's wrong with that? Why are you, pulling your guard and down block? I don't get it, right? It's the one thing you can't have on 4th and 1 is penetration. And all of a sudden, when you're pulling guards, right, and you're down blocking your center and you're supposed to down block your right tackle, it's too complex. You're inviting pressure, which is exactly what happened. You're inviting penetration. I thought it was an absolute piss poor play call by Byron Leftwich. You've got a big 240-pound running back and Leonard Fournette. Where's O'Keefe on that play, right? Run some ISO, A gap, B gap, and just fire away and see if you can't get Leonard to plow ahead. But I did not like the play call. The execution's been poor in short yardage so far, and I think that's played a role in stymieing this Buccaneers offense so far.
I agree. Yeah. And they're going to have to come up with some new answers for the second half. I think you throw the original game plan out to a certain degree because the running game's not working. And you lean on Brady and you see what him and his playmakers can do. He's been able to connect. He connected with Scotty on a hole shot. He connected with Evans on a big long one. Obviously it's going to come down to some of that protection, but at this point, who are your best players? Who are you paying? Let's roll with them.
Yeah. I think they got to get Mike Evans more involved. 2 targets, 2 catches, 54 yards. But they, and credit the Saints too. They're doing some things in the back end to double him, roll coverage to him, because without Chris Godwin and obviously no Rob Gronkowski this year, right, and also no Julio Jones, so the Bucs offense is limited with what they can do in terms of explosive playmakers. Russell Gage been held to 3 catches for 14 yards. The longest was 8. Scotty Miller, probably the most explosive player in the field right now who's healthy. They do need to get him involved, whether it's end around, whether it's a wide receiver screen, maybe doing something to get the ball in his hands would be good. We saw Rachaad White drop a pass, and it'd be interesting to see, right, because that was a catchable ball, and that the chain of events, right? He dropped that pass on 2nd down. It led to a 3rd and 8, and then the Buccaneers couldn't convert. And I'm just wondering, with Tom Brady, does he still have confidence in Rachaad White? Are they still going to be featuring him in the passing game if he can't catch the ball? That was certainly a catchable pass, something to keep an eye on here in the second half.
Yep, absolutely. So
when you look at the defensive side of things, I like what the Buccaneers are doing with their pressure packages. I think they're getting some pressure on Jameis. We're starting to see Jameis Winston take shots down the field, and the Buccaneers, I think they've been lucky on 2 of those plays to Chris Olave, the deep shots. They have just missed on those, and you got to wonder if Pete Carmichael's not going to dial up another deep pass or 2 to see if Jameis Winston can hit, because they're getting some single looks, whether it's a single high safety or whether it's just man coverage with the cornerback down the field. And I think the Bucs have been fortunate. This is going to be a 1-score game, in my opinion, and you can't have one of those deep shots end up getting cheap points for the Saints. And Tampa Bay's offense has got to do something. They're going to start with the ball here in the 3rd quarter, and I want to see them go back to the running game, especially with Brandon Walton now, who's getting his first NFL action for the Buccaneers at left tackle. Again, the Bucs down to their 3rd-string left tackle now. Donovan Smith didn't play. Josh Wells is out. Now you've got Brandon Walton in there next to a rookie in Luke Gedeke. I'm sure Tom Brady's thrilled about that. Plus, you got a center who's making his 2nd start. He's probably thinking, where's Donovan Smith? Where's Ali Marpet? Where's Ryan Jensen? This is a completely new offensive line outside of Tristan Wirfs, who really has not played too well today with the false start penalty, missed that block on the 4th and 1. It's going to be tough sledding, I think, for this Bucs offense in the second half.
Yeah. One of the other things that I thought was interesting is on 2 different plays, Jameis got flushed out of the pocket. On both plays, he had some room to run, and you could see he did everything in his power to not go across that line of scrimmage. Now, Jameis has some mobility to him historically. He can move a little bit. He's not the most fluid runner, but he can pick up some yards, and you can see that's got to be that back injury coming into play where
probably
he just does not feel comfortable getting out there and even running for a slide. He's doing everything
I agree.
to get rid of the ball. And that's going to bode well for the Bucs defense.
I agree. Let's get to the second half action here. We just had the kickoff. Matt Matera and Kasey Hudson, take it away.
Hello. Welcome back for the second half of football. The Saints just kicked it off to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where Rachaad White took it out for a little bit of a gain there. Kasey, welcome back for the second half.
Hello. Hydrated,
yeah,
fed, and
exactly.
ready for a new level of positivity for this game.
Yeah, new half, new us. Obviously, one big change, of course, as Scott and Josh were talking, and thank you to Scott and Josh for their analysis during halftime. Obviously, Fred Johnson now in at left tackle, so Bucs down to their 3rd-string left tackle as they start their opening drive of the second half, which is a run.
Oh, Lenny.
Surprisingly, they run right at Fred Johnson, the new offensive tackle.
Maybe that was
a
welcome in pat. Maybe that was a welcome in tap in.
Yeah.
Yikes. A lot of people were initially kind of high on Fred Johnson coming in when he signed with the Bucs.
Yeah, that's right.
So maybe this can end up turning into something very useful. Maybe he performs way better than expected.
Yeah, we'll see. It's just I don't know how you. I mean, one way you can counteract it is running it to the right side with Tristan Wirfs, obviously, and Shaq Mason in there. That would be the way to go. But like pass blocking, eventually you're going to have to pass the ball. It's the NFL. Brady does drop back, finds Mike Evans.
Yes.
Who gets tackled by Tyrann Mathieu, but it is good enough for a first down. So nicely done there by the Bucs. I think what's really going to be key, and this isn't groundbreaking news, but they have to make sure that when they do get the third down, now that was a second down play where they got the first down, but when they do get into third down situations, it has to be like 3rd and 5 or less. They cannot get into too many 3rd and 10 situations as Mike Evans is on the sideline, standing up. Looked like he was pointing at his leg or something like that, but I think he'll be all right. Bucs in shotgun here. Lenny to Tom Brady's right. Looks like Perriman's on the left side with Scotty Miller and Russell Gage. Gage gets the ball, avoids one tackle, but then is tackled shortly after by Demario Davis, who has been everywhere. That's Gage's 3rd catch of the game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're showing the camera again on Mike Evans. Looks like he's testing out something. And
in the right leg.
Oh, man. I mean, if Mike Evans leaves this game, we're talking about Russell Gage, Perriman, Scotty Miller, Jalen Darden might have to play. Darden's in on this play, the bottom of your screen. Oh, they run a little sweep to Scotty Miller. It's snuffed out pretty well by the Saints, but Scotty makes a move up the field and gets a first down. There's a late flag, maybe for the blocking downfield by the Bucs receivers, but that is going to hurt without question if this is on the Bucs, which it looks like it is. They call it on Jalen Darden.
On the D word.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Jalen Darden gets called for a holding penalty on that play. Let's take a look at the replay here. Ow.
But did he really eliminate him out of the play? This is just frustrating.
I think he just held on for a second too long. Again, I don't think it was a very good call. But this is exactly what we said the Bucs have to avoid. 2nd, 3rd, and longs. This is a 2nd and 16. Clearly, they're in passing mode here and shotgun again. You got Evans engaged to the left, Scotty to the right. Brady drops back, looking for Scotty, who falls. Oh, Scotty was open on the play, but he tripped.
Had it for a second.
Could not make the catch. Brady is screaming. I believe he dropped the JC. Jesus, you know, the next word. He dropped the JC and then
no reeling for Scotty.
Yeah. Don't know what he was unhappy. Probably just Scotty not making the catch.
Right.
But I thought he said effing block too, but I don't know. The offensive line blocked pretty well on that play. Yeah.
Yeah.
3rd and 16.
Back to a potential run.
Saints they bring a late blitz. Throws short to Russell Gage. He makes the catch, but well short of the marker. Bucs will have to punt. There is a penalty, though. Maybe it's roughing the passer.
Could be. Finally.
Bucs could get a break here. Ooh, that has to hurt. That's a helmet straight to like the hip. Okay. That'll work. It's a holding penalty on the Saints. It gives the Bucs an automatic first down. Finally, it took 3 quarters, but finally the Bucs get a break.
Oh, and it's on tight end Cameron Brate.
Yeah, he's the one that caused the penalty. So,
okay.
Nice job there by Brate, who does not have a catch in this game. Only Cade Otton, as far as the tight ends go, have a catch in this one.
Interesting.
Queipo is on the field for this one, as is Mike Evans. Brady lines up under center with Leonard Fournette in the backfield. A lot of Lenny today.
Which we were kind of expecting.
Yeah. I'm just like, all right, Brady goes deep down the right side, looking for Evans. Evans does not make the catch. He had Marshawn Lattimore on him. Nice coverage by Lattimore. Thought Evans had it for a moment.
Yeah.
That was a tough one because Tyrann Mathieu was coming over the side, so Brady had to drop it in the breadbasket. Nice throw right on target, but Lattimore with good coverage gets the arm out to make the PBU on the play.
Dang. And there goes another.
Yeah, Tom Brady is not happy right now. I don't blame him. He's doing everything that he can. Handoff here to Leonard Fournette, who again gets swallowed. Oh, wow.
Okay.
He initially got hit at the line of scrimmage, but got it moving as after the initial contact. So nice job there by Leonard Fournette.
And decent little move along for Luke Gedeke.
Yeah.
I have to concentrate so hard on Gedeke to say his name.
No, I struggle with it too.
I'm like, if I say it fast enough, nobody will notice.
Yeah.
Man, the only thing you can really hope for at this moment is that they level it off with a field goal.
Yeah. Bucs have been solid on third downs, especially earlier in the game. Need this one here. Brady going over the middle, looking for Scotty again.
Oh my God!
Off of the hands, and Miller cannot make the catch. And Brady starts yelling again. I hate to say it, Kasey, but Scotty is kind of turning into Darden a little bit with just falling all over the place. This one he kind of had to dive, but I mean, he got a hand on it. And we wanted to see from Scotty. We know he can run, straight line down the field, but we haven't seen Scotty make some of the other catches like over the middle or, things of that nature. So tough go of it for Scotty Miller.
I definitely have to second that. And I think what makes it a little bit more disappointing is that Miller has voiced that he isn't a one-trick pony and that he was going to use this offense to show that he can do more than just X, Y, and Z. And then when the roster cuts came and he made it over all these guys, you figured that Tom and the coaches saw what Miller was referring to in his press conferences. And he opened up well, but the consistency has not been there.
Brady is not happy. Literally every single play, they immediately cut the camera to Brady after.
Because he is going off. I think all of these guys have just been reamed and given new holes to their body.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a delicate way to say it. Everyone has earned a new hole.
Kasey, the opportunities have been there. There's been drops. Yeah. There was the fumble early in the game. Lack of execution in the run game, especially on that fourth down. There's been the window of opportunity has been maybe not wide open, but it's been open.
Yeah, there's a window. It might not be a door or a garage.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a small window there, and they want these guys to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, it has not been the case, unfortunately. It's been an issue for the Bucs so far, but the defense has very much kept them in the game. Here's an update about some of the injuries to the Bucs. Both Josh Wells and Akeem Hicks have been downgraded to out for the rest of the game. So unfortunately, they will be without a key defensive lineman and their backup left tackle. So unfortunate there.
A lot of people calling on Tyler Johnson right now.
I was just thinking there's definitely some Bucs fan that's like, Tyler Johnson makes that catch.
Right.
Or whatever it is.
I mean, wow. That was still a shock for everybody. As much as I'm high on Scotty Miller, I was shocked. I did not see that coming. And I wouldn't have chosen it either. I would have kept Tyler Johnson, whom I wasn't high on last season, over Scotty Miller. But here we are. I guess a little bit of a highlight as we did see them come out with a lot more passing, kind of trying to emphasize and utilize that passing game a little bit more.
Yeah, but we did see them slinging around, and in a weird way, that's one way to not deal with the pass rushes. Brady chucked the what do you call it? The monitor that he uses?
Oh, the Surface tablet.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I can't wait for somebody to try to force an apology out of him for that one.
I know,
remember the broken one last year was like, how do you think your kids feel about seeing that behavior? Well,
I just be like, oh, my kids know that I want to win the game.
Children know I'm competitive.
Yeah. Matthew with a comment here. Matthew, great name. Absolutely. But he says oldest roster in the league, and it shows. Those numbers are very skewed, though, because Brady is 45, which brings the numbers up a little bit. The Bucs are predominantly a pretty young team, but again, like Brady being 45 really changes all that.
Ramps it up.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, 2nd and 10 here. Saints are in shotgun. Jameis looking to go deep to Olave again.
Nah.
Goes off one hand. Pretty good coverage there by Mike Edwards. Edwards, I think, through a game and a half has been solid. We haven't necessarily seen the big splash play just yet, but he's been sound. There hasn't been too many things to complain about.
Yeah, but you know how superheroes, they put on the suit and they level up into their identity. We haven't seen the ball hawk yet.
Right.
I don't think he's put on the suit yet for the ball hawk. But
no.
Still a whole second half to go. Hopefully.
Exactly. 3rd and 10 here. Shaq Barrett with some good pressure. Jameis goes to the right side. And good coverage by Carlton Davis. I don't see a flag on the field. I thought that could have potentially been one called there, but Carlton Davis gets the benefit of the doubt because he's one of the best corners in the NFL. Nice 3 and out for the Bucs. Again, defense leading this team. And I think we're looking at a game. It's like whoever scores next wins. Obviously, if the Bucs kick a field goal, it'll be tied. But I think we're looking, if the Bucs can get a touchdown on this drive, that could be what decides it.
It'd be a game changer. It's great to see how clean this defense is playing. While it still has been very underwhelming in terms of touchdowns or anything else, I still feel like it's going to be the Bucs defense that reels in a W for them today.
Yeah.
I'm standing by it.
No, they have to do something. Darden makes a fair catch there. Looked like he was angry at one of the gunners. Looked like he was yelling a little bit. There is a flag on the play.
Upset with somebody.
Yeah, he was.
All right. A composed Tom Brady stouts onto the field.
Looks like a legal formation by the Saints.
First down.
And yeah, so they're going to give the Bucs the 5 yards after they already, had the catch. So looks like that they're going to commercial break. This is a good time to remind everyone that the Pewter Report Game Day show is brought to you by Celsius Energy Drink, the best energy drink in the world. So many different flavors, from the sparkling grape rush to the strawberry lemonade, and of course the vibes. Even though the Bucs are not playing up to our standards, the vibes are still very high, and that's because of these great flavors: the Arctic vibe, tropical vibe, and peach vibe. So many great flavors, 7 essential vitamins in these drinks. And the best part is there's none of the post energy drink jitters that you get with some other drinks and companies there. There's no crash. It's perfect for if you have a long work day, if you're doing a live broadcast when you're watching an NFL game. It's great for so many different reasons, so many different flavors. Make sure you go to the Celsius store locator on their website. Find out where there's one near you, because it's all over the place. I can walk down the street to my local bodega and get a Celsius right now if I wanted to. But luckily, I have some in the fridge, so I could just go to my fridge and go and get that. You could also order them on Amazon. I recommend getting the variety pack, because variety is the spice of life. You have it sent to your house or apartment every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Whatever it is, just make sure you are drinking Celsius. That's Celsius, #LiveFit. And they are the sponsor of the Pewter GameDay show and the Pewter Report podcast, which, again, we will be back next week for the Pewter GameDay show and the Pewter Tailgate show presented by Celsius and Age Rejuvenation, live from the walk-ons in Wesley Chapel this week. That show will start at 2:30 with the game kicking off at 4:25. So make sure you check it out. You can get a free Celsius. They'll be handing it out, which is great. Please support our sponsors, because they are truly fantastic. And we appreciate everyone watching this live stream right now as the Bucs get the ball back, looking to see if they can, again, they've moved the ball down the field to a degree, but just haven't done it in the red zone. Penalties have been a huge thing across the board, whether it's the offensive line, some bad calls by the refs on defense, and a lot of mental errors, a lot of MEs. Brady is ripping into his team right now. He's screaming at everyone, trying to steer the ship in the right direction. Bucs have pretty good field position here. They start with a handoff to Rachaad White, who plunges up the middle for about 2 yards.
Yeah.
White is a very patient runner. You could see he's waiting for the hole to develop and get things going. And sometimes that can work. Other times it's just delaying, what the issue has already abounded to.
Formidable future. That sounded very sad.
2nd and 7 here. Brady in shotgun. Rachaad White lined up next to him. 3 receivers on the left side. He goes over the middle.
Okay.
What? Are they saying no? Demario Davis takes the ball at the end. The Saints are saying it's an interception.
There's no way.
Yeah, the receiver, first of all, would have been down before he rips it out. Rashad Perryman makes the catch.
At least he caught something.
Yeah. Let's see. Perryman. Oh, wow. That ball is a little loose. 3rd and 4 coming up. Saints are going to challenge it. So this is a crucial moment in the game. I don't know. That was an odd one. Perryman didn't really have full control, but I think he had control by the time that
he hit the ground.
Well, yeah, by the time that he hit the ground. Like, if they want to call it an incomplete pass, I get it.
But not an interception.
Yeah, but he has the ball there, like at the end after he hits the ground.
And then it's pulled from him.
Yeah, this will be, I think this one's a little too close where I would be shocked if they give it to the Saints. I think it's either going to be call on the field stands or it's just going to be an incompletion, which is still a win for the Saints.
And another quick commercial break while that happens.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Twitter's already flooding with Tom Brady throwing the Surface Pro.
Yeah, of course.
Can't get enough of that.
Tell us what you think, Bucs fans. Was it a catch? Was it an incompletion? Is it a turnover? Let us know what you think. Brian says ball hits the ground, LOL. Tom says they're going to win it. I think he means the Saints on that challenge.
Oh.
Eater says Lovie Smith laughing at us right now while he pats Tyler Johnson in the back. Common Sensei says, you're telling me Tompkins wouldn't do better than Perriman or Darden at least, with 1,000 question marks?
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Bucs guy says it didn't look like the ball moved when it hit the ground. Joel, focusing on the bigger picture, says if we lose this game, we going to start 1-3? I don't know about that. But I think, again, it was important for this first month to at least go 2-2. So they just need one more win in their first 4 games or the next 3 games.
And I think they have it over the Packers. I mean, the Packers are not in a better form by any means, and they have their own O-line issues as well.
RR says probably will be incomplete. We shall see. Bucs guy says we beat the Packers next week regardless. It's a 3-0 game. Like, they're very much in it.
They just need to get in field goal range to tie it up. Like, this is probably the most hopeful position the Bucs have been in 4 situations.
Many people are saying it's no catch. I'm curious if probably close to getting back from commercial break. So we shall see. By the way, Bucs guy, most people say Bucs with 1 C. I know it's Buccaneers, but it's Bucs with 1 C. So
oh, by the way.
All right. Bucs have 3rd and 8, so I guess it was incomplete.
Somebody said much like the team. Nice. Be supportive, guys. Be supportive.
Yeah, it's tough sledding, but if you don't love it, if you don't appreciate the Bucs at their 3-0 deficit, then you don't deserve them when they win the Super Bowl at Raymond James Stadium.
We've got some Fred Johnson fans in the comments.
3rd and 8 here. Brady looking to his left, caught by Rashad Perriman, and he gets enough for the first down. Very nice catch
Charge on, buddy. Charge
by
on.
UCF alum Rashad Perryman.
Is it weird that we did that at UCF, but it's very much a FSU thing?
That is a little weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just have to borrow a little bit from every school to feel whole.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
All right, Perry. Thank you for just a little bit of light.
Yeah. Rashad White's still in the game at running back. Leonard Fournette getting some time off. Little play action here. Brady looking over the middle.
Oh,
and it is nearly picked. He was looking for Scotty Miller, who once again hits the deck.
But Scotty was yards off from that.
Well, it looked like Scotty got tangled up. But again, yeah, he was running like further down the field anyway.
Yeah,
nice job up front by the Bucs offensive line.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like the way that Kate Otten's going in for the punch and then getting a little open right there.
Yeah, a little chip.
Yeah.
2nd and 10 for the Bucs here. Again, getting closer to field goal range. Ryan Suckup does not have the strongest of legs, but they are also inside, which helps. Brady to the right side, caught by Russell Gage.
Nice.
Extends the hand and the football to see if they could get a first down. I think he's still going to be a yard short, but that does set up a 3rd and very manageable one. Obviously, they're giving him the first down. That was a little surprising. Nice effort play by Russell Gage. Brady getting the hurry up going. And then gives a look at the ref.
Oh,
Rashad White tackling the backfield for no gain. Jordan came off the edge untouched, so don't know what went on there. Leonard Fournette still on the sidelines there. Don't know if it's an injury or, just getting a break. But he has played, like, the entire game. So.
Yeah. I mean, he looks fine, which is good. Also slightly irritated.
Yeah.
Because he probably could have hit that a little harder.
Play action here. Brady's pass is tipped. He was looking for Rashad White. Crucial 3rd down here, Kasey. Because, again, Bucs are right on the cusp of field goal range, so they cannot afford to get a sack here. That would knock them out of field goal range. Obviously, you want to get a first down here, but I think it's also important that they at least move the ball forward. Damn, Mike Evans was open on that play.
My gosh, wide open.
I mean, again, there's nothing you can do when the ball gets tipped. Leonard Fournette is back in the game for the most pivotal 3rd down of the Bucs season, but that's only because it's their 2nd game. Got Evans lined out to the left. 3 receivers on the right. They run a screen to Rashad Perryman, who goes up the field, will be tackled short of the yard marker, but it was a positive gain, and Ryan Suckup is coming on to attempt a longer field goal. I don't know the exact yardage.
He owes this team one from.
Yeah, he missed. Overall, he was good. He was 4 or 5. But he missed a 36-yarder, which was a little surprising.
I have faith in Suckup, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
And hold my breath.
It is a 47-yard attempt for Suckup. This would tie the game up. Snap is good. Good hold. It's up. And it is good. Right down the middle. Ryan Suckup from 47 yards out ties up the game. It is now 3-3. The Bucs even things up with the Saints. 6:44 to go in the 3rd quarter. Brand new ball game. Brand new ball game.
That's the only reason I'm clapping.
Yeah, tied at 3-3. The Bucs defense has looked fantastic. The offense has been able to move the ball.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that New Orleans has been a house of horror for the Bucs. But hey, it's a tie game. Tell us how you're feeling, Bucs fans, Pewter people.
Would this be a different game if it was being played in October? Absolutely. Why do I say October so specifically? Because the juju of the Saints just tends to be ramped up in that month.
Yeah.
And I'm just having a little bit more hope right now. But there's a game. Defense is crushing it. Offense is now realizing how much more powerful they are in the passing game versus the running game. And Leonard Fournette still looks healthy, which is a plus. So
S. Tucker says ice in Suckup's veins. Brian is mad that they're not winning, says should be 9-3 instead. It's 3-3, could cost the game.
Don't manifest that yet, Brian. Just give it a second.
Matthew says Rays 4, Bucs 3. I guess the Rays might be playing right now.
Yeah.
Flash Gordon says, blank. Shiitake mushrooms. Pressure is on now. Winston is going to throw an INT.
It's time. It's interception time.
JM says, where that Saint fan at? What's your excuse for this game being tied? Bucks
funny?
Guy with 2 C's says should be 13-3. And Clock 5 White, he wants a 3 and out for the defense. I think we'd all like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they just did it.
They do it again. It's all about the pressure. Anytime they've gotten a little bit of pressure, Jameis, and again, he is playing injured, so you got to factor that in. But Jameis has overthrown the ball many times looking for Olave. He's been solid at the intermediate passes over the middle, but mostly he's just been dumping it off. So anytime, that.
Did somebody just put 24-0 Jags Colts?
I guess so. That's incredible.
Wow.
I don't know what's more surprising, the Jags scoring that much or the Colts not scoring at all.
Oh my gosh. Well, so much for this bankrupt Colts defense.
Yeah. Camarda does the kickoff, goes into the end zone for a touchback. So Jameis and the Saints will start at the 25-yard line.
No containment on the pass rush.
I know this is only the Saints' second drive of the third quarter, but we have not seen a ton of Taysom Hill. After that big third down stop, they have not utilized Taysom Hill a lot.
Yeah.
Curious if they'll use him in this drive here. Again, 6:44 to go in the third quarter of a 3-3 ball game. Little play action for the Saints. Devin White on the blitz. Jameis avoids that. I think he did draw a penalty, though. And the catch looks like it was caught by Michael Thomas, a little toe tapping. I thought I saw a flag get thrown, but it appears I am mistaken.
Their towels are just flying out.
Did he stay in bounds? He did. Nice job by Michael Thomas. I got to give him credit where credit is due.
Yeah, and I mean, I know some people are like, Carlton could have got on him, but then that just would have been another roughing the passer, some kind of BS call if he would have touched him on that lean.
Yeah. Good rush from Devin White. He beats the running back, but Jameis is able to escape there. Now here's the Taysom Hill moment. Jameis lines up at wide receiver. The fullback goes in motion. Hill gets the ball. Now he's going to run it on his own. Very patient. Bucs do a nice job of limiting him to about a 3-yard gain.
I think, while they do a lot of really interesting stuff with Taysom Hill, at some point of the game, I think that it gets not predictable, but more readable for this Bucs defense. I mean, you see Winston line up at wide receiver, kind of.
Right. It's just a matter of when Hill is actually going to, attempt
pass or run.
It. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's my biggest concern, in all honesty.
I would be such a spaz if it was me having to cover that.
It is tough because you're going at full speed. Mike Edwards blitz is here. Jameis throws it over the middle. It is caught by Johnson, but quickly tackled by Devin White, who's got a nice little wristband on his forearm as well, the Michael Jordan forearm.
You love when defense gets up pointing because they know that it's about to be a wrap.
Yeah. So that'll be 3rd and short. See if the Bucs decide to send the house here. 3rd and 1 situation. Could be a big momentum play for Tampa Bay. Got beat up there in the middle. Will Golston is on the field. Nacho obviously going heavy with the run package. They run it right up the middle and completely gashes the Bucs defense. Tackle made by Antoine Winfield Jr., but it's too little too late. About
hitting harder
10 yards up the field. That was very surprising. Nice job by the Saints. Running it right up the middle, right at Vita Vea. or right to the side of Vita Vea. Lavonte David missed on the tackle there. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Saints are over midfield now. Bucs tied it up, but don't know how much longer they'll tie it up for. Shotgun. Jameis throws a kind of a screen pass to Jarvis Landry, but Bucs were in zone. They were not around it, so Landry picks up a good 8 yards there as the Saints move the ball down the field.
I really hope the defense is not about to start getting gassed out here.
I was kind of thinking, not necessarily that they're going to get tired, but it's like, of course, right as the Bucs tie it up, the defense immediately,
kind of starts letting up a little.
Mm-hmm. Can't really get on the defense's case. I mean, they've only allowed 3 points.
Yeah, they're the only reason there's a game right now.
Yeah. Devin White cannot finish the tackle there. It's a first down for New Orleans. Damn. They had it.
Right.
They had the bodies there, but Devin White gets stood up.
Yeah, shoved out.
Yeah.
And then
you got to keep driving the legs on that.
All right.
1st and 10 now with 2:48 to go in the third quarter. Saints just outside the 30-yard line as they run it here to the left side. Again, a huge chunk of yards for the Saints. Bucs doing a terrible job stopping the run here.
Yeah.
I mean, Jameis Winston only has 95 passing yards, so that kind of speaks to how effective he's been. Yeah, it's not a diss at him.
No, I don't know why that tickled me so much. And we're also talking about somebody playing with, a very, very damaged back, too.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why I chuckled
You
at
got
that.
Carl Nassib and Anthony Nelson as the outside linebackers.
The longest
Antoine Winfield Jr. up at the line of scrimmage. Another handoff right up the middle. How often have we seen in the Todd Bowles era in Tampa Bay where teams were able to run the ball multiple times on a drive for a first down without passing it? That's very rare in a Todd Bowles style defense.
Back to back to back runs down the middle. And this is where we're really getting this is where we're really getting a view of that absence of Akeem Hicks.
Yeah. Yeah, he's out for the game, so a lot more Nacho. Will Golston in there as well. Jameson shotgun here on 1st and 10. They do run it out of the shotgun. And once again, more success for the Saints. Oh, the ball's loose. The ball's loose. As soon as I talk, the ball is out and it is recovered.
Oh.
They have not made a signal yet. The Bucs are pointing, though, like it's their ball. I think Logan Ryan stripped it out.
I think so.
It is a dog pile at the bottom there.
That would be a huge recovery for the Bucs right now.
And it's recovered by Carl Nassib.
Wow. Welcome back, Carl.
At the Bucs football? Yeah, that ball is out. Great job by Logan Ryan. Carl Nassib, Johnny on the spot. I don't know what the announcer said, but that looks like it's Buccaneers football. We talked about turnovers. Bucs needed to do it. Logan Ryan comes up huge there, and Carl Nassib does a nice job recovering the fumble. And again, what was a dog pile of multiple players. There was like 3 Saints players down there, and then Carl Nassib. So good for him for being aggressive and getting the ball. It was clearly out. It's just a matter of if it was a clear recovery by Carl Nassib. I think it was, though. Again, headphones in, I wasn't really hearing what the broadcasters were saying, but it does look like it's Bucs ball. What a clutch play. Logan Ryan, again, new additions, doing great things for the Bucs. Obviously, Carl Nassib was on the team a couple years ago, but 2 free agent signings this offseason come up big. Yeah.
And the timing of it was extremely necessary as the clock starts running down on the third quarter. And everyone's concern is this tie at a field goal. Will Bucs getting the ball, push it down the field, and hopefully get their first lead of the game here.
A takeaway for the Bucs, of course, is just what Pirates do. It's a fumble, and that fumble is brought to you by Pirate Republic. Make sure you go out and get a Pirate Republic today. I have the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian Wit on hand, which is Kasey's favorite. My personal favorite is the Long John Pilsner, and there's also the Take No Quarter IPA. All delicious, fantastic drinks. Funny enough, if you go to the New York Pizza in Ybor City, they have Pirate Republic beer. So if you find yourself celebrating in Ybor on a weekend or at any time and you need a slice of pizza, New York, they have Pirate Republic beer. So you can get it there in Tampa. Of course, you can go to Lucan's Liquors, Total Wine, and various ABC liquors to get your Pirate Republic beer. As I just take a sip of it as well.
Were you chugging?
That was not a chug, yeah.
Okay.
Not doing that.
I mean, no one would judge. No one.
If it was a good chug.
Yeah. The whole crap. I was about to lose my train of thought there. It's the multitasking for me. And you see Bucs. Oh.
It's tough. Like you look away for a second.
Another update here. Gio Bernard is out for the remainder of today's game with an ankle injury.
He's hardly played. How's he out?
No idea.
Anyway, Bucs have the ball. Huge play. Leonard Fournette breaking tackles. Wow, he was stopped behind the line of scrimmage, but breaks a couple of tackles and gets about 4 or 5 yards. That was
ping pong
very
Lenny.
nice. Yeah, ping pong Lenny. That was a very nice job by him. Sounds like he heard you because he was smiling after that play. Logan Ryan just vibing in the zone.
Love that. He's so calm.
Yeah.
He's just such a calm human being. I feel like I'd be a savage mental person on and off the field if I played defense.
30 seconds to go here in the third quarter. 2nd and 5 for the Bucs as Tom Brady's in shotgun. Does hand it off to Leonard Fournette and goes up the middle. And he's very close to that first down marker. I would say he's about a yard short, but then again, I was very wrong about some other ones. Refs are signaling that it is 3rd down, so it'll be 3rd and 1, which has been a little bit of an issue for the Bucs, but they'll have an entire, I was going to say quarter, but they'll have an entire, commercial break to decide, Byron Leftwich to decide what they want to do here. That is the end of the third quarter.
Oof.
The Bucs are trying to take the lead for the first time in this game. It is tied 3-3. I would say it's a field goal fiesta, but it hasn't even been that. It's just been a football game featuring the occasional field goal.
Literally.
And as we wait for the fourth quarter, let's hear another message from Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Look better and feel better and increase your sex drive with Age Rejuvenation. Of course, John Gilmore, who was on the Pewter Tailgate show earlier today, speaks very highly of Age Rejuvenation, as does SR Scott Reynolds. They're not just spokespeople for the product. They use it as well and enjoy it very much. So make sure you check out Age Rejuvenation. We got one more quarter to go. Put those 4s up, ladies and gentlemen. That's the big thing that people do. I saw a picture yesterday. It was so funny. It was, yeah. Actually,
yeah.
I was trying to time up which direction you were going. But I saw a picture yesterday to anyone that was watching college football. So Michigan was playing against UConn. And, they dominated them. It was like 49-0, whatever. But they showed a UConn fan who's wearing his jersey. His entire body was painted like blue and white. That's UConn's colors. And it's the start of the fourth quarter, and the score's like 49-0, 52-0, whatever it is. And he's in like the last row, and he's just got his 4s up. Like, it's an absolute blowout.
Still holding out hope.
Yeah.
Oh man, I will say those UConn fans go nuts. They used to be one of our biggest issues over at UCF.
The caption was like the most loyal fan in America or something like that.
Yes. If that was the score and he can even participate in the fourth quarter sway, that says a lot.
It's just, it's just like to take all the time to paint yourself in a game where you know you're going to lose.
Ugh, and to sit in that.
Yeah. All right. 3rd and 1 here for the Bucs. A crucial 3rd down. Handoff to Lenny. He's tackled at the line of scrimmage. He did not get that. Well, second effort, he put the ball out, but I don't know when the refs actually blew the whistle. Again, just a poor effort by the Bucs. You got to get that push up front.
Oh man,
that's tough. You thought they could capitalize on that turnover. Not the case. Bucs are going to have to punt it away. That's a missed opportunity.
Dang. Back to the defense.
Yeah, it's going to be on the defense. Also, the play clock's about to run out, but you don't want to waste a timeout here.
No. That'd be stupid.
Interesting. Brady's putting his helmet on.
Yeah.
But if it's delayed game, they're not going to go for it on 4th and 6.
Or are
they? Do they call a timeout first?
He's strapping up the thing. Yeah.
This is gutsy. Wow.
What?
So the offense comes back on the field. Let's see. Oh! Wow. 12 men on the field for the Saints. So that is a penalty that, of course, gives the Bucs
first down.
That is a crucial mistake by the New Orleans Saints. Do they not know how to count? No, I'm just kidding. They
did Plant City math.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking that. There you go. Plant City math. So, Bucs given a second chance here. They run a pitch to the outside. Look at that. They actually mixed it up in the run game. It wasn't just a run up the middle.
Oh, my gosh.
Side note, one of the things I love in a football game is like when there's a play out of bounds and then it's either like, in that case, it was like the ref guy with the yellow thing over. You'll see the camera guy with that bubble. When a player runs into them and then they get knocked over, it's
I was just about to say that. Lenny's continuing to lay out the tackles, but taking it to the sidelines.
It's one of the simple pleasures in life.
It is. Honestly, as much as it sucks and it's painful for them.
Wow, what a huge mistake by the Saints.
And to think that the Saints head coach Allen was going ham on the sideline.
He was. All right, Bucs and shotgun here, 2nd down. Mike Evans moves in motion. He's looking that way. Brady's going to Brady looked like he was going to scramble up the middle. The
actual yardage.
The hole closed very quickly. Damn. We could have popped off all the dual threat quarterback jokes.
I know. I was going to say we weren't about to post any dual threat tweets for that. But 45 may not require a dual threat.
Yeah.
That may have been limited to 44. Good news is
I think it's the first time Tom Brady's been sacked all season.
No,
that is not true at all. Michael Parsons had at least 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 3rd and 6. Brady drops back. Going down the sideline deep for Scotty. Scotty was held.
And where's the flag on that one?
That's an awful call. Brady is giving it to the ref.
Of all the flags they've decided to throw this day.
It was a little overthrown, but that was not a good call. Yeah, what the heck? The ref's right there, too.
Look at Nacho.
Wait, hold on. What the hell happened? Is this a fight? What's going on?
Why did they?
Mike Evans is right in the middle of that. This is chaos. I love it. Well, I hope everyone's okay, but
grabbed and punched out of bounds.
Is that a fight? Okay. What the hell is going on? So it looks like Mike Evans is at the bottom there. Russell Gage is getting into it with Marshawn Lattimore. This is awesome. Evans has his helmet off, which you got to be careful there because you got all these guys with helmets on. This is bad blood.
This is
a great rivalry. A 3-3 game going back and forth. Tristan Wirfs is holding on to Mike Evans for dear life.
Did anybody see how that started, though?
Okay, so they're showing on the replay here. Brady was talking to the ref. Then Leonard Fournette gets into a pushing match. Then Mike Evans comes in and absolutely depletes, I think, Lattimore.
And then goes...
Yeah, there you go, Mike. That's how you hit him. That's how you hit him.
You know what's wild about this, Matt?
This is just like when Jameis.
Yes. Yeah. And Mike Evans came in for the hit once again.
Yeah. Oh man,
shoot.
That was awesome. Yeah, Kasey, you're 100% right. That is exactly like what it was a couple years ago when Jameis tapped Marshawn Lattimore and then he pushed Jameis and then Mike Evans hit Lattimore. This time he was defending Leonard Fournette. They keep showing Bruce Arians. There's Jason Light there. Jason Light's like, oh.
Look at his reaction. All he's saying is, oh.
Wide receiver coach Kevin Garver is pretty pissed off as well. I hope Mike Evans doesn't get ejected, though.
I know, especially now with the rules changing and stuff. There were some pretty big word swap between Tom Brady to Lattimore before the hit comes in.
Yeah. I'm just going to tweet out why.
Evan, oh, man. You may have been right about Mike Evans losing his wits there and costing himself some playing time.
As long as Mike Evans doesn't get ejected, I'm okay with it. But he could. Oh, wow. Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore are kicked out of the game. They are both ejected, which obviously Lattimore is a great corner, but that really hurts the Bucs. And honestly, I understand it. Like Mike Evans just came running.
Yeah, he should have stayed to the sideline. I mean, he let his emotions get the best of him there. The rivalry.
Yeah. That's
honestly
really unfortunate because now the Bucs, who are already down Chris Godwin and Julio Jones, that means Russell Gage is their number 1 receiver. Rashad Perriman becomes their number 2, and Scotty Miller is their number 3.
And Lenny's typically known to defend himself. So why Evans felt so...
Yeah, he's explaining his case to the ref. I don't exactly know what it is, but this is going to make for a great post-game press conference as Mike is hyping up the Saints crowd. Oh, Mike just put his hands on the camera. This is bananas.
He is frustrated.
Oh, and then he gives his gloves to Bucs fans. What a great guy. Mike Evans is the best. Mike Evans is the absolute best.
Oh, man.
Oh, they're throwing towels at him.
He's just giving it all away.
This is chaotic, Kasey. I don't love that Mike Evans is ejected from the game, but this is wild. Camarda finally gets to punt it now. Not a good punt at all. That was an awful punt by Jake Camarda. And there's more fighting going on.
Now. Is that
this
Kate
game
Otten?
is off the rails.
20, 88, and 29 is who I saw a little shuffled around. I will say this, though. Think about the matchups that are going to take place with Lattimore out. Lattimore on Scotty Miller is just a gross matchup between Scotty Miller's size. They're banking on his speed entirely there.
Yeah.
Lattimore not being out there on the wings could be very helpful for the Bucs. Even though Mike Evans is gone as well, Gage has been making some pretty big pickups. Scotty Miller might finally be able to use his speed outside and catch something. I don't know. It's crazy. NFC South rivalry, y'all.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking the other day, again, on Thursday's show, we had a former NFL wide receiver who has a Saints podcast, Terrence Copper. And he was, we were talking about just the rivalry, the bad blood between these two teams, which their next game, of course, is also on Monday Night Football. So it'll be a prime time for everyone to watch. But he was saying, so Copper played for a couple different teams. One of them was the Ravens. And he said there's no rivalry like Steelers-Ravens. But the way that this is going is, I don't know if it's on that level yet, but like these teams do not like each other. And I understand in sports today, like not just the NFL, but in sports in general, players move teams so much and all that stuff that the rivalries between divisional opponents, it's more between the fans than it is like the players. But it is nice when you get a little old school thing like this.
Yeah, because there aren't too many teams where you really just see it rev up between the players, and you feel that tension between these players heading into the Saints-Bucs matchup always. I can't wait. I mean, I'm sure it's probably already up by now, but just that side by side of Evans laying out Lattimore during Jameis Winston era and then doing it again now.
Yeah. Stephen Shea tweeted out like the video of Mike's hit, and then it said hit stick. I thought that was funny.
That's a thing.
Scott Reynolds of Pewter Report, may have heard of him. He said, I appreciate Bucs wide receiver Mike Evans defending Tom Brady and running back Leonard Fournette, but he can't do that. He's too important, especially today. Bucs losing Evans is worse than Saints losing Marshawn Lattimore. I do agree with that. I agree with that tenfold. The Bucs really do need Mike in this game. Unfortunately, he is ejected. But hey, all you need is
2 more field goals.
Yeah. Saints do have really good field position here, which again hurts even more with the fact that Mike Evans is not back on offense.
Yeah.
At least he'll be healthy for next week.
Very true. That is a positive.
All right, good job by the Bucs defense here. They obviously struggled against the run on that last drive until Logan Ryan was able to force the fumble.
I'm still pretty much laughing at the fact that Tom Brady went off on Lattimore, though.
Yeah, we've seen Brady get into it with other players.
Yeah. I'm like 45. He's ready to push and shove.
Yeah. Man, that was awesome. I love all the drama. Like, I hate the people that are like, well, they're not setting an example for the children, stuff like that. Like, the Malice at the Palace. Remember the big fight between the Pistons and the Pacers like 10 years ago?
Oh,
Jameis going deep here. It's picked! Jamel Dean gets his hands on the ball. A huge interception for Jamel Dean. Don't make a scene. Don't make a scene. It's just Dean. We've been talking about he's got to turn those PBUs to INTs, and Jameis takes another deep ball. Oh, fans, you got the Jameis pick that you were looking for. Excellent job by Jamel Dean.
I feel like you were setting this up, though, when you kept mentioning these deep balls that Jameis kept going for with Olave. And whoa.
You saw it again right there. Tries to hit the deep ball. It's been Olave essentially every single time. Jamel Dean right there, stride for stride, and he makes an excellent interception. I mean, that was what, 50 yards down the field, 60 yards down the field, and a guy that struggled to get those INTs.
Yes.
A tremendous, tremendous play. Not only that you just got the ball, that's a momentum play, Kasey.
Yep.
Everything's very heated right now. The temperature's running high. Everyone's on edge. You need a key play like that. Again, cooler heads prevail. Don't make a scene. Don't make a scene. It's just Dean. Don't make a scene.
I apologize to anybody that really had to endure that squeal that came out of my mouth. But it felt like that play was in slow motion for me.
That was incredible. Kasey, I think we got to cut that clip for a preview.
Has to.
Without question. And because the Bucs took a ball away, gonna remind you that interception is brought to you by Pirate Republic. Again, I'm drinking the Golden Haze, a piracy Belgian wit. There's also the Take No Quarters IPA and the Long John Pilsner. Get it at a local store near you. Brewed in the Nassau, Bahamas, but they have made their way to the state of Florida for football season. I mean, that interception Jamel Dean had, that deserves like a cheers and a raise of the glass or a can.
Oh, man.
In this case with Pirate Republic. So check them out at Total Wine, Lucan's Liquors, various ABC liquors, a couple other different places. Start drinking Pirate Republic because it could lead to more interceptions by Jamel Dean and the rest of the secondary. Kasey, my head is spinning.
There's just a lot of emotions right now. Like, we just saw, Tom Brady get pissed off at the way that offensive drive panned out, more bad calls. Then you have this brawl. Then you have 2 ejections. Then you got defense stopping the run and Nacho celebrating off the field. And then Dean, this guy who beat out SMB for the position for that top spot, coming in hot.
Let's remember that it was a competition all training camp and preseason between Jamel Dean and SMB. All right, we're finally back to the freaking game. That felt so long. Bucs have the ball at the 20 after the INT. And people are already unhappy with Byron Leftwich for running, but solid run by Leonard Fournette. And you know what? Like, you kind of have to run the ball now because you don't have Mike Evans in there.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's the nerves are really. But something that's coming to mind is the fact that before the season started, before training camp even was a thing, Tom Brady really did kind of call Russell Gage's number, saying that he's got to come up big this season, and now is a huge opportunity for him to do just that.
Without question. Scotty Miller too, Kasey. I mean, they've been targeting him a lot, but he's had some drops.
Yeah.
He needs to make his money here. And he does.
Woo!
Scotty Miller with the catch across the middle.
Attaboy, Scotty.
First down, Tampa Bay. Scotty Miller across the middle. Obviously thrown into a much more important role now with Mike Evans ejected from the game. Finds a sweet spot in the middle of the zone. And the Bucs get a first down.
There goes that middle of the field that you were just talking about a couple plays ago. That was important for Scotty to kind of get a pickup on.
Yeah. I kind of want to see, I know we want to see different stuff from Scotty, but let's get one deep ball to Scotty. They run a screen here with Leonard Fournette, who drops it.
It's like he panicked the way the ball came at him.
Yeah, that was weird because you had the blocker right there as well.
Yeah, that was a bit of a nervous motion there.
Yeah, the Bucs are usually pretty effective with the screen, and I feel like an aggressive team like the Saints would be perfect to run screens against, but they have not really, went about that. I don't know if it's because, again, now you got Fred Johnson in the game, so we're talking about, the mobility of the offensive line. Obviously, Donovan Smith is great getting out in space, but if he's not in the lineup, you can't do it.
Yeah.
Bucs in shotgun here. 2 seconds left on the play clock. They do get the snap off. Brady looking to the right side, not even close to Scotty Miller.
That was a dusty throw.
Yeah. This is the most entertaining 3-3 game I've ever watched.
You know what? That's a great point, because typically it would be like, I would shut this off by now. It's very boring.
No, this is bitter rivals.
Boring.
First place in the NFC South on the line. I get it's only week 2, but tiebreakers come into play and all that good stuff.
You know what does kind of suck evaluating this? With the offensive line in the position that it's in and Kyle Rudolph being, a decent blocker, it really is a storm that he's not in.
Yeah. Pass to Cam Bray. Can he get the first down? No, he just comes up a little bit short. There's a flag, though, after the play. Let's see.
We're not seeing too much emotion out of the Bucs.
I'm on pins and needles here. Legit. The Saints don't look happy about it. Are they saying a hit to the head? Honestly, these refs suck. They suck. And listen, this is a great call for the Bucs. We'll have to see the replay, but they are way too cautious with these hits to the heads.
Just switch their helmets.
Wow.
All right.
That's a 15-yard penalty.
Plays in favor of the Bucs. When does that hit come in? Oh, yeah.
Like, I get it. He gets hit in the head, but at this point, you're just asking them to change the game of football.
Yeah.
He's running full speed. I'm not trying to defend the Saints here, but I'm just trying to be realistic about it. He's running full speed, and he's moving his body, so you can't target this one spot and then he goes down.
Yeah, I agree. Not that you're not that you're vouching for the Saints, but it's just changing the game.
You would never call that on a run play. If that was a handoff to Leonard Fournette like that last play just was, you would never call that. That's an awful call, but it's good for the Bucs, so we'll take
it. and they keep on rolling. Slugged. This fourth quarter has felt like
wow. This has been a ton of fun, though.
Yes.
Yes. Fantastic
I'm so
time.
Grateful. So grateful.
Brady play action here. Has to move in the pocket. Finds Queipo. Oh, he drops it.
Oh, my God.
Are they saying it's a fumble? The Saints are saying it's a fumble. I think it's an incompletion.
The excitement that just happened inside of me for Queipo to get some action like that.
And everyone's like, oh, he can actually catch now. Well, apparently maybe not.
Not so much.
Yeah.
I was about to be that person going off. Queipo, you're dual threat. No, I'm kidding.
I do wish I was kind of at this game. And, we'll see. It's 3-3. It's tied. It could go either way. But if the Bucs do win this game, people are going to be popping off it, like going crazy in the locker room after.
They will not leave the place the same way they found it.
All right, a penalty on Cam Jordan.
Whoa.
Where are these penalties coming from?
Okay, I'm gonna be that person for just a second, but
Sure.
The camera people have to they gotta go where
they gotta get it together. They have to get it together, Kasey.
We're missing everything for no reason.
I'm in full agreement. Interesting too, because you don't get too many holding penalties on a defensive lineman. Yeah, that wasn't on Cam Jordan. He didn't even,
which we would have never seen until now.
Yeah.
All right, so Bucs live to see another down.
Another run with Leonard Fournette.
Okay.
Bouncing around, a nice solid, we'll say 5-6 yard game. Ping pong, yeah, that's a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, is it weird that it's a little unnerving for me that Lenny's been so calm this entire game?
Yeah.
It's good. It's very mature, but it's just unnerving for me.
What a wild fourth quarter.
Wow. If anybody's wearing their Apple Watch right now,
yeah,
you are burning it up because my insides are warm, hot.
I feel good. Like either way, it's going to make for drama.
Yeah.
Bad snap, but they do get the shotgun off to
Lenny.
Ping pong Lenny.
PP Lenny.
All right, once again, a very crucial third down for the Bucs. The last time that they kicked the field goal, they were in a similar situation where close to field goal range, can't get a sack here, so they ran a little screen play to Rashad Perryman. This one, a little bit of a better situation, 3rd and 5.
Woo, I'm sweating. 2 Celsius for this was just a lot. Oh!
Saints are stacked up. I think you might be a second ahead of me.
No,
snap. Brady in the shotgun. He's looking. Very well blocked. Brady going deep down the field. It's caught. Rashad Perryman. Touchdown, Buccaneers. The first touchdown of the game. And of all people, Rashad Perryman taking advantage of Mike Evans not being in the game. I've been harsh on Rashad Perryman, but he makes the play of the game on the deep ball from Brady to Rashad Perryman. It's now 9-3. A great little swim move down the field. Beats Williams one-on-one. And that's 6 points right there. Bucs take a 9-3 lead with the extra point coming up. Kasey, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It's that guy. He came up for that Bills overtime, and now he's reminding people that he has something left. Something.
Yeah.
I'm not cleaning the slate from the other BS that he's pulled, but Rashad Perriman, way to charge on, bud. Way to charge on.
The extra point by Ryan Suckup is good. Bucs lead 10-3, their first lead of the game with about 8-7 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And people are popping off in the chats. Absolutely love it. Brian says, touchdown! Clock 5 White says TD. Let's go, Bucs. Common Sensei giving a shout out to Kasey. Kasey, your boy showed up.
Yeah.
Brian with the woo.
Yes. I know.
Matthew says BP. Justin says F the Saints. Can't put that up, but Matthew says great job, O-line.
I like Matthew's optimism.
Yeah.
He's come in with some nice little chips there. And how about your 45-year-old quarterback just slanging it?
Absolutely fantastic. Ooh. Michael Henderson says, tell Winston that is how you pass. That was absolutely incredible. And yeah, I've been harsh on Brashad Perriman, but I mean, that was the play of the game.
He's been my guy.
Brandon Walton.
Everybody's heard me go to bat for him. But I equally reprimand him for his mistakes. But he has caught things this game, and when Brashad Perriman catches, he's a pretty decent wide receiver.
Saints returned this one pretty solid, just over the 30, tackled by Sean Murphy Bunting. So we did call his name. I like that Jake Camarda was up in the mix too.
You always love to see the kickers lay people up, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Revival on that. And Bucs defense is going to feed off of that even more. I'm so sure of it.
7:35 remaining in this game. Bucs lead 10-3 in a chippy, heated matchup that has been mostly defense until that star play by Brashad Perriman. Jameis shotgun on first down. Bucs bring Devin White, who gets to Jameis. And I think Joe Tryon-Shoyinka wraps it up at the end there. An excellent job by the Bucs defense, pinning their ears back, knowing that the Saints and Jameis had to throw some passes. Very nicely done. It was set up by Devin White, but it was a group effort as well. Vita Vea eats the double team that opens things up for Devin White. And then, I think JTS got in on the sack there at the end. And, of course, Buccaneer sack is brought to you by Pirate Republic. Make sure you get Pirate Republic near you soon. Second down, Jameson shotgun again. Throwing down the side. It's picked. Don't make a scene. It's Justine. He gets up, running down the sideline with a caravan of Bucs in front of him. He puts up the deuces, Kasey, because that's his second interception of the game. Don't make a scene. Do not do it. Do not do it. Don't make a scene. Jamel Dean takes advantage of the overthrow by Jameis Winston. A fantastic job by this Bucs defense. That's their third turnover of the day, which, of course, that's a Pirate Republic takeaway. That's a pick. Another pick for Jamel Dean. Get yourself the Long John Pilsner, the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian Wit, or the Take No Quarters IPA. Every time I put this graphic up, they get another turnover. So we're just going to keep it going.
Good luck. I'm over here like, please just throw it up.
Yeah. Brian says, you are the MVP, Jameis, with a bunch of laughing emojis.
Whew.
Yi Jinping says, that's money.
Something to keep in mind, too, is Dean feeds off of good performances. He's only going to build on this. Let him eat. Just let him.
Don't make a scene.
Don't make a scene.
Hey, let's remember, that interception last time led to a touchdown for the Bucs. So
exactly. The momentum swing is shifting on both sides of the ball right now, and this is going to make for.
Joel says LMAO. Saints fans have exited the chat. Hey, it's not over yet. You never know what can happen.
No, but the entertainment prevails. Wow.
Okay, so the Bucs are in the red zone already at the 30-yard line. Tom Brady's in shotgun.
Whew.
A little bit of confusion going on. The refs getting in the mix, of course. Watch, now they're going to throw it in like a situation where they've been running it on first down all game.
Finally switch it up. Scotty Miller with the... No, I'm kidding.
A little sweet to Scotty. Yeah, a little touch pass to Scotty Miller. Saints do a good job of being ready for that. So Scotty goes out of bounds.
I like the Scotty sweep. Just that was an underwhelming one.
They did it to the short side of the field, which is kind of odd.
Yeah. Wow. There's been so many interesting takeaways from this game.
Oh, I know. I mean, the bounce back by this team. I mean, they're only down 3 points, but the clutchness of the defense. Brashad Perriman making a play. I mean, this is a guy that most of us didn't even have making
the roster.
Yeah.
We had him cut.
Brady looking to the right. Oh, whoo! A little high for Russell Gage, who
Good
tipped it up
effort.
into the air. That could have been catastrophic.
All right,
Kasey.
guys. Next game, we're gonna play a drinking game. How many times does Tom Brady yell the F word?
Might need like a 24 pack or a 30.
Yeah, I was gonna
rack.
say choose something not too lethal.
Yeah.
But how many times is
Have a
Brady
Celsius if you want to.
That's true. If you got a long day or night ahead, why not?
All right, third down, Bucs in shotgun, of course. 3 receivers on the left side, including K-Dot and Cam Brate. I can't totally tell. Brady going over the middle, looking for Cam Brate. Does not make the catch. Bucs will unfortunately have to settle for a field goal, but a very, very important field goal because it would make it a 2-possession game.
Yeah. I mean, look, the fact that they even got that opportunity, the way that this game was looking in the first half. Ayo. Ryan Suckup is your MVP. No, I'm kidding. All right. Do you think that the Bucs get a sack?
Let's make sure Ryan Suckup hits his field goal first. The kick is up, and it's good.
I got ahead of myself reading the comment.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
I'm like, yeah.
Suckup hits his second 47-yarder of the game. Again, a very key field goal because it puts the Bucs up 10 points, which will force the Saints to score at least twice. 13-3 lead for the Buccaneers with a little more than 5 minutes to go in this game. What was your question? Do the Bucs get a sack on this drive?
Yeah.
I think they will not get a sack, but they'll provide a lot of good pressure that forces a bad throw by Jameis to go incomplete.
Okay.
But they'll have him on the ropes for sure. Because that last drive, like strictly from like a pass rushing standpoint, I think was like their best pass rushing drive of the whole game. Like they got the sack on first down. They were in Jameis's face that I think I'll have to watch the replay again, but really forced a bad overthrow by Jameis there.
Agree with that.
And now you know the Saints have to pass it. So, you know, this is why you bring in Shaq and draft Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and see who else they have up there. Camarda with the kickoff. Boots it into the end zone. Saints are going to return it. Going up the middle. KJ Britt in pursuit. He misses him. D. Delaney on the outside. Gets forced out of bounds at around the 30, and Todd Bowles is there to make the tackle. Oh, they're showing the Jameis Marcus Lattimore thing.
Oh, nope. And just as equal. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, they really don't like each other.
Oh.
Mike hates Marcus.
Wow.
We talked a lot about Michael Thomas and Carlton, but Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore are the two most heated guys.
I mean,
to each other.
That walk down memory lane.
Yeah, that was. All right, 5:43 to go. Bucs send a blitz on the right side, and they do get a sack. Get it out, 45. Devin White. Sorry when I'm screaming if it's really affecting everyone's ears on the volume, but Devin White eating it up.
Giddy up.
Nice swim move by Shaq Barrett. He was right there. Devin just beat him by a second. Logan Hall in there as well, so that'll set up second and long. Of course, that sack is brought to you by Pirate Republic.
Ayo.
Jameis over the middle. Wow, it's caught by Juwan Johnson. Yeah, that was a close one.
Yikes. It was a bit of a whifty one on.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because they had him on the ropes. So, all right, as far as a pass rushing standpoint, on the D-line, you have Will Golson and Logan Hall on the interior, and obviously Shaq and JTS on the outside. Winston going deep, nobody home.
What I'm shocked about is how often he wants to try to throw these deep balls with a jacked up vertebrae or four.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes you got to take what the defense is giving you.
Why are they holding hands?
Because football is family.
Very intimate moment there.
2nd and 10 with 4:45 to go. Bucs up 13-3. Carl Nassib been there as well. Wow. I don't know how the heck Michael Thomas caught that, but
because Logan
Ryan was flying over the middle. Damn.
He just would have put his hand up one more notch.
1st and 10 now. Carl Nassib with the rush, and it's picked. Mike Edwards, the ball hawk.
There he is.
He will take it to the house. What? He will take it to the house. It's a pick six.
Wow.
Mike Edwards had 2 pick sixes last year, both in the 4th quarter on 2 separate drives. He intercepts Jameis here. That's the Bucs' 3rd interception of the game. A pick 6 for Mike Edwards. The Bucs lead 19-3 as he shushes the crowd. It is becoming a blowout, ladies and gentlemen. An excellent job by the Bucs defense. My goodness.
Matt, I feel like you called this. Did somebody said that there was going to be an INT touchdown, pick 6, or were we just hopeful?
I talked about Mike Edwards. I said earlier in the game, like the way the Bucs offense was going, the Bucs will probably need
this,
like a big turnover or something to get the Bucs in like really good field position.
Wow.
Extra point by Suckup is good. It is now 20-3. And to think that the Saints were actually moving the ball against the Bucs defense on that drive. I mean, just an exceptional job. That's why Mike Edwards, that's why I was so excited for him to be a starter this year, Kasey, because his ability to take the ball away.
His read on this was a beautiful step in.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, that pick 6 is brought to you by Pirate Republic. There was also a sack on that drive. So the sack, later on, the pick, a pick 6. Awesome moment. Very exciting stuff for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Of course, those turnovers and takeaways brought to you by Pirate Republic.
No. What's the time on the clock?
There's 4:11. So chance for another. Yeah, we can get another Mike Edwards pick 6.
I will wait for the 2-minute drill at the end to make this announcement.
Okay. Shift said, I thought Jameis had LASIK. That was good. That was good, Shiv.
Wow.
Lash Gordon said, I didn't say pick 6, but I actually was going to call Edwards INT. Shout out there.
We asked for a pick 6, so.
Matthew says, best defense in the NFL. Thanks, Todd. Brian says, Jameis gonna Jameis. Long lost Glazer. Good point here, and we'll see if the Saints score. But 6 points allowed in 2 games. This defense is legit. No touchdowns through 2 weeks. That's an excellent point. And I understand Jameis is injured, and the Cowboys had injuries at wide receiver last week. But, this is still the NFL. You go 2 weeks without letting up a touchdown. That's fantastic.
It's also the Saints' choice to keep Winston in,
A lot of words about Jameis being the MVP. Almost a pick for Devin White here.
That would have, what a cap off that would have been.
I mean, this is just a party at this point.
Mm-hmm. It's a party.
Yeah. Hey.
Nobody would have seen this coming in the first half.
No, not at all. Because the Saints were playing with the lead, so obviously they were very run heavy to start things off. But now the fact that they actually legitimately have to, have to throw the ball, it's changing things around. And Kasey, what's crazy too? It's 20-3. We'll see how this game ends, but we're looking at another game. We just talked about how the Bucs defense has not allowed a touchdown. The Bucs have only scored 1 touchdown per game. They had one last week, the touchdown from Brady to Evans, and then this week, Brady to Brashad Perriman. Defensively, they got a pick 6.
Yes.
But the Bucs defense only trails the Bucs offense by 1 touchdown.
That's so wild to think about. But
Jameis got hit there. He's going deep. That has to be a penalty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Carlton not happy with himself.
At least he takes responsibility.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I did say that I genuinely feel like this is one of the best defenses from top to bottom. Every position group on that defense is just operating at such a high level, which is so great.
Yeah, not the best play for Carlton Davis, but when you have a lead, you can afford to make a mistake or two.
He got a little excited.
You talked about just the level of importance, not just for these two individual coaches, right?
Man, if the Bucs get another stop here and then, they just got to close it out by running it with Lenny, I would be surprised if we get another fight. Like with the game over, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of talking back and forth.
But that's what I'm saying about Lenny being unnervingly calm. Like, he's the kind of guy that would pick his moment, and that moment would be coming.
Jameis across the slant boy, runs into his own teammate.
Why did Devin White kind of just stop dead in his tracks there?
I'm not sure. Shout out Triton Jet here, says, great job, Pewter Gang. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
really
man.
appreciate you guys all watching and joining in on the conversation. It's been a lot funner second half than first half, Kasey. I think we can all agree with that.
I know.
Honestly, the fourth quarter, it's been very stressful until the fourth quarter. I'm also losing my voice a little bit, but that's all right.
Why do you think I bring tea and honey to this situation?
Dante Jones says, Bucs defense got me 25 fantasy points. Shout out to Dante.
Dang. Good call, Dante. The only thing you just reminded me of is that I did not set up my week 2 lineup. So who knows what's happening?
Yeah.
But good. I'm glad things are going well for you.
I'm actually playing against Tom Brady. So I'm a little happy because, like, stat-wise, he hasn't lit it up. He has 1 touchdown, but the Bucs have, to this point with 3:13 to go in the game, have done enough to win.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I don't know who's on my stuff. That's going to be a terrible look at post game.
James in shotgun here, 1st and 15. Looking towards the right side. Caught by Olave and pushed out of bounds by Carlton. Oh, we got a $5 super chat from Matthew. I knew I liked you, Matthew, because you got a great name. He says, this Jameis is for you. Thanks, you too, and Pewter Report. Our defense is finally healthy and scary. No more fights. Hit like, please. Thank you so much, Matthew. Really appreciate that. Love everyone in the chat joining our conversation, everything like that. Byron says, Chubb, 30 fantasy points, Matt. Let's go. I have not been watching that game. A little bittersweet. Throw over the middle, incomplete, because obviously Nick Chubb is playing, and the Browns are playing against the New York Jets. But yeah, 3:07 to go. Bucs just got to keep everything in front of them. 3rd and 4 coming up for the Saints.
I don't know why my heart's still racing.
I don't know. I just feel like it's never actually over until the game is.
No, that's why I'm reserving my comment.
Yeah. Jameis looking to the right side. It is caught.
Okay, dokie.
Caught by Slant Boy, who then screams at Carlton Davis. You're also down by multiple scores, so kind of a weird moment.
There was a bit of a swing there, so we almost got a Evans Lattimore.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Michael Thomas and Carlton Davis are like, damn, like we're the undercard of this fight now. Like we got to pick it up.
If they keep it on the replay for 2 seconds, just
JM says Slant Boy gets to celebrate something. If not, he would have cried.
Yeah.
So the question here is, obviously, it'll be 20-10 if Lutz hits this field goal. Do you go with the onside kick here?
No.
I think the Bucs are going to get really conservative. So that definitely concerns me.
Yeah.
Like really, really conservative.
Like run. Defense back on the field, final minute.
Scott Reynolds tweeted, I missed this, but this is at 3:48. He tweeted in all caps, old Jameis is back.
Just hearing how that actually probably sounds too is great.
Yeah.
Rashad Perriman, ladies and gentlemen.
Mike, I mean, where do we even start? Like the defense playing great. Mike Evans getting in a fight with Marshawn Lattimore. Rashad Perriman making a catch that I never thought he would have made. 4 turnovers now, 2 from Jamel Dean, multiple sacks, a pick 6 for the ball hawk. Truly incredible. And there's still 3 minutes to go, Kasey.
Right. And I wouldn't be surprised if this defense ends up back on the field.
It's not over yet. And they are clearly lining up for an onside kick. Bucs got the hands team out, which includes Lavonte David and Devin White. I don't particularly get that. Thank you.
What was the call here?
Stop at your play.
Oh. Oh.
Huh. Huh. Yeah, I haven't seen that. All right, kick to the right side, and it is swallowed up by Cade Otton.
Oh.
Nicely done, Cade Otton.
Otter.
Impact play.
Way to get there.
Yeah, there wasn't any bounce that he had to deal with.
No. Way to be there.
Nicely done. Maybe it's because he wore gloves. I don't know.
A nice reel in by the gloves.
Yeah. Very curious to see what Tampa Bay is going to do on this drive, because obviously you're going to be run heavy. We get that. You don't want to turn the ball over with 3 minutes to go when you're up 10. But
watch it.
They're not in field goal range. Jalen Darden's on the field. Wow.
Oh my gosh. My head.
All right. They run it with Leonard Fournette. Very solid. 5 yards on first down.
All right. Ping pong Lenny.
Ping pong.
Here's the thing. For a flair of the dramatics, would you maybe do a long shot again to Brashad Perriman just because?
No. I think you make the Saints. I think you would at least make the Saints use all 3 of their timeouts.
Okay.
Because if you miss on an incompletion, I think if they get a first down here, I'd be open to it because you're at least in field goal range. And again, you make it. It would still be a 2-possession game, but you would force them to score touchdowns versus a touchdown and a field goal.
Somebody just asked, Vaughn is inactive.
Yeah, Keyshawn Vaughn's been inactive, and obviously Bernard is injured. Lenny gets stopped for a short gain there, so it'll be about 3rd and 4 along that when they come back.
Woo. The same but different.
Man, what a game.
Man, a lot of emotions here. This is not healthy on an empty stomach, but yet very, as my family would call it, very telenovela style. Somebody just needs a wicked twin now.
Yeah. All right, 3rd and 4 coming up. Brady in shotgun. He's got Scotty, who's now in motion. He lines up next to Perryman. They're doing a short little pass. No one's open. Brady's going deep over the middle. Rashad Perryman does not make the catch.
But, sir, how?
You called for it. You called for it.
But, I mean, come on, Perry.
Yeah, well, the defensive back got his hand in at the end. Let's see.
Did he?
Yeah, he should have caught it.
Yeah. Yes.
Perryman's going to be like, listen, I got you the touchdown.
Right.
I'm only good for 1. All right. 55-yard attempt for Ryan Suckup. I don't love this move. Oh, okay. They're doing delay a game. That makes sense. I get it. They figured maybe the Saints will jump off sides.
Mental warfare. That's all you got to really go for at this point. Josh Q, I saw your comment, and that was coming in the right time. I didn't want to get too crazy just yet.
Yeah, I'm sure the analytics world will have a
yeah, we can. Josh, shout out, but we can't get to that point just yet.
Give it another minute.
Yeah.
Uno momento, por favor.
2:46 to go. Saints have 1 timeout and, of course, the 2-minute warning. It's a 2-possession game, though.
Whew.
I think it's key. Like even if the Bucs allow a field goal on this drive, Don't let up the touchdown. Make them go all the way down the field with no timeouts. Camarda gets the punt away, so nicely done there.
Yeah.
D. Delaney looking for it. Nice job by Jake Camarda. Inside the 10, bounces out of like the 9 or the 8. Very nicely done. So it'll be 2:37 to go. Holy crap, Miami came back.
Heck yeah.
And Tyreek Hill, who I have on one of my fantasy teams with a huge touchdown, tied up at 35 apiece. Wow. That's awesome.
This works out for BetQL's the Sunday spread because that's what I had going on.
Nice.
Miami Dolphins by a little too sneak.
Yeah, I had them at plus 3.5, but I think I had them in a parlay, so it probably didn't hit.
Parlay. That's a fun word to say.
It is. It's also pirate code. Parlay.
Parlay.
Shotgun here. Jameis going across the middle to Olave. He catches it and then loses the ball. And Carlton Davis comes up with it. Is that a fumble or an incompletion? It's a fumble recovered by Carlton Davis. That is insane. This game has been bonkers. So Olave makes the catch.
Finally.
But is he touched at all? Wow. Holy crap. The Bucs got lucky, Kasey.
Wow.
I mean, Olave, even if he doesn't score, they're over midfield. Now, the question is, did Olave's foot hit Davis at all as he was going down?
I have the subtitles on, so it's like right over where I'm trying to see the action.
Wow. Yeah, because if Carlton Davis touches Olave at all before the ball is loose, that's just a tackle.
And yeah. We've got offensive
players. That's incredible.
Field. I think it's a fumble recovery.
I think so too. Because he makes the catch. He grabs it. Yeah.
No, ball's out, and then here comes CD.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, shout out to, listen, tough break for Chris Olave, but he's an exciting player to watch. I really enjoy watching him.
Oh, yeah. And to even somewhat make that catch. I mean, granted, if different QB, different situation, different system, holy crap. Wow. It's the only word I can come up with at the moment.
Man.
This defense, though. Whew. If there's one thing to be freaking proud of is who would have thought that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers secondary would come up with 3 interceptions, 1 being a pick 6, defense lighting up on the sacks. They look better than the 2020 defense right now.
They've looked fantastic. I mean, that was a mistake there by Carlton Davis, but.
Well, that was a hiccup. Well, we're not even talking about that.
Okay, the call on the field stands. So that's another turnover for the Bucs. So what is that?
5?
Okay, so it's Dean twice, the forced fumble by Logan Ryan, Mike Edwards, and now that. And remember, Shaq Barrett forced a fumble earlier in the game. It was recovered by the Saints.
Oh, so that's 6 or 7.
It's 5 turnovers. It's 6. It's 5 turnovers and 3 forced fumbles, but only 2 fumbles recovered. Fournette tackled for a loss on first down.
This is wild. This defense is going to do such unfortunate things to Aaron Rodgers once more.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait for that matchup. Remember, when Aaron Rodgers was on Part of My Take, he said one of the coaches that impresses him the most is Todd Bowles for the way that he, schemes and game plans and everything like that.
Yeah.
So
the last time the Packers were at Raymond James Stadium, it was like 4 sacks on the guy.
And who had a pick 6 in that game? Jamel Dean.
Yeah, there you go. I'm like
another run by Fournette. Stays in bounds wisely, so that'll go to the 2-minute warning. Man,
We
what
love
a game.
replaying this. What do you think Mike
Fight
Evans is
night.
doing in the locker room right now?
Probably trying to find a TV to watch the game. So we're about to hit the 2-minute warning. You know, we've seen a lot of hitting, bouncing around like a bowling ball. The refs, you could say a lot about them. I think some Bucs fans would call the refs a pinhead. And, you know, speaking of pins, if you're going to go bowling, the best place to go bowling at is at Pin Chasers, where there's multiple different locations. As you see, they have some in East Pasco, Zephyr Hills, Midtown, and Veterans. There's obviously one pretty close to the Advent Health Training Center where the Bucs have their practice facility. It's more than just going to a bowling alley. It's a great night out with friends and family. They have different deals every single night, from all-you-can-eat pizza to all-you-can-bowl to dollar beers. So make sure you go to pinchasers.net and find out what deals they have going on. They got brunch on the weekends as well, and the food's very underrated, whether it's the brunch food, the pizza, chicken tendies, the nachos are awesome. You can book a birthday party there as well because they have an arcade room, so your kid can bowl. Their friends can play video games as well. Do both of that. So it's an awesome night out with friends and family. Make sure you check it out. And I know Christmas and Hanukkah and the holidays aren't coming up until December, but start booking your office party soon at Pin Chasers because they add up pretty quickly. So if you're thinking about that, make sure you do it sooner rather than later. Go to pinchasers.net, find out where there's a deal for you at Pin Chasers. We were finally at the 2-minute warning.
What a transition, though. That was one of the most fiery,
yeah,
transitions.
We got a $4.99 super chat from Byron Turner. Thank you so much, Byron, for that super chat. He said, "Did the Bucs just win the division in week 2?" with 2 question marks. I'm going to say no. You never know what's going to happen in a season. It's one game. The Bucs did not look good for a majority of it until a crazy and wacky fourth quarter. Again, spearheaded by the defense. So I'm not going to say they won the division, but it gives them a huge leg up. They're hopefully going to be 2-0 if they hold on here. That gives them one tiebreaker against the Saints, and they're 1-0 in the South. It gives them a leg up, but it's crazy to say after 2 weeks that they won the division.
I'm just a little crazy, though, Matt. I'm going to say yes, that it does, because you're talking about terrible play calling in the beginning. Well, not play calling, terrible ref calls almost this entire game. You're talking about some questionable play calling at certain moments, and then you're talking about half of your starters being out offensively.
Yeah.
You fix those things.
Josh said, Matt, Jets just won. I don't know if he's trolling or not, so I'm not totally going to buy it. Leonard Fournette runs on 3rd down, stopped obviously short, but the key is to keep that clock moving. There's 1:42 and counting. Saints are out of timeouts and they need to score twice. So really, as long as they can get this punt off, then they should be good to go. I would imagine the Saints will probably go max protection. I actually wouldn't be shocked here if the Bucs let it go all the way down to 1 and then just call a timeout.
Yeah.
We shall see.
We shall see.
Saints have Taysom Hill on there as well. See if he'll come. They do snap it with 1 second. Camarda gets the punt off, which was the goal. Fair catch caught by the Saints, so they cannot advance. Nice job by everyone around, you know.
Good job all around.
Yeah.
I don't think Josh was pulling your leg there, Maddie.
Kidding. Let me check ESPN.
I think that.
Oh yeah, you know my buddy just texted me. I think about the Jets. So yeah, gangrene. Good day for the Jets. Good day for the Bucs, and a good day for the Jets.
Wow, a Sunday that will wind down so nicely.
Yeah, the Jets did win. They're up 31-30. It says
no way.
I can't believe the Jets scored 31 points. Joe tries to shank up the middle. Jameis throws it, and it is just over the outstretched hands of Slants boy Michael Thomas, who had a garbage time touchdown, but outside of that, again, not really a big factor in this game. No one on offense has really been a factor.
No. Oh man.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for game balls on offense this week. I think you kind of have to go with Rashad Perryman just by process of elimination.
Look, you won't see me exactly go against that. So the Saints wide receivers are going to be sore after this game.
2nd and 10. Shaq Barrett with a good rush. He gets to Jameis, takes him down.
Sack Barrett, ladies and gentlemen.
Shaq Barrett, a.k.a. Sack Barrett. I'll give his sack dance I'll give it a 6.7.
I was going to go with a 5.
But, yeah, that'll pretty much close out the game. 35
Didn't we already have another sack earlier this game?
I don't believe so. Jameis dropping back again, throwing it across the middle to Jarvis Landry, who goes down, tackled by Devin White.
Oh, didn't I say the defense was going to close this game out?
Yes, you did. By the way, that sack is brought to you by Pirate Republic. Check out a Pirate Republic beer near you. Last play of the game, 4th and 10 with 7 seconds to go. Jameis throws it to the right side. Oh. I think he caught that. Yeah, he caught that short and went out of bounds.
How Brody.
That was ridiculous.
Oh, man. And the excitement when he pivoted, too.
Yeah. The Bucs will take the ball with 3 seconds as Tampa Bay will line up in our favorite formation, victory formation, as Johnny Drama likes to say, victory!
Yeah. Oh, Johnny Drama. That was a good one.
Thank you. Victory! Of course, Tom Brady has been in Entourage before.
Yeah. That was probably one of the best episodes, too. Turtles sitting there pounding him on the golf course.
Yeah, I love that episode. Josh Queipo, again, has been on this show today. He says, Kasey, time for the receipt. So, Kasey, say what you wanted to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was Josh Queipo and myself, the only 2 Pewter reporters that had the Bucs winning. And I'm pretty sure Queipo was somewhere in the 20s, and so was I. I had 20 to 23. So I saw a 20 coming in the mix here, and I'm pretty sure Queipo had like 21 or something. Either way, This is our moment to revel in. This is our I told you so. This is our don't lose faith. And the only thing we got wrong, not really, was that Leonard Fournette was going to rack up more rushing yards, but this defense sealed the deal. Starting off the season 2-0 feels nice. I'm not taking any autographs at this time.
Congrats to you and Josh for being correct. Tip of the cap to both of you. I'm very happy to be wrong. Tom Brady took a knee to run out the clock, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are 2-0, defeating the New Orleans Saints, who they had not beaten in the regular season since Ryan Fitzpatrick was their quarterback. Brady and the Bucs get it done, especially led by the defense. Jamel Dean, 2 interceptions, a pick 6 for Mike Edwards, multiple forced fumbles. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are in first place in the NFC South, 2-0. Get one bragging rights, of course, in a heated rivalry. A great fourth quarter. Next week they play against the Green Bay Packers, where, of course, we will have the Celsius Energy Pewter Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation and live at Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. And then after, we will have the live stream again at 4:25. So make sure you check that all out. 2:30 for the start of the show, and then Pewter GameDay at 4:25 when the Bucs have their first home game of the season playing against the Green Bay Packers. Kasey, this game has been an absolute whirlwind. The Bucs are 2-0. That is so exciting.
And
fantastic.
The streak is broken.
The streak is broken. The Bucs win in the regular season, beating the New Orleans Saints 20-10. We will have the Pewter post-game show on the Pewter Report podcast later today. Check out our social media to find out when we'll be going live with that. But for Kasey Hudson, I'm Matt Matera saying thank you so much to everyone that watched this live stream. We had a great time interacting with all of you. And we will see you later for another edition of the Pewter Report podcast. The Bucs are 2-0. That's a great thing. Out. 1 for every Jamel Dean interception.